This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, cricket fans and friends of European Cricket Network. Welcome to the beautiful Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo for, well, I was going to say for evening, night 19, but it's actually day/night 19. 4 big matches coming your way. Matches 37, 38, 39 and 40. We're going to finish Group B today. It's going to be a huge day of cricket today. We're going to be here for 4 games. So I hope you can stick with us. And the news from the toss, I can tell you that the Fighters have won the toss and they're going to bowl first. So they've put the team from Porto in. So it's the Porto Wanderers against the Fighters. First 2 games today, matches 37-38, match 37 kicking off in approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds. We're very close to getting that one started. They're in their huddles, having a bit of a chat. Have a look at the upcoming events. Well, Portugal, you're here with us now. England, we can put a tick next to that. That went absolutely beautifully, finished yesterday. And Cyprus kicked off today. Hope you've been watching some of that with Rico, taking care of business with Nish down there. And Czechia, my hometown of Prague, we're going to be going there mid next month, around 2 weeks away from that. It's going to be an amazing start with the Women's Central European Cup, ECS, ECI Women and ECI. We finished that into July. Romania and Hungary. Big summer of cricket coming up here on the European Cricket Network, and we hope you can be a part of it as well. Looking forward to some of that action. Goodness me, that's great stuff. So let's have a look what's going on in Cyprus. That's tomorrow, day 2 of 14. Well, 6 matches, big long day there in Cyprus. It's an early start. Set your alarms and get involved in that. Good to see everyone in the chat getting involved all the time on the European Cricket Network. Everest, Limassol, Qualanders, and then they take on the Napa Kings in the second game. Phillips Warrior versus Everest. Nicosia Fighters as well, and the Napa Kings. And what have we got there? Phillips Warrior, Nicosia Fighters again, and finish with Cyprus. BF Cyprus versus Phillips Warrior. Big 6 games, big action going there. T10 fun, you've got to get involved. Players are walking out as I speak, which is good to see. It's a beautiful sunny day. It's probably just hitting sort of 27, 28 degrees, but out in the centre it's a lot warmer than that. Umpires are getting out there as well. And we are only moments away from kicking things off. Hello to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us. I hope you've got a couple of streams going. You're also watching the Cyprus action too. And you're going to be here with me, Phil G. Been with you for the last 18 nights. Going to be with you for one more after today. But I think what I need to do now is I need to just remind you all that I'm not flying solo today. I'm also flying with Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sando. Vinny, welcome to the lovely Miranda do Corvo.
Thanks so much. It's great to be here, Phil, and it's been a pretty exciting start to the tournament.
I've been keeping an eye on it, that's for sure. And, hopefully everything's all right. I've got to say big thanks to the crew here and thanks to everyone here at the ground for making me feel so welcome. I've pulled a bit of an all-nighter, Phil, but I'm really excited for this one. I mean, look, there's a lot on the line here. I mean, these two are basically fighting today to stay in the competition. No pun intended. No,
you're absolutely right. This is a big day for everyone. If you looked at the tables, we'll show them later, but I can tell you right now, it's really in Porto Wanderers' best interest to get a win on the board first up here, because they really need that win to stay in touch. Because the Fighters are above them at the moment. They're on 14 points. They're in second place behind Oarish on 30. So we know Oarish are a shoo-in for the Super 5. But to get in the Super 5, you need to come first and second and be the next best placed team. A lot to play for here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So, Chambers out there. He's a pretty experienced campaigner, isn't he? This guy's played a lot of cricket for Portugal. I'll never forget, he was the guy that took the match-winning catch for Portugal when they beat Spain by 5 runs at the ECC. And last ball had to go for 6. He was right at the boundary, took it shoulder high. But anyway, he's got the bat in hand now. Let's go.
They're off and running now. And it's just tucked away there to point for a quick single. And that's how they kick things off. So Chambers off the mark straight away.
Yeah, hello to everyone in the chat. I can see Wayne's in there already. Hello to Trip watching from the USA. Phil G's right here next to me, so that's pretty convenient. And... it's quite funny. I've seen so much cricket from this ground, but it's actually a ground I've never been to until today. So, I'm pretty excited.
When you said on the way down, I was a bit surprised by that. It's a lovely ground. And when the lights come on later on tonight, it's going to look an absolute picture. Well, that's some of that uneven bounce. Keeps a bit low, gets away from the keeper. They don't try to get through there. Mandeep Singh is opening the bowling, as he's done in the last few games for Fighters, and done successfully, can I add, too, for the last 4 games, where they picked up 4 wins from 4 games.
Yeah, and Mandeep's a very good cricketer. I don't think we saw enough of him, to be honest, in the day series we had earlier.
Totally agree.
But Fighters pretty in pink these days. I'll go away from their regular kind of blue and black. Black and blue.
They're good colours. That's been lofted over the covers and clears the boundary line for a first Maximo of the day. And I reckon that's the first of many to come in these 4 matches.
Yeah, what a shot. And he's hit straight through the line here. So,
yeah,
Bashir living up to his name. Goes bang.
Bashir with the bash.
You know, this pitch, maybe it's the kind of the easily excitable nature of my personality, but I love that it's a bit unpredictable.
Oh, it's very unpredictable.
Evens up the game a bit, doesn't it?
It does.
It's pretty batting friendly.
Oh, yeah. See what I mean?
Another shooter.
Look at that. Yep, we get a lot of shooters. They put on a good length, it'll shoot. Put something full, and it will rise. And if they bowl a short ball, it'll shoot again. It's a bit of a lottery, but as you say, the odds become quite even between the teams. So we have had a couple of big scores. We had I think it was a 187 by I think it was Lisbon Supergiants who picked that up. So we've had some big scores here. We haven't had a century. We've had a 98. Deep Singh that was.
Yeah,
playing a miss.
Wasn't too far away. Yeah, the odds, I was just having a little peek at them before the start of the game. It was 61% to Fighters, 39% Porto Wanderers. I don't know, I think it's a bit more of a coin toss than that for me. I just think, I think a lot for Porto does also depend on their top order, but I don't know. It feels like it's a bit closer than 60-40.
Yeah, I'd put it closer than that too. After having seen these guys playing, that's a lovely shot. And it beats the fielder at point. It's going to go out of the boundary, 4 runs. Lovely shot. In control, not lofted along the ground. Nice hitting.
And the thing about this field, it's got very short square boundaries. I'm sure you've mentioned it quite a few times because essentially it's a football field.
Yes.
So it's basically a rectangular playing surface. It's definitely shorter than the 50 metres. End of the first over anyway. Mandip goes for 11 without loss. Now Wayne has put a clip in here, and I did see it. He said, found some players for ECN, although they're a bit young, but looks like they'll fit in perfectly. Have you seen this clip?
I haven't seen the clip, no.
I'm going to show you this clip,
okay.
right?
Okay.
And don't worry, I've got you covered here. But I got to admit, I saw this overnight, Wayne. I get what you're saying. All right, here we go.
Okay,
this is a good thing now. I know, Phil, you've been doing a lot on your own, but now you got me to come help you out. So you can start enjoying this. This is the last ball of it. What looks like some sort of juniors game, and I think it's in India. But anyway.
Oh, yes.
You saw this one?
Our scorer, Ashriya, she showed me this the other day.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Mansapuri is a new bowler coming in from the northern end, and there's a good example of the bounce. That's not just a wide, but that's a good take by the keeper as well.
Yeah, well handled by Mohammed Bilal behind the stumps.
Jeez, you had to stretch for that. I thought First Slipper's going to pocket that one for a
Also,
moment.
shout out to our project manager who's on loan to the ICC at the moment, Sam Williams. He loves Fighters because they are literally sponsored by Sam Phone. Okay, where's Sam Phone? Early clothesline attempt from Bucks there. Very early for that. Don't know quite why. They weren't quite set. By the way, this now becomes the grassiest field out of the series we're doing at the moment because have you seen Cyprus?
Yeah.
She's pretty brown over there.
There's not a lot of green in Cyprus. Not a lot of green at all. Mansapuri in for his, hopefully his first legal delivery, and he bowls a beauty.
Jeez.
Oh, that's a good delivery.
Keep up to the stumps. You wear that one between the eyes, don't you?
Oh, I tell you what, sometimes the keepers do come up the stumps. They wear the crash helmet, and you kind of wish they had a bit more protection, though, because sometimes...
Like the hockey goalie
that thing that covers the neck.
I got hit in the neck once with the reverse little paddle when I was keeping the stumps off a medium pacer.
No.
And you wouldn't believe it. I couldn't talk for like a minute. I thought my throat had been crushed, which I suppose it had. Anyway, hello everyone.
Bowler again. It's tucked around the corner. There is a fine leg. He's going to come into play. They get through for a single. So I'm just trying to imagine you not being able to talk for a minute.
Yeah, it was actually the other keeper. This guy actually played a bit of cricket for Western Australia called Mike Johnson. Not Mitchell Johnson, but Mike Johnson. He was a pretty decent keeper. And he said, "Are you right?" And I said, "I'm fine." But I'm actually, obviously, people might be wondering how I got here so quick. Well, by aeroplane. But
that'd be it, yep.
Yeah, but it was a pretty long night, put it that way. There's Mansapuri.
Well, swing and a miss. Not really getting to the pitch of that one. And, well, Bashir, had a couple of bashes, but he's not connecting with that one. And we've seen too many of those swings and misses not getting to the pitch of the ball.
I mean, look where he hit his 6.
Yeah,
you know, he's basically trying to fetch that. Still at power play.
That header spun around quickly.
Hit it square, hit over point, because that's the shorter boundary. I know there's a fielder there. Maybe that's why he's encouraged to hit over the leg side where there's no outfielders.
Well, his first 6 was over cover, and now that's better rather than trying to do the hoik over cow. But his first 6 was over the covers. Lovely shot. needs to be sort of thinking about that sort of thing. If they're going to be bowling the offside attack, put it out there. There is a fielder out there at deep extra cover.
Bowling well to his field, though. He's got 6-3 field. He's saying, look, if you want to try and go leg side, be my guest, you'll have to go fetch it. It's been a good over so far. Just one off it.
Oh, that's going to transgress the tram lines, and umpire Bucks says, nah, not having that.
It was only a wide that he given up earlier, so that's 2 wides in the over. But we haven't had a run off the bat so far. I mean, you've obviously been here for, 3 weeks now. So what do you think's a good score here? Go to the numbers, but what's your kind of feeling? Numbers say 104 is the average.
I was going to say, I like a 110, 115. Oh, that's a cracking delivery. Straight over the top of the stumps. Cramps the batsman, and Bashir suddenly he's stuck on 10. He's had a lot of dot balls this over and a couple of wides to face as well. I originally, when we started, I thought 120 was good. I thought 120 was all right, but then teams weren't getting there. They were really struggling, probably because of the pitch mainly. So I'm thinking 110, 115. Suddenly that's defendable and it's chaseable, and game on. Game on for me. And I think that has been really exciting. We've had a couple of really close games. A couple of close chases in the 120s. And, cracking good games. So that's for me. Par for me, I reckon, is 115.
Yeah, I think there's probably a couple of teams that have been dragging the average down a bit. 104. That's across both groups, by the way.
Yep.
Last ball, the second over.
Moves around. Well, he moves well away from his stumps and tries to make it so he can swipe it backward of square, and he misses. And unfortunately for Bashir, that's been the story of that over for him. Scorer is 14 without loss. 2 overs done in the can. Chambers he's on 1. He's only faced 3 deliveries. Bashir has basically been farming the strike, but he's just struggling to get bat on ball now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so anyway, I had a nice night last night. Let's have a look at the table before we go to what my night entailed. But essentially, Oeris, they're clear in top, and there's no doubt that they're finishing top. They took 30 out of 32 possible points, by the way.
Incredible.
A bit of help last night. With Fighters currently in second, but they do have 2 games played more than Porto Wanderers, who play all 4 today. So it's hard to see Wanderers getting to 20 points and then Fighters qualifying. So I think probably second goes through, third doesn't in this group. So really these 2 are fighting for that spot as the third over starts with a single.
I think you're absolutely right there. I agree completely. I think third from Group A is probably going to get the nod. That'll be the Lisbon Capitals.
Lisbon Capitals, yeah. Yep. And they actually tied for second on 20 points. It was only they missed out on. You know how much they missed out on net run rate, by the way?
I think it was literally two runs. It translates into. I think they had to. That's gone for 4. That's gotten away from the Fighters fielder out there. So Bashir finally gets the bash on.
Oh, it's out the gate as well. That might roll down the mountain. But yeah, it's not an easy field to field on. It's a little bit bumpy. We know that. I mean, this is part and parcel. But gets to go through the pearly gates.
That's right.
And the result's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, so it was actually, you're right. It was about 2 runs. Sounds about right. Because it was .008. 8,000th of a point.
Yeah, a bee's appendage, I think was the phrase I used that night.
Not a particularly well endowed bee either.
That's gone through the cow corner area, and that's going to be 4 runs. Elevated between the 2 fielders, I guess you could say that was placed nicely. There are 2 men out there for the catch. It bisected them, and it's gone for 4. Yeah, I think in that last game the Capitals played, they had to restrict the opposition to 63.
Yeah,
and I think they got 64 or 65.
I was sending through a couple of numbers for that. I remember that night, last night of Group A. It's been a pretty busy time though on ECN.
Yeah,
last weekend we had 4 locations at the same time.
Mad. Seeing it again. That's been edged, and was he trying to bat it down? I think he was just trying to bat it down. That's gone for a big Maximo. Found the edge, but I think it was played purely intentionally to get over his head, and he just missed the fingertip catch there at third man.
Yeah, Bashir kind of throws caution to the wind there, doesn't he? And this time he does get some bat on it, and it flies away. So he's certainly had the majority of the strike in this power play. Chambers just kind of biding his time at the other end.
Yeah.
Probably not a bad thing. I mean, Chambers can hit the ball a long way, but he's a bit more of a traditional batter.
He is. So, man deep in again. Now that's gone up in the air. Who's calling for it? Who wants it? There was hesitation from cover, and that's what happens when you hesitate. You wring your hand because it's going to be grassed.
It's a good drop kick back. Ends up in the middle of the pitch, but unfortunately it isn't taken. I think that's Parminder Singh there that puts it down. So Bashir gets a life on 24. I had a good night in London overnight. We were invited back to the Wimbledon Club, to their main club rooms.
Very nice.
Had a couple of Wimbledon golds.
Did you?
Some type of light beer.
Oh, cool. Mandeep Singh keep going here. Bowling without success here at the moment. The fighters. That's going to end the third. Power play's done 30 runs on the board for the Porto Wanderers, so they're motoring along okay. It's a good start. Bashir has been doing the bash, and as you said before, Vinny, Chambers just happy to play the anchor role at the other end and let Bashir take all the glory.
Yes, I think they've been pretty good at bowling one side of the wicket so far, and it's paid some dividends. It's pretty even power play, I'd say. A couple of boundaries in there, but of course, second over, only 3 off it.
Wow.
So 30 for none, I'd say that's around about maybe a handful short of what you'd want as a batting team.
I agree. I think they're a bit under. We've seen some power plays here going into the 60s, but I think for your power play 30, it'd probably take it if you're feeling a bit sort of under the pump. And as you said, that second over, 3 runs. Well, that was a brilliant second over. There was Man Superior there who was really tight, and he has bowled really well in this tournament. I think he only got taken apart in 1 over, and that was probably when they played Awarish, and Conrad and Sawa were on song in that particular game.
Yeah, but I think that second over was all about putting it in the right spot. Let the pitch do the work for you.
Totally.
I think Deepu bowled really well. They are going to make a change, though. They're going to go to Rahul. In over number 4. End of the power play, 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time.
Rahul has been very impressive. And that's been hit uppishly to that man at third man. I've always referred to the third man as that man at third man. I've got to stop doing that. It's that man at third man.
It looks like a traditional third. Sometimes they say you can get like a second man and a fourth man.
Yeah.
So depending on where they field. Sometimes we've seen sneaking, especially with quicker bowlers, sneaking very fine, almost like a first slip right in the boundary. Yeah. It is a place you can get good players out, especially on a pitch which is offering a bit of extra bounce. I think it's a good position to have even outside the power play here. It does leave some other gaps, though, doesn't it?
It does. Third man has been really vital. Remember in Group A, Simranjit Singh took 3 catches in third man. Didn't have to move a muscle for either of them. And no ball is the call.
Yeah, he's overstepped here, and the call straight away. I don't see it's on the replay, but Bucks spots it straight away. Just have a look at this front foot here. Oh, it's actually a back foot no ball, so it wasn't with the front foot. The back foot hitting the sideline. And Bucks, he's eagle-eyed.
He's on that.
That's a very good call. It means there's a free hit coming up. Chance for Chambers to open the shoulders.
And he's nicked it, and it's gone straight behind the keeper. Couldn't move a muscle for that one, and third man can't get to it, and that's 4. Yeah. So the free hit does go for 4. It's not a free miss, as coined by Dave in the chat a couple of weeks ago.
It's half a miss because it hit half the bat, really, but good enough for Chambers, and with the extra bounce, flew over the keeper, Mohamed Bilal, and went to that beautiful-looking European cricket meets Cricket Portugal banner behind the stumps.
Lovely stuff. Rahul in again. Oh, neck and crop. Middle stump. Bang. Good night. And that is the end of Chambers. His 8 deliveries for 6. And that's it for him.
Geez, what a good rock that is. It was
Wasn't it?
full. And the thing is, I think sometimes you get a bit carried away bowling short on a pitch like this because it still is pretty unpredictable. That's bounced probably a metre before the legs, maybe 4 or 5 feet at most, and it's just a difficult area to deal with. So Chambers gets his stumps rocked, and we have our first wicket of what is the only 4-match night. I'll call it a night on the calendar. It's night somewhere.
It's a night.
Even though we're starting essentially at lunchtime, or an early lunchtime in Portugal, it is night. I'm going to say 19. Am I right?
Yes, it is.
19?
Yep, it is. I mean, I started the intro with welcome to night 19, then I had to reflect and go, but hang on, it's lunchtime. But as you say, it's early lunch here in Portugal.
And night is just a human construction anyway.
That's exactly all
you can start your night whenever you want. You know, they say start your night right.
Yeah.
What if you want to start your night at lunchtime? Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, we created that, so we can change that. So Rahul's successful, halfway through the 4th.
Yeah, and it's going to be John Zinkas, the new batter.
Ooh,
it's going to get no ball again. I feel this might have been for the foot again because it was an early call.
It was early call.
And it may have also been, it's given the 1 for the over, so it's not a no ball for above the shoulder.
No.
So that's your 1 for the over. But I think this is another one of those situations where Rahul is kind of known for it as well, that he pushes the sideline. He just needs to get a bit closer to the umpire, and he won't have those kind of problems.
Don't be afraid of the umpire. He won't bite you.
Free hit coming up.
Oh, the only hit there was directly into Zinkas. Hope he's all right. It's moving okay. We've seen a few batsmen cop a few on the body in this series, but that's all about the pitch. And as you point out in that previous dismissal, when Chambers got one on a pretty good length, and umpires having a little look, just making sure everything's okay.
Must have just got a little bit of the helmet there. I thought it was mostly kind of shoulder. He might have to change his helmet. It's probably sensible as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, just really getting that to lift. Hey, speaking of lifting, you know what Zinkas does as a job? He's a pilot.
He's a
Yeah.
Oh, I did hear that actually. Yes,
he's a pilot.
Yes.
He's a lovely guy, actually. John, he's seen him a couple of times.
Yeah.
He was running for Indian Royals a couple of years ago. Now, I think he's actually going to retire hurt here. Okay, so they're going to make a change. Jonathan Gooney's going to come on.
Yes.
So it's
Obviously that.
I don't know if there's how are they actually? Is it a retired hurt or is he coming back on, or is he just? I think he is. He's got one pad coming off, and it means that Gooney's coming to the crease. So
Yep.
yeah, I mean it looks fine, but it looks more like a little bit tactical. Maybe he's just copped a little bit. I think he might have copped it under the chin, so he might have a little bit of blood there.
Yeah, I reckon
so that's why it's going off.
I reckon he's cut himself open a little bit there.
So he seems fine. It's just
Yeah.
one of those things that's come
Yeah,
up under the bottom of the helmet.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
We were talking about that earlier, how cricket helmets don't have protection like for their neck and
Yeah,
like that.
it's exactly what we're talking about, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to come marching past us. We'll make sure he's all good. Oh, yeah, yep. Bit of claret there.
Yeah. So he'll be right. Still, he's got a $1 million smile still, John.
He does. The women will still be happy to see him when he walks to the aeroplane in a few days' time and takes off. He'll still be a charmer for the passengers.
At least he didn't take it in the cockpit. Anyway, it's going to be Jonathan Gunasekara then to come out at number 3.
So Rahul bowling with a bit of fire here. That's a wide. It was well past the batsman when he had a swing at that one. So Gunasekara, he needs to just see himself in here and help out Bashir, get Bashir on strike because he's going absolute tonk at the moment, and he's doing a pretty good job. But they need to wind things up a bit, the Porto Wanderers, because the fighters, when they come out, and if they're only chasing 110, 115, it could be proper game on and trouble for Porto. That's played nicely. It's just down on the ground to third man. Just fumbles it slightly, gets his return in.
Number 4, actually, I should say, for goodness sake, because it was a retired hurt situation. It means that if John Zinkas was able to kind of patch that up, he'd be able to come out. But, I mean, he had no real option just with the blood. I think he had to leave the field.
Yeah, you can see the umpire checked him firstly, make sure the helmet was okay. Then as soon as he saw there was a bit of claret, he said, "You're off." Well, the batsman got himself into a little bit of a muddle there, sort of went right across the offside, and suddenly it was a little bit difficult to play. Just tucked it backward of the wicket for the end of the over, and that is going to be 40 for 1 after 4. They're still motoring at 10 runs and over. Still going okay.
It's a fascinating battle for second spot today. 5 points the lead at the moment for the Fighters with those 2 games in hand. Now, a normal win for the Porto Wanderers, they gain 2 points on them.
Yep.
If they can thrash them and get the bonus point, they'll gain 4 points on them. But think about it the other way. If they lose, then that's 7 points to make up. And sure, they'll play them again, and they've got 2 more games.
That's
and
right.
It starts getting quite pressurised, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I think. This game for Porto Wanderers, this is literally their semi-final. You got to get this one. You got to get this one to proceed and get ahead of the Fighters on that table. So it's a big game for them. New over starts. Mansapuria continues. And it's been cut through the gap. 4 runs along the ground. Lovely shot on the back foot there. Bashir showing a bit of finesse.
Yeah, really good shot. And this is, I think, what you got to do. If it's short of a length, don't go rushing forward at it. I think you want to stay deep in your crease. Give yourself the biggest chance to see it or the most time to see it. And you don't have to hit that hard on this field. It's a very fast field. It's quite difficult to field on anyway. So even if you don't hit particularly hard, it's still going to be awkward with the bounce for the fielders. Good shot. Good start to the over.
Was good. Mansapurian again. How's he come back from that one? Well, he gets it past the swinging blade, and suddenly Bashir goes from finesse to let me send this one into Stella, and he misses completely.
Seems to not want to play 2 cricket shots in a row, does he? does Bashir. He says, all right, I've done the regular thing now. Let me just basically pin the ears back. But I want to say hello to Terry. I want to say hello to Helix as well. And a few people saying, Vinny, well done. You've made it to the night series.
That's gone straight up in the air. Covers running in, and he's dropped it for the second time today. Oh no, it's poor old Parminder Singh. He's looking at his hands, throws the ball down in disgust. Can't believe he's grasped the second one.
To be honest, I mean, it was a kind of awkward approach, but he does drop it and get a second opportunity. He's kind of hanging there, like kind of teasing him in front of himself. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to gather it. Check it out here in the replay. As just came up and then
bobble.
It's a proper jungle job, wasn't it?
And poor old Mansapuria walking back to his crease, looking ruefully towards Parminder, going, "You dropped it off my bowling now."
Yeah, Deepu bowled really well so far, but he doesn't have that wicket. Still tracking that 10 and over.
Yep, they're still on target. In again. And Gunasekara has gone out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's fielded there on the boundary line. There is cover out there, of course. And the overthrow. We've seen a lot of overthrows in this tournament as well.
It's kind of made for this ground, isn't it?
It is. Proper. It really is.
A few people saying, congratulations, I've made it after I have had a bit of a tough schedule. I have pulled an all-nighter now. I get welcome with the only 4-game day/night of this tournament, but that's fine.
That's right.
Because the reward will be worth it tomorrow.
Oh, definitely.
I want to hear a little bit about it. This one takes off again. So I want to hear about the hotel. It's a jacuzzi there, am I right?
There is a jacuzzi, there's a spa.
Retreat.
There's in-ground pool, indoor pool, outdoor pool as well. I think there's massage there as well. It's a bit of everything. It's a spa hotel. It's relax.
I'm going to enjoy Cyprus, just like Rico and Nish are going to enjoy it. I'm just going to enjoy it for a safe distance.
Yep.
Maybe in the pool. Maybe we can cast it to something. Maybe get on a tablet.
That's it. That's what it is. That'd be nice. Swing and a miss. Bats some extra room. It's going to get away from the keeper, though, and that is going to run all the way for 4 byes, signalled by umpire Crute there. Thank you. And the score ticks along, and that will be the end of the over. End of the 5th,
yeah.
End of the 5th.
Also brings the 50 up for Porto Wanderers.
50 up. In fact, they're going at 10 and over. Is that the battle plan? Because they seem to be hitting it every time.
Yeah, well, they're hitting it they're hitting the 10, but they didn't hit that. They got 4 without hitting it that time, didn't they? Bilal. It's a tough one because the keeper's quite a long way back because this extra poppy bounce. So he's giving himself 2 or 3. But as you've discussed already, and I've heard you talking about it all on the series, is that you do get these balls that kind of shoot through as well. They become really tough. So Mansapriya bowls well without being able to take a wicket, none for 8, but also those 4 byes just creeping in at the end of the over.
Yeah. The pitch, we talk about the pitch a lot, and you're right. You mentioned before about if it's outside the off, get on your front foot. If it's coming straight, the batsman probably need to play back to avoid the shooter. That's a lovely shot. There is cover there on the deep point boundary, and just 1 run there.
Great fielding.
Gunasakara, he's only faced a handful of deliveries, so he hasn't had a chance to really open up yet. But Bashir, he's been there for 20 deliveries. He's on 32, doing well. But I think it's now probably about the time the Porto Wanderers want to see a little bit of tempo here, maybe go up a gear.
Virendra Singh was a very clean piece of fielding on the grandstand.
Was very good, wasn't it?
He's smart because he's still in the shade for now. I'm not sure for how much longer, though.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I just noticed that too. He's the only fielder who's enjoying the shade.
So smart.
That's clever. Yep. Bowler in again. Making a bit of room, swinging a miss, and that's got away from the keeper again. Oh, no, it hasn't. No, ball was unsighted. He was basically sitting on it and trying to hatch an egg, trying to get a new one, and it's going back there. And I just want to shout out to the chat as well and just pitch my welcome in there to everybody. Thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world watching. Welcome to the European Cricket Series here at night. Doesn't look like night yet, but it will.
But some people are watching it from their night.
Yeah,
for example, I think the Australians. There must be a few of those in.
Oh, there are. Yep. Oh, lovely shot. Through the gap. Beautiful placement there. And that is Bashir showing that finesse I talked about in the last over. Let's see if he can do another shot like that and rather go the crossbat hit. Let's see what happens. But that's a lovely shot
that's
for 4.
That's his shot. And I think Rahul's trying to get out of his sideline no ball problems by bowling around the wicket, but it creates quite a healthy angle just to use the ball. Just taps it into the gap, races away for 4. Again, they're going at 10 and over. They're going 5 every half over. They're very precise at the moment.
They are very precise. It's like they've got an accountant working out for him in the stands. Here we go. Rahul again. That's a good shot. There's protection down there at long on. And just the 1 run. Yeah,
so we had a great time at Wimbledon last night. Came and did a bit more work. I packed at, I think, 1 in the morning. I left the hotel at 3 in the morning.
Oof.
Got to... It was Gatwick Airport, I think, at around about 4 o'clock, or at 3:40, I think it was.
Right. Bowler in again. Goes for the slog, goes pretty straight, and that same fielder will come around and collect it down the ground for a single.
This is all England/Portugal time. It is the same time zone.
Yep.
So Western European time zone.
Yeah.
And then I flew 5:20, although I don't remember that because as soon as I got on the plane, I think I fell asleep. And then I got in around about 8 o'clock. Oh, it's just under a 2-hour drive here as well. It's just going to test the fielder out. Does really well, actually.
Really good work there.
Another ball in the chops, but that one was worth it.
Yeah, Jatinder Singh there on the boundary line. Where's one? But he stops the boundary. But fielder beats the ball.
I came in, and look, Unfortunately, my room wasn't ready, but I did get a bit of piano in this morning. I know, and you were doing a bit of modelling in the hotel as well. I know. You're putting something together.
Yeah, I was putting a little intro together for a little project, a little side project we've got going. But that is the end of the over, and it's 59 for 1 after 6. So the run rate slips slightly below 10, but only by 1 run. You have a look at the score there. Junaid Bashir doing quite well. 39 from 24. Jonathan Gunaskara, he hasn't had a chance to really get motoring that. Only faced 4 deliveries for his 4.
Yeah.
And
but Bashir's been the key, though, hasn't he? And he just seems to be able to hit that kind of 1 boundary and over, sometimes a second, to get them to a respectable over. So 9 off that one, not quite the 10, but not far off. Jatinda, after a good bit of fielding, is going to take the ball here and over number 7.
And I think that's a reward for effort. Hopefully we'll see that. But Jatinda's had a pretty good tournament with the ball. Left armour over the wicket. Half-hearted shout there, not really anything in that. Keeper wasn't interested.
Can I just say a big shout-out, though, to everyone at Wimbledon Club. They were sensational looking after us. And obviously excited to see Cyprus starting today, so European Cricket Series not taking a break. But what is this heat? I've been in England for a week. And this, people would be dropping like flies if they got this.
That's skied up in the air, and it's going to go fine. It's a race on here for 2 fielders, and 1 fielder jumps across the boundary line, flicks the ball back, and the keeper has run all the way down as well. So he's out of his comfort zone. That's some good fielding down there to stop the boundary. Score is ticking along nicely, 61 for 1. We're in the 7th. You're here with me and, me, Phil G. And also alongside me is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, telling us about his little romp around England for the ECS and being looked after by the Wimbledon Club too, which sounds pretty special. Jatinda Singh in again. It's a bit shorter, a bit wider, and umpire concurs that was indeed too wide.
Yeah, so we celebrated the 400,000 subscribers during quite a violent storm, but we had strawberries and cream and Pims.
Oh,
Charlie was smart though; he
proper.
just nicked off, and Charlie and Rico and I were there to enjoy a strawberry or 2. That's how we decided. Not quite the ice shower this time.
Right. Well, that's been hit really fine. That's going to run away for 4. That's just straying on the hip there. And you got your field, which is more stacked on the offside than the leg, and just straying there, unfortunately, for Jatinda Singh. Gives away a pretty easy boundary to the batsman there. And Gunasekara now. He's up to double figures.
Here's a Zinkus update. Looks like they got that little cut under the chin. It's going to need a couple of stitches. I think he won't take any further part in this game for sure. And okay, they've got 4 games today, so if you can get that patched up, I don't think it's kind of superficial, but it's just opened up a little bit under the chin.
Yeah.
So if you can, it probably looks like more of a glue job. They use glue a lot of the time there.
Yes, medical glue. Yep.
Yeah.
Take care of that. It'd be fine.
But as this is clipped away, it should just be a single. Do you know that that's actually what originally super glue was developed for in wartime?
For winds, yeah.
For wind.
Oh,
so you could. Go. I'm not saying you should try it at home, but it depends on your situation and how good you are at gluing things in a neat fashion.
Right. So
you could use super glue.
So when I cut myself when I'm making my little model aeroplanes, I'm good to go with that glue. That's been hit up pretty square. Oh, good work from the fielder out there, just behind the umpire to stop that getting past him. Brilliant work. Luckily, he's got long arms and stops there getting through. That would have been a certain boundary. Well, 1 more to come in this, the 7th over. 68 for 1 is the score. They're still going around about 10 and over. After this, there's 3 overs to come, so you're probably going to see Bashir and Gunasekara probably have to put the foot down to get a decent score on the board for Porto Wanderers to defend when it's their turn. We'll see. Last ball of the over coming up. Jatinda Singh, he's gone for 9. And that is going to get away from the fielder. That's a lovely shot. It's gone finer, and that's 4. And so, Gunasekara, looks like he's starting to fire up now.
Yeah, and I suppose a bit of good luck and good management there in a way. Getting enough bat on that, runs away into the gap, and at the end of 7 overs, it's 72 for 1. I want to say a quick hello also to Asadullah Shayari, who's watching. Good to have you with us. Hello to Jeff Mobbs. He's asking, did I bring all the luggage? Yes, I did. And it's not so much. I've been operating out of just the 2 cases. I got down from 3.
Oh, well done.
For an ECL time. I kind of had to scale back a little bit. Still,
right.
But, it's actually mostly me just not bringing other stuff because I don't really need any non-work clothes anymore. Because
that's true.
It's a bit of work pretty much all the time.
I want to shout out to Wazza, who's in the chat. I haven't seen Wazza in too many of the Portugal games, so lovely to see you there. Thanks for joining us, and thanks to everybody for joining us too, whether you got a blue spanner or not. Thank you for joining us here on the European Cricket Network.
Well, the earlier start, it's a slightly better time zone for some of these.
Yeah.
Some of these viewers.
Shot. That is massive. Is that going to clear the fence? Well, that has gone properly out to the car park, and as I say, bang, that is gone. Capital G-O-R-N-E, gone. Massive hit.
Yeah, that's a monster, isn't it? That's probably dangerous as well. That's gone down the road and far away. Come again another day. Bashir goes to 46. He's had his moments, but he's still there. He's kind of been the... We're talking about the glue. He's been the glue that's held this innings together, hasn't he?
He properly has, yes. 46 and 26, as you say. And suddenly, so much pressure on Kumar here now. Oh, he's always responded well. Got a foot to it. Probably saved. Could have saved a boundary. I don't think it was. Had the energy to get through. We've got two fielders in the deep for the straight hit, and they might have got around to that. But just one run.
Ever seen a bowler get yorked? Because that was a proper sandshoe crusher.
That really
straight back
was.
at Laliat. Look at this game right now. It's a 50-50. In fact, Vida's 51 now.
Two. That's hit uppishly and over the infield. There's no one back there. And that's 4. Lovely shot. Good safe shot to play there. So Gunasakara getting in on the fun. And Lalit is he's starting to get taken to the cleaners now. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, it's offering a bit of length, and Gunasakara now getting on the action. Let's see the percentages. I think with that shot, Warriors
should tick the other way now.
Wanderers, I should say, it might just creep ahead again. It's got a little bit of a delay. By the way, I met the brains behind the supercomputer the other day.
Oh, did you?
I have to tell you about it.
Okay. Well, then again, that's a better delivery. Bit of extra piri-piri sauce on that one through to the keeper.
So I found out that a fair bit of the brains behind the supercomputer are based in London. And they came,
really?
I think, on day 3.
Oh, I saw you doing an intro with them all behind you, yes.
And the supercomputer was a little bit wonky that day. They were doing a few strange things. Well, they were enjoying their day, though. That's the main thing.
Oh, they look like they have an absolute ball.
Oh.
That was a cracking short ball.
Well, he almost got zinkest there. This was a bit higher.
Oh, yeah. Get a replay on that. That was...
Gee.
Evasive action needed really quick there from the batsman.
I've only seen this pitch on TV, and it looked pretty exciting then. It's even more exciting when you see it in real life. Deepu's looking at this going, I have to bat on this in a moment.
And he's had his stumps rearranged. So Lalit gets his revenge. Bowls straight, you miss, I hit, and that is the end of Gunasakara, who goes for 19 from a dozen or so deliveries.
Oh, yeah.
Stumps everywhere.
I respect that he's tried something there, right? Because he's just almost had his head blown off his shoulders. So he says, all right, if I charge at it, maybe I can get it closer to the bounce point.
Yep,
but
fair enough.
It's pretty good bowling in the end. It's full, and it cracks the stump. So it's 83 for 2 now at the end of 8 overs.
Okay, so that was indeed the end of the over. So still a bit of work here. They're still going to get the 100 up. Expected score from Supercomputer suggests 106. They're going to want probably a bit more than that to put pressure on the fighters, and we've seen the fighters chase, and they can chase down 100 plus.
By the way, you know what I realised as well? The supercomputer, the brains behind it, they're always listening. So they can hear us right now. So hello, guys. Who won the races? There were races at the end of the day.
There were races?
Yeah, they were racing each other.
Okay. New over starts.
Why? I have no idea. I don't know if they don't get out much. I know they're probably stuck in their little supercomputer room. Like, I picture it like, when man went to the moon in the 1960s and the computers are all around.
Yes.
They're kind of just
just
surrounded.
That bank of computers, men tapping away furiously.
Out the fresh air. It wasn't raining momentarily for that part of the tournament.
Gursuak Singh has been hit over the infield, and that's gone for 4. Lovely shot, cover drive. Good stuff. Bashir gets his 50, 51 off 29. Well deserved. He has indeed been the glue, as you said, Vinny, that's held his innings together. Lovely innings.
Hopefully there's enough glue left over to patch up Zinks' chin. I'm not sure where the nearest hospital is, or maybe it could be a bit of a home job. You never know. Anyway, 10 balls to go on this one.
That's a good delivery. It's in at the legs, and it's played very nicely. It's gotten past the field of the backward square for 4. Lovely shot. So Bashir now deciding, you know what, there's only a few balls left in this innings. We need to get more runs. We need to get them right now.
Yeah, well...
Good hit.
Just get something on it, doesn't he? You don't have to hit the ball hard here. Of course you can. But it's interesting because this pitch is quite bowler-friendly, but the actual field is quite batter-friendly, so it's interesting how they interact. Yeah. If you can hit the ball well, you get value. That's why we have seen certain batters be able to get some big scores. But as you said... Still 98, the best. No hundreds in the series.
Might see one over the next few days. Might see one. Actually, I reckon we'll see one in the Super 5, which we'll talk about later. I think we'll see one there. That's just struck on the pad. Batsman moves out of the way to make some room for himself, and they scamper through for what will be a leg by, indicated by umpire Crute. Does it right on time.
Gives us a chance to see Umar Gill face for the first time. Yeah, look, we might see a century. I just really hope you get your first golden ball. So, it's a bit of history. I just realised, and it's obvious, but it's our first time commentating together outside of your home city of Prague.
I was going to say that too.
Yeah.
We have commentated a couple of games together in Prague, but this is the first one here outside of that, and it's been absolutely fantastic. That's skied in the air, and it's going to land very safe and just plops down at a regulation mid-on position, and deep mid-on has to do a lot around. Rahul runs pretty much all the way to the wicket to get it.
I actually think it's a pretty good tactic, if it's shortish, to make sure you get a long way across.
Yep.
And you just, number one, you should get your head inside it rather than the ball following you, hitting you in the head.
Yep.
But it also just allows you to kind of take advantage of that bounce and hit it behind you. It's typically no fine leg. Last ball, the over.
That's it. So we chip down the ground. Rahul has to stop on his return back to the boundary line as the boundary rider, and he stops at a pretty regulation mid-on. They take a single. That's 9 overs gone. One more to come. So Bashir 56 and 32. Umar Gill gets off the mark with 1 from 1, and that's Gursarak Singh. His overdone. He went for 10. So we're working in 10s here today in this game.
Seems to be one of those days. No one really going for a lot of runs. I think Matsuparia, for me, is probably the best of the bowlers, even though he didn't take a wicket.
Totally agree. Look at that economy rate. Fantastic. And the wickets shared between Rahul and Lalit Kumar, who got hit for 10 in his first 2 deliveries and came back beautifully in that over. And so the last over is about to start. And the Porto Wanderers are going to want some big hitting here. They obviously aim for the 100, trying to get 110 on the board maybe. We'll see what they get here. Jatinder Singh has been given the duty, and he didn't bowl too badly in his previous over. Well, he went for 13. Let's see if he can make it a bit tighter now. He's coming in to Bashir. And Bashir has edged it, and in and out of the hands. Oh, dear. And he's carried over the line for 6. Can you believe the luck down there?
Big moment. It brings up the 100, but this really should have been, well, at least out. You thought, or at least pulled in front of him, but look, just bursts through the palms and goes all the way.
Oh, that's a big mess. That is not just the catch, but the 6 is given up as well. Bowler's a bit filthy. See him come back from that one. Oh, there's some more of that bounce. Keeper takes it one-handed well above his head. Yeah. That's a dot ball.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember what my tactics would be here. It's hard to know what's an acceptable risk and what's not. I suppose in the 10th over, I'd be thinking fine leg. There's nobody there at all.
Absolutely.
So I'd be thinking get across, give up your stumps if you have to. If you get bowled, it's not the end of the world. You're already kind of on a free roll. There's no fielders there. Oof.
That's a wide ball. Yeah, it's fair enough. That's cool. I like that call, though, because if we have a look at the field here, there's a backward square leg, and there's nobody to his right.
Nobody in the circle or out of the circle at fine leg.
Absolutely
and
nothing.
Then with this bounce, it's hard to kind of drive down the ground. It's hard to trust it.
Yep.
Unless it's like a full toss or a half volley.
That's just been mishit just down the ground towards the mid-off area.
But especially with him being in, I know that some players like to play it more than others, but this just seems like a high percentage shot and low risk, and also nothing really to lose at this stage. I think it might be a way you can burgle the boundary. You got pretty lucky with that kind of guide down to deep third that it wasn't out. Actually, did go for 6. Anyway, let's see what Gill tries here with 3 to come.
He tries to go the bash, and his stumps have been rearranged. You are gone. That is another bowled. I think that's all our dismissals have been bowled, aren't they? We haven't had a catch. Every dismissal has been a bowled. And, of course, we've had John Zinkas who had to retire hurt because of that nasty hit he took. But that is a dot ball and a wicket in the 10th.
We've had bowled out and knocked out. But, as you would say, Gorne. Gone. I like that. Takes me back.
I've been trying to get a couple of my own little trademark phrases in while I've been here running solo. I thought I'd get a few of those in.
I've liked what you've been doing. You know, no need to force it. Just see what comes naturally. And the feedback, Phil, I'll give you some live feedback, Phil. I've really enjoyed listening to you. I've been lurking a little bit because often I've been doing things like eating dinner and a few things like that. But, I've been keeping an eye on things. Knew we'd have our time together. Yeah. Rajani comes out with 2 to come.
That's been hit down the ground. Bowler tries to stop getting past him, and Rahul will come off boundary line. There's no one at the bowler's end to take the throw, so he goes to the keeper's end, and that is...
Well, they want to have a look at this.
Go to the videotape.
They'll need it side on, but I've got to say, they never should have taken this run, because Bashir, I'd rather have one strike. I think he's out. Honestly, he's already walking, but let's have a look.
Yeah, my first feeling was
let's
out too.
Let's see if we can pause it when it hits the stumps, and we'll get a look at this. But he's struggling, and he is Gorne. Gone.
You are out of here. Thanks for coming. And thanks for going.
It's always handy if we can kind of just freeze at the exact moment that those sticks go over, and you'll see it here. So he takes the ball. That's clean. And I think they're already batted nose it. But look,
there.
just this frame about here.
There. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah. He's 6 inches short, 8 inches short. But either way, you're out. Umpire says agreed. Gets his marching orders, and that is a dot ball. I agree. I'm not sure that run was actually on. And because you want Bashir at the end.
Strategically, it just wasn't a smart run to take.
No.
And they didn't even get the run. So even if they got run, I still don't think it would have been a good run to take.
So if Bashir had stayed at the other end, he would have had, 2 more deliveries to try to push the score up. He's hitting well. He's on 63 from 35. Brand new batsman is fresh. Don't think he's going to come in and do it.
Yeah, Mark Stadler's coming in. To be honest, if anyone looks like they're built to hit a 6, Stadler's your man.
He really does, doesn't he? And I won't be surprised if he gets behind this one. So Jatinder Singh, he's got the job of 2 more deliveries. He's not been too bad in this over. He needs to be a little bit tighter though, but don't let it get away from him. Porto Wanderers, they want a couple of big hits here to finish off the innings.
That'll be a golden one to Rajani. This could be the last ball, actually, by the way.
Well, he hits it uppishly towards deep mid-wicket, just a couple of bounces and fielded nicely out there. They're going to go for 2, and that is another run out. There was never 2 there, obviously, but you might as well go for it if you can.
I'm going to triangulate that. I'll say it is 104 for 5 off the 10 overs. Again, just who knows what would have happened if Bashir had faced. And actually, it's a pretty good run out to retrieve it and get it back onto the stumps in these conditions. Cause, it's not necessarily an easy pickup. But, yeah, look, 104 off the 10 overs. I think it's around about the par. In fact, if you go by the numbers, 10.4 and over is the average run rate throughout the whole first part of the series. So it's kind of bang on par. Pitch up to its old tricks, field up to its old tricks, really unpredictable. But remember how important this game is in match 37 and 38 for that matter, because these two teams do look like they're the teams fighting for that second spot. Although Coimbra Knights, I mean, theoretically, if these teams were to split the points, they could potentially make a run later on today if they had a couple of big wins. But
yeah, they need proper big wins. Let's have a look at the batting card.
Yeah, well, Bashir was 63 off 35, was the glue that was there to the very end, and they ended up being out off the last ball. But for Zinkas, obviously, some concerns for him. He's forced to retire hurt. Going to Sakura with 19 there. Extras, more or less par for the course. Play 5 wides, 2 no balls in 10 overs. Not so bad. 4 buys and 2 leg buys make it look a bit worse than it is. And as far as the bowlers, I think they did enough to give their team a good shot in this chase.
I think so too. Mansapuri there, the highlight of the bowling. That economy of 4. Only 2 overs, 8 runs off it. Wickets to Rahul, Jatinder Singh and Lalit Kumar. All bowled. So they all played the you miss, I hit rhythm in their overs, and they picked up a wicket each. And so not a bad bowling effort. We were talking a lot about the batsmen, what they need to do, and we were talking about Bashir as well. But I think that the fighters' bowlers, that's not a bad bowling card for them. I think they've really done, as you say, Vinny, I think they've done the job. And there was a really good partnership there for the first and second wicket. But then at the end, things started to dry up a little bit, started getting a little bit desperate. Let's have a look at the mid-match summary. Junaid Bashir, 63 from 35, absolute standout in that innings. Jonathan Gunasakara, 19 from 13, good support, and Chambers was there at the top and didn't get a lot of the strike, and eventually was bowled, clean bowled. Rahul, Lalit Kumar, Jatinder Singh sharing the wickets, and there was a couple of run-outs in that 104 for 5, but that's where the score is. The Porto Wanderers, they put 104 for 5 on the board after their 10, so that means the fighters going to have to chase 105 for the points, and they're going to be looking to do that very shortly. We're not too far away from that. But is it going to be enough? For me, I think the Wanderers may have left a few too many runs on the table. They haven't really... Yeah, I still think 115, 120 is the kind of score that a bowling side would say, well, we've got a bit to play with here, there's a bit to defend here, but at least they got the triple digits up. And for a minute there, I was a bit concerned when they're going 10 and over. I thought, when's the acceleration coming? But that's what the score is on the board.
Yeah, we'll take a break then. Back in just a few minutes. 105 will be the target for fighters. Big responsibility, I think, on their openers and also for the bowlers as well, for the Wanderers to come and defend this target. Nozinkas, I imagine, with the ball. I think he's getting glued back together. We'll take a break. Back shortly here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Córdoba for more ECSN Portugal.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back to the lovely Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Portugal. This is the European Cricket Series night in Portugal, and it's been 41 matches since the Golden Ball. And as Vinny and I were discussing just before the end of that previous innings for the Porto Wanderers, I think we're due for one here. I think I should get my Golden Ball before I leave, and I'm heading off tomorrow. So come on, let's have a Golden Ball. And it could be this match coming up. It could be. You never know, because the score that needs to be chased is only 105 of 10 overs by the fighters. The Porto Wanderers are going to do everything they could do to bring that back. Everything they could do. And I'm also joined here, of course, as you know, by Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu. Vinny, what do you think?
Brad. Yeah, look, I mean, put it this way, it's right on an average score. So if you're going to pick an average score to be a Golden Ball, it'd be this score. I did a bit of research on the Golden Ball totals, by the way, just in all the spare time I've got. And I found there's a bit of a Goldilocks zone between 80 and 110. So this is in the Goldilocks zone. And I actually found, I might as well bring it up, but we've actually had two totals that have had 4 Golden Balls on them.
Wow.
So yeah, I did a bit of, I can show you the analytics here. But it looks like we're going to start with Kazim Ahmed. And won't get going just yet, but won't be too far away.
Yeah, Kazim just checking out his run-up. And like I said, the Porto Wanderers got a bit to do here. They need to pick up a win here to keep in touch with the top 2 teams in this Group B. Fighters ahead of them by 5 points on the standings. Awara sitting top of the table. And here we go with the run chase. Oh, nice. Just a watchful delivery there. Very straight batsman, equal to the challenge. And that's Parminder Singh, who opens the batting. And just plays it down.
Powerplay's big here, isn't it? Got Mohamed Bilal there as well, who's a pretty handy player to have. Sent up to open the batting. Could bat anywhere, really. Handy keeper as well, Bilal.
Parminder Singh's been pretty handy in this tournament, especially around the start for the fighters, because he does that. And that has gone a long way back as well. I think that's into the car park.
Yeah.
And that's why we warn people, don't park in the car park.
Do not. In
park
fact,
anywhere else.
You'll be warning kids not to build a tree house either, because that was about 3/4 of the way up, the big one. Yeah, Parminder. I remember we saw the Parminder and Parvinder kind of theatrics from fighters in the day series. And
right.
Yeah, occasionally you just see them go right off. It's Parminder here, which launches that ball over the fence and far away.
I will say one thing about Parminder Singh. His last, maybe 2 of his last 3 innings, he's been 6 and out. So let's see what happens here. Maybe he can break that hoodoo. Well, he gets given a wide, so he's not 6 and out today. He was 6 and out, I'm pretty sure, in 2 of his last 3 innings, maybe even 3. So he loves the big bosh, gets me excited, gets me jumping out of my seat and calling it, and then suddenly I have to call a wicket.
Hey, that's the thing. He's good for a cameo. He has 150 on the network. That was last year against Gorka.
That's gone absolutely huge again, and that is going to carry the fence. It's just landed. You saw the bounce. It bounced on the concrete in the car park and has launched into the trees. We're going to have to send a search party for that. And if the fielder goes in there, we'll have to send a search party for him as well.
Well, if you can manipulate the ball square with your wrists, and these are the shortest boundaries on the field.
Oh,
so that's what he does there. You know, he takes the ball that might be going mid-wicket and he just flicks it a bit squarer with the wrist, and that makes the area that the ball's hit, it's to a shorter boundary and clears it easily.
Oh, yeah, he's made good contact on that second 6, that's for sure. So the score is already up to 13. The run rate required is 10.5 per over. And the Porto Wanderers need to start thinking about removing this top order quick smart, or they're going to be in all sorts of trouble. This run chase could get away from them in 2 or 3 overs. If this is a big power play, Porto Wanderers in a bit of hurt. That's going to stray down leg. And it's a leg side wide. Just tries as a swipe at that. Try and maybe help it's on its way. So, yeah, lots to play for here. It's 91 from 57 for the Fighters to win. But if the Fighters get this game in the bag, just if they score the 3 points, suddenly it's an 8-point gap between Porto Wanderers and Fighters. It's going to make the Porto Wanderers' job so much harder today to try to get into second place in the Group B standings. That's coming straight to us. And it's gone into the hands of Chambers. He's taken a good catch right in front of us in the commentary position here. And that is, that's Parminder Singh gone. 2 6s and out.
Yeah, you called a 6 and out. It was basically a 6 and out. And you can't hit the ball near Chambers because he doesn't drop catches very rarely anyway. And he takes that well, judges it. He doesn't rush in on it. Thinks, okay, this is one, if anything, it's going over my head. So I'm just going to kind of stop my forward momentum, head back a little bit. And that's a real handy one for Porto. As Fighters lose their first, it's 14 for 1.
Yeah, that's a timely wicket in this first over that's already gone for 14, but they've managed to get rid of the batter responsible for those runs. Those two big sixes, big proper sixes, and they're going to be happy to see his back. So it's going to be Sahota comes in now. And, Sahota's had a bit of a mixed bag of a tournament. He had a couple of ducks at the start, and then he came good towards the end. So it's interesting to see what sort of start he gets here today.
He's a good player.
Yeah,
he always sometimes looks like a good player out of luck. But if he hits his traps, then they could cruise to this. But around the wicket.
Just nice leisurely pace and plays it out gently to, very short. Is that Goodness Zakaria there at a very short extra cover?
Yeah, stopping the single. Makes sense, I guess. A4 Android Urdu saying hello from Lahore in Pakistan. I actually had a Pakistani driver on the way to the airport this morning. Yeah, we had a good chat about cricket, obviously.
It's been played nicely down the ground. Fielder charges in, overruns it, but luckily he's got it back up there on the onside. Sorry. So that's the end of the over. It's they don't run. It's 14 for 1 after 1.
They got to run there.
I was going to say, thank you.
They got to run there. 15 for 1. Yeah, don't worry, your eyes aren't deceiving you. It's pretty hard to run one run short on a single. So I think we're pretty, unless you're out.
Yeah.
It's 15 for 1 after.
Yeah, you take a single, if you haven't grounded your bat and you haven't got in your crease, there's something wrong with you. That single shouldn't exist.
Probably the only time you could say there was a short run on a single was, I don't know if you saw in the ECL, Jinnah Brescia versus Old Victorians of Jersey. There was the infamous body check off the last ball when it was 1 to tie, 2 to win.
Yes.
And Hassan couldn't complete the single. Ultimately, they decided the run wouldn't count because he didn't complete it.
Oh, no.
And Jinnah lost by a run. Heartbreaker. Here's Bashir, though. Batted well. Bowls now.
Starts us off with the leg side wide. It's going to get away from everybody. And umpire Bucks confirms, yes, as 5 wides to start the over. That's not an auspicious start by Bashir, who dominated in the innings previous, but he needs to do better with the ball now.
He was good. He scored 63, but he can dial it back to 58 after that. He's in the positive because that's 5 free runs right there.
That is.
Also, they're probably just not really thinking towards the end of the innings. It went for a second run that caused a run out that just wasn't really on. Should have been facing more, and then he got run out off the last ball of the innings.
He did. Gets by, but that's unfortunately another wide. So his radar is completely out of sync here. Probably needs to switch it off and back on again to get things going. But he's going to have to do it right now because 105 and you're already up to is the target and you're 21 for 1. Still haven't bowled a legal delivery in the second over. Pressure right back on the Porto Wanderers. Chambers took a catch in the first over. There's 1 down, but they've got to make more inroads here. That's better. Generous applause from his teammates in the field who are always pumped up to give the bowler a bit of a rev up as well. They're a good fielding side and they're a very vocal side as well.
You know, we've actually got Trip in the chat who's watched from America, and it's a pretty exciting week for cricket in America.
Oh, it is,
tracking what's been happening across the pond.
Again, that's just up in the air. And that's a second wicket. Wow, that's a bit of unexpected bounce. Junaid Bashir Pro can't believe his luck that has squirted off a leading edge and gone into the hands of Distadler, who's taken a pretty good catch.
Well, here's the thing. If you're just going to prod, then eventually a ball's going to have your name on it, and he gets basically test matched out to the gully here. Sahota just kind of pops it up. Well taken by Stadler. Went into his gravitational pull. So that's the second wicket down, 21 for 2.
So
this game's changed very quickly.
It really quickly, yeah. And unfortunately for Sahota, he's just come a cropper again. He hasn't bothered the scorers too much. And he's going to have one of those days where he just doesn't get something happening. Like I said, he had a pretty good couple of innings towards the end of the Fighters games the other night. And unfortunately, he did start with a couple of ducks, and he started pretty badly here. But the Fighters now, they're 2 down, chasing 105. 21 on the board, and the Wanderers are pumped up yet again. And Bashir he's got a bit of work to do here. He's picked up a wicket, but he needs to be nice and tight to the new batsman, and it's going to be Jatinder Singh, who hasn't been afraid of getting runs in this tournament. Not at all. See how he goes. That's going to be a leg side wide to start with. So, unfortunately for Bashir, takes the pressure off the batsman by putting it down leg side. Just want to join Vinny with my shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us today and for the rest of the day. Remember, 4 matches coming your way today. There's this match 37 right now. It's a double header. 38 is going to be, again, these two teams, Fighters and Porto Wanderers. Bashir in again. Just played nicely to the catcher from the previous wicket, Statler. And so we're in the second. And we've got 2 more games coming up later on this evening, and that's going to be the afternoon game and the evening game. We'll see the Coimbra Knights in action against Porto Wanderers. Porto Wanderers in town for 4 matches.
Yeah, Knights digging deep into the squad in this campaign.
They certainly are. Calling him in from near and far.
I would have thought the Coimbra Knights have an unnatural advantage because this is a night series.
Boom, boom.
Now, Phil, I know your kind of humour, and that's why I threw that one in for you.
Nice pun. I don't mind a pun.
Also, I'm happy the Werewolves never had to play these day games because I think they would have melted. Anyway, something's going on here. Bucks wants the ball. Oh, shades of Darryl Hare in the Pakistan-England test. What have they been doing to this ball? I think it's all right. Might just be a bit of a technical delay here.
Yeah, I think that's all it is. I think they're just making sure things are sorted there with the officials. And umpire Bucks quite rightly says, you give me the pill, and I'll give it back to you when we're good to go. So, yeah, this has been, it's been a fantastic tournament, I've got to say. This European Cricket Series at night here has been amazing, and the support from the chat has been unbelievably good too. You know who I'm talking about. All the regulars have been showing up, and all the newbies have been showing up as well. We've had a lot of new faces popping up, and they've been really, really getting involved in the chat with that Blue Spanner crew. And as you know, I'm a Blue Spanner crew myself. You will see me in the chat as Phil G. I've been around the Blue Spanner crew for, I'd say, about 3 years now. I think I was there back in the early days.
I'd say at least. But I want to know, is this your first time in Portugal? I should have asked you this before.
Yeah, it's my first time in Portugal, yeah.
And I've got to say, I find the language a little bit challenging. My Spanish probably a bit more useful than my English here. Depends where you go, though.
Okay.
In certain areas. They are similar, but they are also quite different. But yeah, I've got to say, the food is amazing here. I know a little bit away from a major city here. But I'm looking forward to checking it out because, like I said, I've only really ever been to Lisbon and I've been to Santarém, which is where obviously we had their Western Shield and we have the day series typically. But looking forward to the hospitality already. Barry and Nina have been magnificent.
They've been superb.
Big thank you to them and everyone at the Knights Club. Let's see if their team can sneak their way into the Super Fives later on today.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to resume now. But yeah, just on the back of that Barry and Nina comment, I have to say that as well. They've looked after me like I'm one of their own. So big hug to those two for that. We're going to resume. Bashir's going to resume, and we're back on. Here we go. Run chase continues. Just paddled down on the leg side. Chance here. Oh, would have been trouble with a capital T there.
Great fielding. He's actually gone to his left, picked it up with his non-preferred hand, switched it, and then had a clear chance for a run out.
Yeah. That was really a bit of luck there, but you're right. He swooped on that, did Bashir. Absolute lightning. Maybe even caught the batter off guard, actually, thinking, this should be a nice little cheeky, quick single. But they've got to turn the runs, turn the strike over here. The fighters don't get bogged down. And I know they're 23 on the board, but a bit of lusty hitting and then dot balls, as that's been well left outside the off stump. Batsman doesn't want to know about it, and obviously a bit of tongue-in-cheek there about how you leave balls in a T10, but there you go. Just be a bit cautious there. 23 for 2 overs gone.
It's better than getting your jaw rocked by it, I guess. Bashir 1 for 8. Pretty good comeback after that first ball went right off the rails. Hey, Scotty Mack in the chat. Oh, this is a bit nasty. He's saying, Phil, you are a goat. Well, there's no need for name calling.
No, hang on. He's calling me the goat.
Oh, okay.
Not a goat.
Okay.
Scotty Mack, thank you very much.
But if you do see your beard at times, it is a little bit goat-like.
Yeah. This is. I get a lot of talk about this. I don't know what I'm doing with it, to be perfectly honest. I call it lazy. New bowler's in. Back for his second.
But I honestly, thanks, Scotty. I know what he's saying. You are the goat. This is made for you, this series. It's just totally. You're a relaxed kind of a guy. You love your cricket. You love your ECSN. Know that.
Oh, totally.
And just for you to take ownership of this series has been great.
Kazim.
Viewers have enjoyed it.
Kazim, I have absolutely loved it. Well, it's Smith squirted away. Didn't go where the batsman wanted to. Just dribbles out behind him on the leg side. Not seeing a lot of fluid shots at the moment. The fighters get bogged down. The bowling's good. For
the first time, really, they've dropped slightly behind the rate, and only slightly. But remember, they had that good start from Parminder, whacked a couple, got out, and that's half the runs, because they're only 24.
That's it right there. Yep, agreed. So, Porto Wanderers, they've got the wind up now because they're getting nice and tight in the bowling. See if they can keep that up. Make it tough. That's a lovely dot ball. Batsman swiping across the line, going for something hitting on the leg side. not really giving the ball its due credit. Lovely delivery.
Quick hello to Girish, who's in the chat saying, good afternoon, Vinny and everyone else. Good afternoon, Girish. Hopefully you're well. Or maybe we can get a bit of a concert from Girish at some point. He's a professional DJ.
Is he?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's very good. Got good tracks. Hey, I didn't get to finish what I was saying about the USA this week.
Oh,
because
yes.
Let's
get back to that.
The World Cup starting. So it starts actually, ostensibly tonight, but it's kind of early hours of the morning in Europe.
Yeah.
Probably early morning tomorrow, if you like, in kind of India and Australia, New Zealand, those kind of places.
Yeah.
But do you know what the first game is? It's USA-Canada, which is a rematch of the first ever international match.
I thought I read something that that match was... They were going to change it around and they were going to put on some more established teams. Only yesterday I thought I read something... hang on.
Unless that's very late.
To be fair, it was on Twitter, so it could have been a bit of goss.
Might have been fake news.
It could have been fake news.
Because it's actually... you know what? 1:30 tonight? I'll probably be...
You're probably up to look
first... Sorry to interrupt, but that's going to be whacked away for 6. Maximal for Bilal. Gets his mojo at the right time. Fighters fight back with 6 runs. I was going to say, I'm trying to work out when I'll sleep, but it would be good to maybe find somewhere to watch that. Where would we watch that in rural Portugal at 1:30 in the morning on a Saturday night, though?
That's tough. That is tough.
Ooh.
We'll have to tap the locals for that one. Or maybe a lovely hotel staff can sort that out for us. There is a TV in the reception. That's another good shot. Swivels around and puts it over the boundary into the car park. And like I said, if you park your car there, you do at your own risk. That's a big Maximo. So the fighters unleashing the beast here. Bilal has gone two big Maximos up to 12. And suddenly the run chase is back on again in earnest.
They're back on. How quickly things can change in the 79%. Now, look, I just had an unconfirmed Zinkus sighting re-entering the ground and going into the change rooms.
Oh, good. Okay, that's positive.
Yeah.
Because the Porto Wanderers are...
Hopefully it's not because he just forgot his wallet. He's going back to the hospital. Pretty consistent innings, wasn't it? I mean, to take out that 3 over, which is a bit of an outlier, but everything between 10 and 16. Everything between 10 and 13. Except for those, the high and the low. So kind of consistent building blocks there.
That's quite uniform, that, isn't it? I think they would look at that. The Porto Wanderers would look at that and say, well, in those last 3 overs, we should have built up those tower blocks a little bit higher. But, the bowling was good as well, so give credit to the fighters' bowlers. And now the fighters' batsmen are definitely doing the job here. And, well, Porto Wanderers, they are feeling that, Zinkus' I'm calling his omission, his absence from the bowling attack here at the top. Because he's a cracking opening bowler. That's a good delivery. That's a good start there.
Marcus Stadler coming on. He's been a pretty influential player so far. Big unit, took a catch, and now being asked to bowl the 4th over. Yeah, so we've had a Zinkus sighting. That's good news, I think. Just because they've got 4 games today, they could really use him. If he gets that patched up, it was kind of superficial cut. Did open up a bit. It was heading for stitches. It has come back very quickly. I don't know.
Yeah, it must be something local then. Well, that's gone straight up in the air, and it's gone back to the man at... its catch is taken. Lovely stuff there at fine leg. Sorry, third man. And lovely catch taken. Outfield catch, finally.
Well, it's a game of reverses now, and I would call this kind of reverse fine leg, if you like. It was down there, and I think it could be Tejpreet that takes the catch all the way down there. And it hung a long time. So we did see a couple of catches go down, let's be fair, in the first innings, and quite often in close matches that can be the difference. Fighters lose a 3rd wicket now, 37 for 3.
Yeah, just on the back of that. No, I don't want to get on the Parminder Singh bandwagon here, but he dropped a couple, and he dropped one off Matt Superior's over, and the bowler was absolutely livid because it was the second catch he dropped in exactly the same position in cover, and it was in the air for a long time too. But anyway, they go to ground, and as you say, they can be so costly in the final analysis of the game. But in terms of this game, 3 down, 37 on the board, and we're in the 4th. Man Superior, the man I was just talking about, he marches out, and he's been solid with the bat for the fighters as well. He's been really, really good. Rock solid. Comes in at this time, top of the middle order, I would say, right now, and he's been anchoring their innings as wickets been falling around it, but he's always been there at the end. I just remember him always being there at the end in the run chase as well. He's been pretty good indeed.
Hovering at the rate at the moment. Matt Superior's a good player. Let's see if he can get firing.
Ooh, now that was interesting. Played back on that one, and the ball got up probably a little bit higher than he was expecting. But if the Wanderers can somehow crowbar him out of this away from this pitch and get him out quickly, then they're going to feel they're in with an absolute red-hot chance of snatching this one. But right now, as you say, the run rate's on. The percentages, it's tipped towards the fighters.
Yeah, but it's
about
what it started at, to be honest. Started the game.
Yeah. Wow, he's almost chopped on there. It has just missed the leg stump by probably about 12 inches, but still finding that edge is Statler, and that's a risky odd shot there. So a lot to do here. A lot to do for the fighters, and a lot to do for the Porto Wanderers as well, above everything else. They've got to fight hard because they need this win. It's in the fourth, still a couple of balls to go in Stadler's over. That's been hit down the ground. There could be a chance here. Chambers takes the second catch in front of his face. Lovely placement there. He just trots in, and Statler gets a breakthrough.
Yeah, does Statler. How good's he been? He's actually on a double wicket maiden at the moment with the ball to go. Again, you picked out the wrong guy. Chambers has got buckets, and he picked that one up straight away. Kind of takes it on the walk, doesn't he? Still moving, but very good technique. Fingers pointing skywards. And now, with that wicket, the Porto Wanderers just gain ascendancy for the first time in a long time in this game. 37 for 4. Matsupuria goes without scoring.
That's right, the man I was just talking about, the dangerous man who's been there in the run chases for the fighters, and he's on his way. Well, it really does turn the percentages around, as you say, Vinny. We've still got one more ball to come, and it's getting a little bit exciting out here now. I think the Wanderers, they're up on their toes, but now the fighters, the Wanderers, they should be, because they're in with a red-hot chance. They get another wicket here, and suddenly the fighters are going to be exposed. Their middle order is going to be exposed, and that could be a soft underbelly. We'll see. Statler's still got one to come. How's that? Double wicket maiden.
Yeah, well, at the moment. Could be a triple wicket maiden. Or it might not be a maiden at all. It might be a fake maiden. Anyway, let's see how we go. Grusevak Singh, the new batter.
Just cautiously bats it down. But
what an over.
It's terrific over. Generous round of applause from not just his teammates, but also us here in the commentary, because that was a brilliant over. Double wicket made to Statler. And suddenly the brakes are on. Just when I thought we thought in the last over, the fighters were starting to get carried away here, and the run chase was back on in earnest. Statler comes on, picks up 2 for 0. 37 for 4. 4 overs gone. Still 6 to go. 68 from 36 needed for the fighters to win this game. Still in the balance.
And the other thing is Zinkas, he's got his chin patched up. And look, because it's an external injury, he could potentially bowl straight away if he goes on the field.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the difference. I often think of an external injury, it's one that you can't fake. Right?
Right.
So everyone knows, people get confused with external injuries and internal injuries. So I often say an external injury is one you can't fake. So you've been hit on the end of the finger, or you've been hit. Obviously, he was hitting the jaw, which means that he split his
chin, wasn't it?
His chin open.
Yep.
Yeah. But I mean, whether he can bowl or wants to bowl is another thing. That's almost taken. What an effort, but it's a good strike from Bilal, who's hanging in there as fighters past 40.
Yeah, Bilal really put the kitchen sink behind that one, and it shot like a rocket through the hands of the fielder down there, and it's gone a long way back. Yep, he's gone into the trees, the bushes, almost to the main road to find that one, and he has to throw that back in. It's going to be relayed back. That's gone a long way, but that was a red hot chance.
So it looked like about 3 or 4 stitches that's happened. But he just gave the thumbs up for the local medical system here, saying, "Yeah, in, out, sorted." Ready for action. He's come back so quickly. That's the rapid return of a guy that wants to get back on the field.
That's fantastic stuff. He's back.
Oi!
Wow!
Cricket.
Welcome to Miranda Dakovo. That's what this pitch can do.
Oh, that's a Tortuga in the middle of the
Goodness
pitch.
Me.
Oh, we got to have this again. Can we have this one more time? Because I want to see it from the moment it leaves the bowler's arm.
I want to see this.
I'd love one more replay here, because that's freakish. It's like it hit a trampoline in the middle of the pitch.
If we see this side on, I reckon the ball will go out of shot. I reckon it will go so far out of shot.
Anyway.
Bowler in again.
It's lost to the universe now.
Well, that's gone up in the air. And it's been spilled at third man, and it's gone over the boundary line, and the fielder is filthy on himself.
How quickly things can change, and Mark Testado, well, to be honest, he's earned the right to probably make a boo-boo, but this would have been so handy. They've caught so well so far.
They have.
So after we see a ball disappear into the blue sky, I mean, it almost went for 6, in a way.
Yeah.
We see a ball nicked. Another drop catch in that region. 50 comes up for fighters now.
That's come off the body. Scored away to Statler down there in third man.
This is where you need the big crowd. If you had 20,000, 30,000 people here, and Stadler would be getting a big Bronx cheer.
You would.
Don't you miss those days? We had a bit of that.
Yeah.
We had a bit of that in London, by the way.
Did you?
Yeah.
Nice.
We had a couple of Tortugas, surprisingly, on such a nice field. And then when the next time he'd feel the ball, whee.
Yeah, nice little cheer. Lovely stuff. Missed that. Swing and a miss. So, interesting over this one. Few chances going begging, and the Porto Wanderers probably thinking, well, you know what? That wicket could have changed the complexion of this game yet again. It's now swung back towards the fighters, 65 to 35%, and just changed a little bit just with that delivery as well. So, a couple of dot balls in a row, though. Bit of fight here. I think this game's going to go to the wire, and you know what? There's still a chance of a golden ball, obviously. Still got a long way to go. A lot of cricket here. We're not quite halfway through the innings just yet. One more to come, and this is the fifth. So let's see how this over can finish for Singh. Oh, there's a big shout. And umpire agrees. You are out, caught behind. Batsman can't believe it. He's standing there thinking, can I phone a friend? Can I get 50-50? Nope, you're out, mate. Off you go.
I mean, it seemed a genuine appeal, didn't it? There's obviously some kind of noise. He's away from his body. To be honest, looks suspiciously like there's an edge there. Bowler went up, keeper went up.
Yep.
Batter doesn't like it, but I'm not surprised. That'll be the end of the fifth over. Ultimately, a successful one for Tejpreet Singh, as he'll take 1 for 13. And the score, 51 for 5 after 5.
And this game is beautifully poised as we go into the second half of the innings. 5 wickets down. Almost halfway there, almost living on a prayer, and it looks like it's going to be Statler's going to come back to see what he can add to his amazing double wicket maiden that he took in his the previous over of his, and see if he can do more for that here in the sixth. Tell you what, if he can pick up a wicket or two here, Porto Wanderers, they're going to be in the driver's seat proper. Dot ball to get past. Still keeps his clean sheet. Still hasn't been scored off.
Yeah. Well, as far as bowling goes, he's been brilliant. And still caught well earlier in the innings. Just missed that one in the previous over. Hey, a lot of questions about this pitch. Or why is batting so hard here? This pitch has variable bounce. We even saw a ball just go to the moon. We've seen some keep down. So this pitch, and I'd say like Estonia, they're at completely different ends of the spectrum.
Yep. Agreed.
We saw Estonia pretty recently. I think you were already going, weren't you, when we were in Estonia?
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago. And that was flat. The batters could just kind of hit with abandon. They could get away with fetching balls outside the off stump, maybe not really getting their feet in the right position and just kind of trusting the eyes in their hands. But this is a tricky pitch. I'm actually quite surprised that the average run rate, I should say, is over 10. I would have thought it might be in the 9s, just because it is tricky. But also it causes problems for the bowlers sometimes.
Wow. That sounded terrific. That is massive.
When you get it, it can go a long, long way, and Bilal gets every piece of that.
Tell you what, Bilal, he's hit a couple of cracking sixes when he's had the opportunity.
And he's been joined by Mandeep Singh, by the way. Also a very good batter. We've seen him bat everywhere from 1 to 11 when he's been playing for fighters. But
it's true. He's been opening the batting in the last couple of matches for the fighters.
Doing a great job. Has now gone for a run, and he's gone for 6 huge ones. Game's still on the balance. They're right on the rate, but there's 5 wickets. That's a concern.
Oh, good ball from Statler. Saw him coming.
It's proper big unit fast bowling here, and all he has to do, little shimmy of the shoulders, and really, Bilal, he knew he was in a contest right there. 50-50 game right now. Hey, you're due a golden ball. It's my first game at this stadium. The Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo. I want it now.
Are you saying you've brought the magic? You've brought the magic. We're going to get a gold ball today.
Well, magically, Zinkas' chin got stitched up in 20 minutes.
That was a bit of magic, wasn't it? Cracking delivery.
That's one the magic spray wouldn't have done it.
Magic
you
spray,
would have needed
no good
some
here.
filler. What do they call it? The gap filler?
Polyfiller.
Selly's gap filler? Polyfiller?
Yeah, polyfiller. Selly's polyfiller, yeah.
Selly's polyfiller?
Yeah. Put it on with a trowel.
Not a paid endorsement.
Absolutely not. Not here on the European Cricket Network.
Stadler's just got this let through. I know he's been pogoed once, but that's only once in 11 balls. Last ball of his spell coming up. Big ball.
Oh, through the keeper. He backs up, though, and they're going to run a bye.
Yeah, and it's a bit annoying in the sense because Bilal's a set batter, gets back on strike.
Yep.
But De Stadler, what a great spell from him. There's only one scoring shot in his entire 2 overs. He takes 2 for 6, and with 4 overs remaining, Fighters, they've got a fight on their hands. It's 58 for 5.
They do. There's a fair bit of work to do here, and I thought that was really good of Mandeep Singh, who quickly spied that the wicketkeeper had spilled it. And let's have a look at that. There's a couple of Derricks in there. And obviously Mohammad Bilal, who opened the batting, is it's going to be a lot on his shoulders. And Mandeep Singh, who we were just discussing, is no slouch of the bat.
No, he's not. But
and next batsman is Verinder Virk, who's also pretty handy with the bat.
The thing is, when a pitch is variable bats, you start kind of not trusting what you see. So it's kind of lack of confidence, I think, that comes into it. But you kind of need to put it out of your mind. You can play, I suppose, if you can, a bit more straight back gives you a bit more insurance. But again, it's not easy to drive down the ground. It's going to be Tejpreet to bowl a second over. That's the length, though, that's bothering everyone.
Yes,
isn't
that's
it?
exactly
And
it.
okay, how would I deal with this? I would probably not many balls are hitting the stumps, right? I'd get right outside the off stump and look to get inside the line of the ball.
Yep.
And I'd be actually looking for that pull and hook and getting in position early. Because it's hard to play it if your body's out like that.
Yep.
Okay, and it's hard to catch up with as a fielder there anyway. I know you give up your stumps a little bit. That's probably what I would do as a strategy. Fine legs back. But I just think that getting your eyes behind the line of the ball and inside the line of the ball could be the key here. Like I said, easier said than done.
It's very much easier said than done. That's gone up in the air, and that is into the commentary bench.
Now, Phil, I'm going to test you. What's rule 1 in the commentary box? There's one rule that is above all other rules, and you must know it. What is it?
Protect the gear.
Protect the equipment. You're exactly right. Do you see I went into my protecting the gear stats?
Yep.
Palms out like a baseball catcher trying to smother any potential bounce.
You did it
What
well.
a shot, though.
That was a cracking
That
shot.
was one blast down the ground. Oh, it's got to be a white.
Well done by the keeper to get a mitt on that. Stop it going for anything more.
I mean,
wow.
You'd be wanting to have your affairs in order before going out to bat on this pitch. I've only seen it on TV, but it's even better here. But you don't want to get carried away. This is just slightly too short, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit
from
too short. Look
Tejpreet.
at this.
Only slightly, but it's a proper pogo bounce.
Well, he tries to get cute with a bit of a ramp. It just bobbles on the leg side.
So you don't have to shape to ramp, but it's a position where you could ramp from as well.
You could ramp, yeah.
But,
Tell you what they've got to watch out for here is you will get the occasional shooter. So
Yeah.
if you get a straight ball...
Look, that's true.
We've seen a few, and they have absolutely made the batsman look like a complete
Definitely,
dolly.
but I think you've got to play the odds. More jumping
Totally.
than shooting. So, especially in a game like this, it's so short.
Yep.
Risks are part and parcel of the game.
That's another swing and a miss. Seen a few too many of these dot balls. Could be really hurting the Fighters when we get towards the pointy end of this innings.
So just looking at, this is Portugal time, which is an hour behind Central Europe.
Yep.
But I'll say it in Portugal time because that's where we are. The games in the World Cup are actually 1:30 in the morning and 3:30 in the afternoon. So they're nice and spaced out for us. This will take us to the end of the 7th over. And Fighters are 66 for 5. They need 39 of the last 3, so 13 and over required. Looks like they should at least get to that 73, which will make this a 3-1 contest, regardless.
Yeah, 73 definitely. Definitely 73.
So,
you'd expect that. Yes. Let's have a look.
But I was talking about, I did the Netherlands Ireland Scotland T20 Eyes just over a week ago.
Yeah.
And Andrew Leonard, who was on with me and does a lot of international cricket, a lot of associate cricket. 9 teams out of the 20 are associates, meaning they're not test nations. So that's the greatest proportion ever in a World Cup. Look at some of these games. So US versus Canada is first game. Second game is tomorrow, West Indies versus Papua New Guinea.
Yeah.
How cool.
That is so cool.
And then Namibia, Oman. Anyway, here we go. And
John Zinkas.
it is Zinkas.
Good man. Just hits him on the pad outside the line. Zinkas does his own fielding. Shy.
Wild.
Oof.
What a good block that is at the stumps by Gunasekara.
He's done well.
Zinkas, the prodigal son, has returned. He's been
risen.
beaten up and shot up and knocked out of state, but now he's back and potentially can still bowl 2 overs here.
And his skipper has brought him on just at the right time too, just to get that extra bit of pressure. He's steaming in now. Batsman didn't know too much about that one.
This is a...
Ooh. Tell you what, these 2 overs from Zinkas, this for me, this is probably going to be the game right here.
I'm going to get back to Porto Airport. They'll be building a statue of Zinkas in the town square because He's retired hurt for 0. He's come back and potentially could win the game for his team.
Let's hit down the ground. Chance for the field. He's got to get behind it.
Oh, good stop.
And he does.
These all matter. I mean, so you need 14 and over now. You basically need two boundaries and over.
2 boundaries,
If you don't get your 2 boundaries and over, it's going to be very, very tough to keep on top of this rate. And that's exactly the kind of ball that could Tortuga away over the rope.
Oh, definitely. Leave themselves too many in the 10th. There's all trouble for the fighters. It's good bowling by Zinkas. He's got some good pace. And I tell you one thing, if they do make that statue for him in Porto, they better include the include that scar at the chin.
For sure. And then all the tourists, they'll be touching the scar for good luck.
Oh, it'd be
500 years.
It'll be all tarnished.
It'll be like kissing the Blarney Stone. Oh, I won't go further into that.
No, go easy there. Zinkas in.
Oh, shooter.
Oh, this is good. Yeah, there's your shooter.
But it's all about putting the ball in the right area in the first place.
Yes.
That's what it's about. I mean, I think early in the game, Mansur Pereira did it well. I think we've seen Mark Stadler doing it well here. Not just those two, but I think those two spring to mind. Obviously, Zinkas getting it right here. Just 1 run off this over. Last ball, the 8th coming up. Fighters need a boundary.
There it is. It's gone big. It's gone high, and that's into the bushes. Don't worry about that. That's gone. Big hit at the right time when they really needed to break the shackles in this over. So they've picked up the boundary in the over. It's now 74 for 5. 8 overs gone. 2 overs to go. 31 needed. Ooh.
Timing is everything, Phil. Timing is everything. 31 of 12. Zinkas still, it's an over you'll take. They need about kind of whatever. At the start of the over was 13. They only get 7 off it. So even despite going for the maximo, that'll frustrate him, but still, you've got him to come back to bowl the 10th. So you can see how they started ahead. They've just been pegged back. Remember, they lost 5 wickets in the first half of this innings as well.
Yeah.
Now they need to play some catch-up.
That's right.
And don't forget in the first innings as well, Porto Wanderers, I thought that Bashir should have taken ownership of those last couple of balls, caused a run out, ran himself out. Maybe I think they left about... Maybe it's only 4 or 5 runs on the table, but this could be a real tight one.
It could be.
Biggest over of the game so far. If you bowl a good one here, say you go 11 or less, then you're needing something magical. And I don't actually think we've had a magical over in the innings so far. I don't.
No, we haven't.
In the match so
not
far.
In this
even.
match.
Not in this match. So to do it in the last would be some effort. Anyway, it's going to be Umar Gill to bowl in the 9th. His only over of this game.
It's hit towards square. That's going to carry... for a Maximo. Well, what a start. This is probably the most important over. Guarantee the most important over of this innings. Porto Wanderers, they need Umar Gill to really get on song here.
Yeah, and you know what? There's a lot of bottom hand in that, but it goes to the shortest boundary on the ground, and it carries it. So Mandeep trying to be a hero. Remember Mandeep batting in the 2022 Portugal final and falling 6 runs short of Marlowe in a bright finish. This is going to be a wide down the leg side.
Umar Gill just straying down the leg, and there's a lot of oohs and ahs around the ground, and coming from us as well, because this over needs to be really tight, and the fighters are just hoping. Well, the fighters are looking to Mandeep, who's actually been skippering the team for most of this tournament, to lead him. Goes for the charge. Dot ball.
But the thing is, they could have gone back to Junaid Bashir, who's got 1 for 8. He bowled early, but he did have some control issues. That's true. So it's a bit of a gamble to go to a 6th bowler at this stage. I assume Zinkas is going to come back for the 10th.
Yep, I would assume so too. That's been hit uppishly. It's going to land. It's going to bounce. Is it going to be cut off? Oh, the two fielders almost smash into each other, and it has gone between them for 4 runs. Oh, a little bit of confusion there.
Yeah, perfectly threads the needle. This is a tough one, because even if you call, you don't, because you're coming opposite directions, you actually don't know how close you are compared to the other fielder. So they're both probably not sure if they get there or not. This is actually how collisions happen.
That's exactly
because it's kind of equidistant between them. Luckily, no one gets hurt, but it does go to the boundary. Grandstand finish potentially. 20 off 9 now. Huge game here in Group B.
Plays it nicely with soft hands. It does go directly to the fielder. The throw's wild, and the run is home. Bilal is going to get on strike now for the last 2 balls in this over.
Bilal's had a fun innings as well, hasn't he? He's kind of been on sometimes. He swung and missed it a few as well. He's got 5 6s and 2 4s in his innings.
But that innings he did consume a number of dot balls.
That's right.
Gill in. He's got a hold of that, and that is just through the fingertips for a Maximo, but so close. The fielder made every effort to get to that, and I reckon it's just clipped the fingers or maybe missed it by
centimetres. Doesn't quite get there. It's actually a pretty good effort. He runs and he kind of launches at it. almost like Australian football style. Take a
Aussie
hanging
rules.
mark. Bilal with his 6 maximum over the innings moves to 44. Well, if Bashir was the glue that held Porto's innings together, Bilal's the glue that's holding fighters in the contest right now. It's been 18 off this over. It's almost magical. Last ball of it. Can Gill at least sneak a dot in or maybe a single? Oh, that's a good stop by the keeper. Saves 3 runs. It'll be a wide, so it's 2 for free.
Oof.
Too short.
Going to re-bowl that one, give him another chance.
It's not that short, but it's short enough that it's going to climb. That's actually a brilliant take by Sabapathi behind the stumps. I could have easily gone for a minimo.
Very easily, yeah. He's done really well behind the stumps.
Bit tall for a
bit of work to do. Oh, he's gone wide again. Oh, Gill. Oh, Porto Wanderers pulling the hair out.
Look, you're just trying to get out of this over. In fact, has that been called a no ball, perhaps, for height? I don't think it was that height. It has been called a no ball. So it's going to be a free hit. I mean, probably all free hits anyway. Probably the difference is that, if you sky one and you get caught, it's not out. It's probably a run or two. That's probably the main difference here. So free hit, last ball of the 9th over. We hope.
Hit along the ground. It's gone square. Straight to the fielder there, protecting the boundary. So there's the one. That's the free hit for one.
All right. Well, this is all set up for Zinkas. They need 9 off the last over. And obviously only 7 came off his first over. But it's one of these ones you don't really know what this pitch is doing. Zinkas, you can bank on him to be pretty accurate. So they're still kind of trying to lure with the 5-4 field. So you've got 4 on the leg side, and they're all boundary riders. So they're basically saying, look, take on the leg side. There's big gaps there, but you're going to have to go and fetch it. So, and they could have gone back to Bashir, but I think Zinkas, he's made for this situation. And this, ultimately, we could look back at the end of the day and say this is the over that decides who goes through and who doesn't.
Ultimately, you're absolutely right. This is it, and we start it right now. Zinka steaming in from the northern end. Oh, played uppishly nicely. There is coverage down there, though, to the fielder gets around.
Good stop. I mean, each of these are heart-in-your-mouth moments now. You're just praying that it's not Tortuga o'clock as that's skating across the turf. They have caught pretty well. I know probably one exception there. We saw one go down. But apart from that, they have caught better than the other team. 8 off 5. Bilal on 44. I'd love to send one over the ropes.
Oh, it's full. This goes down the ground. Boundary rider comes off.
Good fielding. Good ground fielding. So it has been a bit of a difference between these two teams. Again, didn't want to over-attack that because you didn't want to kind of mess it up and have it sneak through for 4. It didn't look like they were going to get 2. So 7 off 4. Oh, what a thriller. What a thriller to start the day.
Tingle anybody?
Sorry, Knight.
That's hit uppishly. That's just going to bounce a couple of times to the fielder at deep mid-wicket, and it's another single.
But let me tell you something. That makes it 6 off 3, and I've been in this position before. When it starts to play tricks with your head, you start then thinking, if there's anything that you remotely could hit for 6, you try and hit it.
You take it, don't you?
Because you're thinking, hey, could this be my hero shot? Maximo to win it for fighters. 3 balls left.
Oh, it's a ground ball. It's heading out to the boundary line. The riders are there. Straight to him. Cleanly fielded. Just a single again.
Really good ground fielding this over. And not just this over, even going through to the last over. They haven't let any through. Zinkas, it's a tough one. 100's come up now. 5 off 2 required. Mandeep, 15 off 12. Zinkas, he's kind of walking the tightrope without a safety net now. 4 will tie it. A 6 will win it. Keep it in the ballpark. We're going to the last ball. 2 to come.
And he's missed. And they run a bye. Shy at the stumps. Miss. But they're going to take the bye.
Oh, he might be out.
There's a run out of the... he's going to be asking the question.
Okay, we're going to have a look at this. We have to get it really slow, but I think he's out. He's already walking off.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at it. How slow-mo can we get this? He runs a bad line. He kind of pulls up. Zinkas spots him. He's just almost out of screen. But, we lose it just in time. But I'm sure that's out. And in fact, he's already walking off.
He knows. The body language from Singh was the bat swung around. You could see him. He was angry with himself. He didn't put the bat down. He didn't go for a dive.
Yeah.
And he's gone.
So
that run won't count either.
I was going to say that run, if they got there, would kind of take the golden ball out of the equation a little bit because it would have been 3 for a tie. But right now, hey, I've come all this way. I have barely slept. And I might get a golden ball. Are we moments away from golden ball 62? But what they do is they get the set batter back on strike there. So it means that Bilal is facing up. He's on 46. He can bring up his 50 and a win. with a 6 or with a 4, it's a golden ball. That's where we're at.
That's where we're
They're
at.
4 behind. So 4 for a golden ball, 6 to win. Zinkas just needs to keep in the ballpark. Here's the last ball of match 37.
It's up in the air, and it's going to carry. Oh, my goodness, it's a 6 off the last. Can you believe it? What an ending. So he gets his 50, does Bilal. He gets his team over the boundary, over the line on the last ball. The Porto Wanderers are crestfallen on the last delivery.
What a way to finish the game. Bilal's their hero. But let's be completely honest. It's a filthy leading edge that with the bat swing, it carries all the way over the right. What a thriller and what a dagger in the heart of the Wanderers who get so close but so far. It goes all the way to the last ball. 20 overs in this game and it's fighters 106-104 chasing it down in the end.
Now, I want to go back to something without pouring any salt in the wounds that the Porto Wanderers were feeling is we kept saying at the end of that innings, and even this one, we said maybe there's a few runs they left on the table.
You're right.
It's come back to bite them in the backside now. I felt they're just a few runs shy.
Yeah, and
that's
right.
what's happened.
Bashir in the first innings kind of gave the strike weight. This is the end. And in the end, well, it wasn't Rahul that hit that. It was Bilal that hit it. He ends up on 52, not out of 27 balls. And there's not a lot happening else apart from that. Mandeep with 15, he got run out late in the piece. But it was a real thriller to get my Portuguese experience started in this night series, even though it's under the bright afternoon sunshine. Bowling-wise, I mean, you can't criticise them too much. I mean, the decision, I think, to go to Gill in the ninth backfires a bit, doesn't it, when you had Bashir sitting on the table, 2 for 6, Dudley, including a maiden, wickets for Kazim, as well as Junaid Bashir and Tejpreet. Zinkas in the end couldn't quite keep the last ball from going over the ropes. It's one of those things, just felt the universe was against him in the end.
Absolutely. And you're right, it was a rotten, filthy edge that got it for the fighters there with that last shot. Lent into just put the kitchen sink, the laundry sink, the 2 in bathroom sinks, the his and her sink behind it, and you got a proper edge. And it went sailing over for 6. As soon as it came off the bat, the dugout were up. They could see it. They're sitting side on. They could see it better than we could, and that has carried the boundary line. So, well done to Bilal too. Fantastic innings. As good as Bashir's was for the Porto Wanderers, Bilal has done an absolute blinder here and gotten his team over the line. So, that's going to make a lot of difference to the scoreboard now when we have a look at the table. At some point in the very near future, we're going to see the fighters picking up the win. And the Porto Wanderers as well. They're still languishing there in third place, still with a lot of work to do today. A lot more work. They've still got 3 matches to go.
I don't know if we've got the fantasy for the next game because that'll be coming up in around about 20 minutes. But I can tell you that Zinkas was meant to be out, but he's been brought back in. He wasn't in the listed team, but because he's come back so quickly, he's been included in that game. So it starts in around about, let's say, 19 minutes' time. We'll take a break then. What a thriller. But now, Wanderers really need the win, don't they? Just as top fighters getting further ahead. Vinny's out of here, Mr. Maximo with Phil G. We'll take a break. Back soon with more ECSN Portugal.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
It's a warm good afternoon to everybody watching from around the world out there on YouTube land. Thank you for joining us here on the European Cricket Network. You are watching the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal at the lovely Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. And you're listening to me, Phil G, one of the Blue Spanner crew. Finally got his dream to get off the interchange bench and look after the comms here at this wonderful tournament, this great night series we've got going on here at this awesome stadium. That's a lovely picture shot there. You can see the two light towers there. There's a couple more as the field is looking like an absolute picture. So why don't we have a little chat about the game coming up? It's match 38 going to be starting soon, and let's get over and have a look at the all-important coin toss.
Your call. Heads is the call. Taylor is. We will bat first. Fighters won't toss and they will have a bat first.
There you see it there from the captains. The Fighters have won the toss. They're going to have a bat first. Going to get out there and maybe continue that good form we saw in that previous match. Wonderful match that was. Went right down to the wire, to the last delivery. And let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard. The players we got in, that looks like a pretty similar lineup on both sides of the card to what we've just seen in the previous. Maybe, there's a couple of changes. I think Thomas Rogerson comes in, and it looks like Arafua Bouyan. He's also going to come in as well. Other than that, I think it's pretty much the same. You've got Anthony Chambers there. John Zinkers, who had to get taken off for some medical treatment after getting a shot to the chin from a short delivery. But he's okay now. He bowled in the last, and absolutely crestfallen he was after that last ball in that final over, where they needed a 4 to win, and it went for a 6. And that was an amazing finish to that previous match. But they're the two sides there. And Kamal Kumar, on the Fighters, he's a newbie as well. So 59%, the supercomputer says 59% Fighters are going to take this away from the Porto Wanderers. Porto Wanderers will be absolutely gunning for this win. If they don't win this next match against the Fighters, I think it's pretty much going to be their campaign done and dusted. So much cricket coming up here on the European Cricket Network. We've obviously here in Portugal. Cyprus started today with Rico and Nish doing a fantastic job there in Cyprus. And then we go to Czechia. That's the next series after these two. My hometown, we're going to have the Central European Cup, the Women's Central European Cup T20I action on the weekend of the 14th, 15th and 16th of June. 17th we start ECS, the end of the month ECI. Romania and Hungary in July, and in August we go to Bulgaria, and of course we're going to do Croatia as well. So much cricket, ECS, ECI, women in action as well, and T20I coming your way. It's a lot of cricket this summer, and it's all here on the European Cricket Network. We've got cricket for you. If that's what you want, don't change that channel. But you can obviously go to different streams. There's plenty of cricket around. As I can see, the umpires making their way out to the centre. The batsmen are making their way to the centre. And Mr. Chambers leading his Porto Wanderers out. They have a big task on their hands now. They really need to get this win. I'm sure they're all pumped up. Need to bowl really well and get the Fighters, contain them to a score that's going to be very easily chased. Again, they've got a lot of work to do. It's going to be exciting. I hope you enjoyed the end of that previous game. Myself and Vinny Sandhu were absolutely out of our seats in that last over. It was unbelievable stuff. So, anyway, thank you to everyone in the chat who's joining us. There was a lot of people dropping comments in the chat. Apologies we couldn't get to everybody there, but it was getting so exciting out there in the centre. We were properly focused. So you're listening to me, Phil G, who's been the one giving you his dulcet tones throughout this tournament. And sadly, my reign here in the commentary box is going to come to an end tomorrow night. I've got today... 3 more games today. We've got 2 games tomorrow, and I'll hand over the reins to Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu, who will be joining me shortly. And he's going to take you through the Super 5. We'll get a couple of games of Super 5 tomorrow. We'll talk about the Super 5 in a minute. But it's let's just concentrate on this game right now. John Zinkers has the pill, and we're about to start Game 38. A must-win for Porto Wanderers. An absolute must-win here. So, batsmen are out there. They're just waiting for... I think someone was passing behind the sight of the batsman, just going behind the commentary area here. People need to learn that. Zinkers in. Here we go. It's full, and it's a wide to start with. A loosener. Everyone's allowed a loosener. So, yeah, my apologies to the chat. Both Vinny and I wanted to get on there and give you guys a big rev up and chat with you all. And, the game just got ridiculously exciting in that last over. And Porto Wanderers, the must-win game. This one, match 38, must win. Zinkers in. That's full again, and it's been sent hands on his head because it didn't go anywhere near where the batsman was played it, and it could have easily just got a leading edge and popped up in the air. So they want to get into the wickets quickly here, the Wanderers, and the Fighters want to have a good start, set a good target, and have a go at the Porto Wanderers when they go to chase later on. It's bowling pretty full. It's up in the air. There's a chance here. Oh, just out of the outstretched hands of Chambers, and it dribbles towards the boundary line. 4 runs, lofted over the covers. Tantalisingly close, really close, but a lot of ground had to be covered, and a lot of stretching to be covered as well. So starts with a bit of a risky shot there, but that's the first boundary in this first over. Early days. Mansapuri, he's opening. That's been clipped off the toes, lovely over the infield. That's a cracking good shot, and that has gone for 4 now on the leg side, just behind the square leg umpire there. Great shot off the toes. So Zinkus just straying slightly and maybe not getting that right length either. Just lovely off the toes. And Mansapuri, he didn't bother us too much in the previous match. He went cheap for a derrick, and he's a good batsman. We know he is. I talked him up a little bit. Then he went out for a duck. I guess these things happen. But now he's been elevated to opener. So his skipper has said, look, you and Parminder Singh, get out there and let's get this target up and running. Oh, just played with soft hands. Guides it to third man. And he takes a nice easy single there. He's going to bring Parminder Singh to face his first delivery in this first over of match 38. Must win for Porto Wanderers. A lot of work to be done here. Just looking at who they've got out. They've got... for Parminder Singh, they've got I wouldn't call him a deep mid-wicket. He's more of a long on, but he's a little bit wide. Geez, tell you what, when he swings that bat, it sounds absolutely fantastic when he middles it. He's got a lot of strength. He's a tall lad, and he gives it a proper bosh, and that goes through the covers, 4 runs. He's off the mark with a boundary. Wonderful stuff. That's a good start here by the Fighters. 14 on the board. 1 more to come. Just been hit down the ground. They'll just run a nice easy single there. And that is a very good start by the Fighters. It was a couple of streaky shots, but overall, that chance for Chambers, though, that was a very remote chance, and they're going to finish the first over with 15 on the board. And Zinka still reeling a bit from that final over in match 37. He was a little bit gutted. He was a lot gutted by that, actually. And he heads back to his position, fielding in the outfield at a long on position. And I'm joined here in the commentary booth by Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximum himself. Vinny, what do you think? That previous game, you've recovered?
Bit of a heartbreaker, wasn't it? Tell you what helped me recover.
What's that?
What an afternoon tea that was.
That was special.
By our friends at the ground. Anna unveiling a real smorgasbord. Anyway, here we go with the second over, and it's Junaid Bashir who comes in. First ball worked away for a single. I mean, I suppose you normally get the kind of dinner tea. Is that a thing? Like a supper?
Yeah.
Or dinner?
Yeah. A dinner.
But this was like a proper, reminded me of a cricket tea.
When you call it smorgasbord, I used that word in the chat the other day, and there was a few question marks. And I had to explain what a smorgasbord was, but maybe, is that a word we only use?
It's a Swedish word.
Lofted. Shot.
Yeah, lifted up and out of the ground.
Oh,
and
yes.
Mansapuri, he's making up for lost time, goes Maximo over the leg side. Gets Fighters out of the blocks.
I noticed someone just came in through that gate with a moped, and their timing could have been worse. They're wearing a crash helmet, though.
Another good reason to wear a helmet.
There you go.
Yeah. Just a little bit leg stumpish there from Bashir. Now, next one. Just worked away for a single. Yes, that was a brilliant, a really nice tee. I've got to say, our hosts have been looking after us very, very well. And
23 without loss halfway through, and the hosts have been doing a great job. That buffet / smorgasbord of all those little treats was absolutely.
I got to tell you what I was known for back in my playing days.
What was that?
In fact, probably still known for.
What's that?
Eating like a Labrador. Apparently, it's the type of dog that will eat until it basically blows up.
Right.
We had about a 20-minute, about cricket tea break style of
it was.
About 15, 20 minutes.
Yep. We had to get the hustle
gone
on.
To town. It was just there. It was amazing, though. It's also a pretty good shot. This time by Parminder, who chops down at this, finds the gap and finds the boundary, 4 runs.
Things going a bit easily now for the fighters, aren't they? They're 16 for Mount Superior and Bermuda Singh's up to 10. So the 28 without loss, still got a couple more to go in this the second over, and things are going pretty much their way. This run rate is going to start to get scary. It's a good power play so far.
I've done the table. We'll see it in a moment. Oh, there's the grubber. Luckily, I think it's heading down the leg side.
Yep,
And,
that's the shooter we talked about.
Bit of foot fielding there. But so the gap now is 7 points between these two. So what this means basically is must win. Because even if they would lose narrowly, Porto Wanderers, it'll be a 9-point gap, and there's only 8 points on offer later in the day against the Knights. So it's a must-win game. And obviously you can somehow win it with the 4 points. You're in even better shape.
Oh, much better shape. That's right. Yeah, the Porto Wanderers, they're going to face the Coimbra Knights later on today, match 39 and 40. That's going to be the late afternoon and the evening game under lights here at the beautiful Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Covo. And I know you say it better than me, Vinny. But
I'm not so sure about that.
I have to try to roll off the tongue a few times as well.
I spent 4 years trying to say it. So 29 without loss after 2. Maybe we can have a look at the table, actually. So, yeah, this game is also about trying to restrict your opponent from getting points, because it's kind of between these two, isn't it, at the moment. So, according to my numbers, we've got fighters on 17 points, Porto Wanderers on 10. So, let's say that Porto Wanderers won and it was a 3-1. Then it'll be a 5-point gap. It basically means any 2 wins will be enough over the Coimbra Knights. But let's say it's a 4-point win. Then actually a win and a narrow loss might be enough. As this is hit down the ground, hit very well. Zinkas isn't going to be able to chase it down. 4 runs to start the over as Kazim Ahmed comes into the attack in over number 3.
And the punishment continues in this over as well. There's a lovely loft down. And, yeah, Zinka's never going to get to that one. Yeah, so the permutations and combinations of this Group B table, they're quite interesting. But you're absolutely right. It all hinges, for Porto Wanderers, it all hinges on this game for them. Whatever score is here, they must chase that down. If they get a bonus point, even better.
Fighters, this is their last game of the group stage. So, they know after that's it, they have to sit tight and see what happens.
Yep.
Lift it up over the offside. And that might even go all the way. Maximo, it has. And I really like how Parminder's opening up that offside. That's where the ball's being bowled. If you can come up with an answer, then you're going to be tough to deal with. 6 runs.
Seen a lot of good shots from Parminder Singh outside off stump. He's gone over that stand more times than I think I've had hot dinners in this tournament. Honestly, he has put it over that stand so often in this tournament. And a lot of batsmen have done that as well. It's always a bit comical when you think it's going to go over, then you hear the dong, and it hits the metal and bounces back into play. We'll probably see him do that again. He's getting quite free here.
Oh, he pulls this away, rides the bounce. Well, that one's gone all the way as well. Parminder's on a heater. He goes offside, he goes leg side, but he's going out of the ground as this over's in danger of going magical in the 3rd.
That's right. He hits to the left and he hits to the right, and Parminder Singh is putting them out of sight. That was a great shot there. Pulls it really square, and there's absolutely no danger. No one there, and 6, big 6.
I mean, it's like you speak to the players already. I have had a few chats with them. They've said, look, this pitch, sometimes this might be a ball with your name on it. You just got to accept that. But get on with it and essentially be prepared to play those horizontal bat shots and kind of play on instinct a little bit. 26 off 8, this is a great start. On 180 pace at the moment. XS predicting 142. Up in the air. That's a short boundary. Even if it was longer, it was probably heading out of here. That's going to bounce off the road, take a high hop. Go fetch it, Maximo. And the 3rd does go magical as the 50 comes up, and the 50 partnership for Fighters CC.
Now, were you watching the ball boy then as it's coming down? He stood there blankly just pointing to where the ball was going to land, not going to go for it. That's Falak Zeb. He's plays for the Miranda Dragons.
Yeah, I know Falak.
Yep. And he was skipping them in the first part of the tournament as well. He's done a great job patrolling that area out there. He knows the car park better than anybody because he spent so much time there chasing after these Grizzlies.
Well, I hope he's done his safety briefing, because that's a look both ways before you cross the road job.
Oh, yeah.
That hit the asphalt and was launched back up into the sky. Actually, we haven't seen a lot of spin, have we, today?
No, not
so
at all.
far. Now, this is high, and I think it's a chance. Now, who wants it? Keeper's after it, bowler's after it. Keeper is going to take a brilliant catch.
Oh.
Wow, what a hanger. Sabapathi has on the long march to nowhere, found it out of the sky. And once again, Parminder makes his start, can't go on with that. Caught off for Skyer, a steepler for 32, and it's 51 for 1.
That had a lot of hang time. That was in the air for such a long time. My goodness, they could almost run 2 there. That was ridiculously.
It's actually a good strategy. That try and almost lie down under the ball, and yeah, it's almost like you're taking it fingers up. If you were standing up, but it's so high, and yeah, well, he just judged it perfectly, and that's why it's gone.
That's right.
Potential turning point early in this game.
Got a funny story for you with regards to the car park and the driveway over there. You mentioned before, if they're going to run out there chasing the ball, look both ways. We had the mayor of Miranda do Corvo visit us a couple of days ago, and his car parked right in that gap. Didn't come in, didn't go out, just park right there.
Okay.
And he was warned by 3 or 4 people as him and his entourage came over, please move the car, please move the car. And when they were told it could be hit by the ball, his response was, from there, and he pointed towards the middle of the pitch to hit my car.
38 metres away?
They can hit 38 metres?
I remember thinking, I've been told it's a 38-metre boundary. I haven't measured it myself, but I don't doubt it's more than 40 square. Slower ball as Ahmed will get out of the over. Has something to show for it at least. Goes for 22, though, in the third. It's 51 for 1 after 3.
Van Verinderwerk is the new batsman in just facing that one, and very good defensive forward prod there by Verinder. He's a bit of a character as Verinderwerk. He's a lot of fun. Always with a big smile and a cheerio to everyone in the crew as he joins his team when they arrive. And let's have a look at the table now.
So
there's the story.
7-point gap. So, okay, if Wanderers lose, they're gone anyway. So let's talk about if they win and what will happen. If they win with a 3-1, then they close the gap to 5. They'd need to find 6 points. Probably 5, though, to be honest, in the afternoon session because of their net run rate. If they can somehow burgle all 4 here, then 3's probably enough. So even probably just like a win could be enough. As long as their loss isn't too bad. Well, let's say 4 points guarantees it. So, yeah, interesting scenarios. But, yeah, this is the crunch game because it's ultimately do or die at this stage for the Wanderers if they want to continue in the tournament.
You're absolutely right. Statler's on now. Gave us a beautiful, double wicket maiden in the first match today, match 37.
It's not too happy with 1 ball into the over mid-pitch conference. Stadler likes to live his life fast. This is just worked off the back foot. They'll turn down the run, even though it looked like there was one there. Maybe that's, well, I don't know if they were following what the conversation was about, but they stay at their respective ends there.
That was an interesting mid-wicket pitch, and then there was definitely a single there.
I think Matsuparia might have just said, look, I've got this guy. Maybe it's personal. He wants to keep the strike. This time, it's personal.
Bit of payback.
Well, just Adler has got the answers to this one. Not the greatest throwback by the keeper. He hits Matsuparia in the ankles. But look, just Adler, he went double wicket maiden earlier. He's gone ... to start this 4th over.
He's looking pretty good, and as you say, he's a fearsome character on his run-through when he gives a bit of a look at the batsman. So, he's the sort of guy that if you faced him, you want to have your wits about you. He's pushed that a bit too wide this time.
Stadler's a bit of an enforcer, isn't he?
Yeah.
I like what he's all about here.
That's a good word to use. I mean, just look at the way he struts there. There's something about him that's quite imposing for the batsman to sort of watch him slowly get back to life. He's never in a hurry.
Yeah.
Never in a hurry.
And look, he's a South African, right? So he just looks like he'd be right at home in the Rugby World Cup.
Yes.
Never mind the Cricket World Cup. Lifted up, though. Square boundary is a short one. It's going to end up in the grandstand. Maximo as Matsuparia gets the right of reply and puts this one out of here.
That was a lovely shot. Been waiting for that one. The ball's been going offside quite wide on the offside, and Statler's even teased the wide line as well. But this time, Matsuparia gets it beautifully into the stand, as you say, Vinny, for a big Maximo. Verinderwerk at the opposite end, only faced 1 ball, enjoying what he's seeing. 58 for 1. Still a couple to come in the 4th over.
Pitches up. And it shows a bit of the ball to Chambers, and he's not going to be able to reel it in. Just took a little bit of a shoot bounce, didn't it? But 6 and 4, that means he is hungry for more. But Anthony will be a little bit disappointed he couldn't keep that one in the field of play.
Yeah, he was a little bit upset about that. He got to it, made the ground, got to it, just couldn't quite get it on the right part of the hand to knock it back. That's a 4. So the run's starting to come thick and fast from the bat of Matsuparia.
Pretty good Yorker, that one. Dug out. Does get through the infield. So they will get the single. Still not a bad over at all from Mark the Stadler. As at the end of the 4th over, the score 63 for 1.
Yeah, it was a good over. 12 off it, but that's fine because, well, I mean, if we're going to be chasing 140, 150, which they're on target for 137, says Supercomputer, but obviously that changes every time there's a big smash down the ground. So if Mansapuria keeps going on there and he keeps going for a bigger score and Verka gets going, then they're going to make absolutely good work of this innings.
Oh, very good.
It's just a gentle one there for everybody.
I was going to say you're better than that, but maybe you're not.
No, I'm just getting warmed up.
All right, I like it.
Just getting warmed up. I'll tell you what, Vinny, I'll work on it.
Oh, another good one.
That was a bit lower, that one. That was a bit sort of like, didn't see that one coming.
It's okay. It's working for you. Now, what's
Okay.
going on here? Some sort of a wheel change going on. Could be a drink spray. And look, it is pretty warm, I will say that.
It is warm, isn't it?
4 overs in. Sometimes when it gets hot, it's 31 degrees currently. And in this commentary box, I think it's 41.
It's definitely a few more degrees.
I know there's a sauna at the hotel. You didn't tell me there was going to be one at the ground. But I mean, normally, it's the first time we've done it in the heat of the day, right? Because it's been all later start so far. This is the only day where there's 4 matches. It's just so we can complete the 40th group match before we head into the Super Fives tomorrow.
Yep, Group B action.
It's great that you're here for the start of the Super Fives as well, so I won't have to do it all on my own. Bit of a crossover for us too.
I'm very happy about seeing some Super 5 action. That's tomorrow.
Zinkus comes back to bowl out. Well, if he picks this up, might have had half a chance. Just can't get the throw off in time.
Interesting stuff, that. I thought they may hold Zinkus back, but no. I think they're saying, well, look, there's so many runs bleeding now. It's 64 for 1 in the 5th. The run rate's 15 and a bit. And I think they're thinking, well, we need to we need to get Mansapuri out. And if we can get Verk and maybe someone else out, get them back to like 3 or 4 down, suddenly this total's going to be a bit better. Swing and a miss, bit of a charge.
Yeah, that's that one that explodes, isn't it?
Yep, that's the one.
Looks like Cyprus is wrapped up for the day. And actually, looking at that last game, Sri Lankan Lions going a little bit crazy at the end. 117 for 1 after 5.
Wow.
That was the target.
So Zinkus is bringing the dots, and that's exactly what his captain and his team needs. They've really managed to shut down Verk now, who's he's still on his derrick, and he's faced 3 deliveries, eaten up a few dot balls. Mansapuri at the other end on 28 from 14, hitting the ball. Lovely stuff from Mansapuri so far.
This is driven. It's driven pretty firmly. It's going to skate into the fence there. What a way for Verk to get off the mark. He's a bit of an enigma, isn't he? That was a blast through the offside off Zinkus.
That's a good way to describe him, because some of these dot balls that are getting past, he looks like he shouldn't be holding a bat. But then he plays a shot like that, and then you realise, oh, hang on, he's actually a really decent batsman. He can put something right behind it too. Umpire just wants to check the state of the ball after hitting the concrete. And it looks like the ball is out of shape, and we're going to need our new pill, please.
Probably took a bit of a chunk out of it. Hit the concrete, didn't it?
Yeah,
so
it did. Yep.
That probably makes sense at this stage. But coming out swinging here, kind of low 100s was competitive earlier. They're on for a lot more if this continues.
Well, exactly right, yes. If Verk gets going and supports Mansapuria, then, Mansapuria can kick on here and get like a good 60 or, even more. Yeah, I think Porto Wanderers is going to be chasing a pretty hefty target.
Down the ground. This is going to be 4 more. Oh, I'm pushed around a little bit, but good placement by Verk, who goes back-to-back boundaries. Zinkus has probably got a few flashbacks here. And what a game of centimetres it is. I mean, that last ball hit slightly less of the bat, or slightly more of the bat even. It's probably not going for 6, but it just was right in the sweet spot of the leading edge. And that's certainly turned the tables in Group B. Oof, slow ball, I think, will be called wide.
It was.
Oh, and this could have been out. I don't know if we can see this again. Now they're going to take an extra wide. But I got a feeling, it's the corner of my eye, but he never really turned around and got back behind the line. Maybe we can see this one if we get a chance. But, yeah, here we go. Look there. Well, that's after it was already gone.
That's after,
Yeah. But anyway, that's the way it goes. This is well blocked. There's the long barrier as we get to the end of the 5th over at 75 for 1. By the way, we saw a bit of a viral moment in the ECS England. Charlie Whipple from Wimbledon had the ultimate long barrier when he slipped over in his follow-through. He was completely lying horizontal on the ground and got nailed in the hip by the straight drive. That was pretty powerful.
Oh, I did see that. Yes, that did go viral. That got a lot of hits.
That's the ultimate long barrier.
You can't get much longer than that. Oh, that was a terrific one. How tall is Charlie?
He's apparently 6'8". I don't know. He might be adding a couple of inches on. No, but it wouldn't surprise me if he is.
Well, that's the pure definition of long boundary. Probably hasn't been a longer boundary in the history of cricket. Statler's coming back for his second. He gets a good follow through there. 75 for 1 after 5. And that's the first ball of the 6th over. So Mansapuri, can he kick on here? Things are sort of... Well, I've had a few boundaries from Verk. Mansapuri hasn't had too much of the action, but he gets his chance now. Porto Wanderers very keen to get some tight overs in here and get some pressure on, get some wickets as well. Statler, he's probably the man to try to pick something up here.
Puts in dangerous areas, but that's dangerous hitting, isn't it? And it wasn't quite the roof up, but it wasn't far off. Sails 4 rows back. Maximal, say smas.
That was a lovely shot. I was going to say, the only thing that got picked up then was that grizzly and dispatched well over the boundary line. It's good, lusty hitting outside the offside. They haven't been given too much away. Not too many risky edges here. Everything seems to be sailing very square or over extra cover when they're lofting in that direction. It's good stuff. Good stuff from the fighters. Setting a good target here.
Comeback ball, but float's a bit too wide. That'll be called.
Yeah, just straying a bit too wide there. Just shout out to everyone in the chat. I just saw Jules jump in the chat, and of course Trip Denny's in there as well. Hello to you too, and hello to everyone in the chat from myself and Vinny here in the sweat box in Portugal. At the
it's good though. I like a good sauna.
You like that?
Yeah, it's about time. We'll just full disclosure, haven't really been able to manage the suit here with the straight from the airport, so might just leave them in the bag for now.
I've got to say, when you came in this morning, you surprised us at the breakfast table. There was 5 of us at the breakfast table, sort of just very sort of sullen and doing our coffees and our donuts and stuff, and suddenly, and you walk, so, hey guys!
Yeah, well, I mean, I heard some loud chewing sounds, and of course it was the ECN table.
It was the ECN table.
That's into the gap. That's going to be 4. It's going to be 1 bounce. Mansapuri lighting it up here. And Porto Wanderers just kind of chasing leather at the moment, chasing the game. I know, don't judge it till both teams bat. They need to break this partnership, and soon.
They've got to be wondering, where's this next wicket going to come from? Now Statler's getting some treatment after he turned on, he turned off the runs in the previous game with that lovely double wicket made, and now he's here getting treated quite ferociously by Mansapuri. He's 39 not out.
Whoa. Bit of a dangerous looking delivery, but Mansapuri negotiates it. We'll get a single, fended away.
No, I love the Mansapuri as he took that run. He went past the bowler. They went perilously close, but not close enough. And there was probably a good little eye line moment there as well. Good stuff. Good banter. 1 more to come in this over. So let's see, Verinder. What's he going to do here? Well, what's Statler going to do? That's probably more the question. What's the bowler going to do? He needs to find something else here.
Up in the air and out of here. Maximo Virkin on the action. That one goes up the hill and 6 more runs. That is going to finish the over as well. Statler ends up with a dirty none for 30, and the score is 93 for 1 after 6.
Well, that over was quite huge, wasn't it? 93 for 1 after 6. And this innings is starting to get out of control now for the Porto Wanderers. At one point, we thought they'd be chasing around 120, 130. It's looking like that's blowing out now. And if they've got to be chasing something in the region of 150 when it's their turn to bat, oh boy, that's going to be a very steep climb indeed. Have a look at that scoreboard there. Deepu Mansapuri, they're doing very well, 40 from 20, striking at 200. Verinder Verk has just joined him. He's got 14. But Permit Singh, he's set the tone with 32 from 10 before he came unstuck with a catch in the outfield. And, well, this is set up nicely. 4 overs to go. Sky's the limit.
Yeah, I mean, still time to fight back, but they better do it quickly. Here's Tedsprit. Again, this is an uncontrolled hook shot, but it's going to fly. This is the downside, isn't it, as far as the short ball. You have to make a call on this. They decide at 6. Maximo. In fact, it's a Baximo to start the 7th over.
The Baximo.
Backwards Maximo. Also would qualify as an Aximo, which is an accidental Maximo.
How do you say Maximo backwards?
Omixum.
Omixum. There you go.
But that's often I use that for when it was called 6 and the umpire changes his mind and says it's a 4.
He pulls it back.
I mean, it's okay.
Yes.
It's very fluid. Nicked and gone. So Tejpreet will get the breakthrough. Mansa Perea will fall tantalisingly close of his half century. And 99 brings the wicket and breaks that partnership. 99 for 2. It's going to be 6 and out. Tejpreet breaks through.
Yeah, look at the bowler. Very happy about that reward for a bit of effort there. And a bit of a muted celebration around the ground by the Porto Wanderers. They probably feel as though those last 3 or 4 overs got a little bit away from them, and it certainly did. 99 for 2, a couple of balls into the 7th here. But Tejpreet Singh gets the breakthrough. So the question I asked earlier, which was, where do they think the wicket's going to come from? Well, there's your answer. And they're going to need a couple more of those in order to put the absolute handbrake on this innings.
So lefty comes out now, which causes a few complications. Tejpreet going round the wicket here. I mean, who's to say that they won't be able to get in the heater and chase this down, but they will be chasing for their tournament life. We know that. Porto Wanderers, after going down that last ball thriller in the first game of the day.
Here's Harjot Sahota, who's come out to bat, the lefty. Let's see what he can do here. He didn't bother the scorers too much in the previous match, so he probably wants to get on here and finish the game. Well, finished innings, not the game. Finished innings off nicely for the Fighters.
That's a pretty nice shot off the back foot, and that's going to set a long chase for Zinkas. He won't be able to pull that back. What a start for Sahota.
There you go. Really, I'm not sure it went exactly where he wanted it to go, but it flew off. Absolutely flew off. And Zinkas had to make a lot of steps to get over there, and he ended up running a good 20 metres just to watch it go over across the line. Good start, as you say. 100 up, 103 for 2, halfway through the 7th.
Yeah, Sahota, though. It's that ball that kind of, I suppose, creates a bit of mystery that's been causing him a few problems. Almost gets a feather touch on that one.
Yeah, he tried to get a little tickle there. Played just soft hands to into that fine leg area, which is looking pretty empty. So you had the right idea.
Lifted up, and that's going to fly away over the top as well. Cuatro carreras más. Sahota gets his second boundary of the over.
Well, there you go. So he tries to play some finesse, and he almost gets an edge. He goes for the big hit. He makes a big, filthy edge, and it goes for 4. I think he knows what he has to do from now on. Swing that blade. Last ball of the over coming up. And Tejpreet Singh, he's got 1 for 14 from this over. One more ball to come. Needs to get another wicket here for his team. He does, if he can. So it's a hot on strike. He's on 8.
Sahota kind of jumps out of the way. This one wasn't really productive footwork. That'll take us to the end of the 7th over. And the score is 107 for 2. Now, one thing we had in England, we had a fair bit of wind. We've had some windy conditions. The cube was tested, given a fairly stern test, actually.
Yeah.
I don't see any wind at the moment, and maybe a little bit coming through now, but pretty calm conditions. The heat just hanging in the air.
Have a look at the flags over there, over on our right. They're leaning. It's this enclosed area is well built. That's what I got to say about that.
Okay, because I'm on the right-hand side of the table, so maybe I'm in the windless zone. Oh, are we just so well protected here?
There's a breeze out here. I'm standing in front of the desk.
Listen,
there's a breeze.
We're getting into summer.
Yeah.
Do you think I could get a paddle pool to put my feet in?
I'm surprised you haven't done that yet.
Now we're talking. This is basically my summer holiday here in Portugal, right?
Okay.
Which for me is just 2 games a day.
Okay.
So how can I jazz up? How can I get a little bit summer vacation about this?
Well,
they're coming in the board shorts.
Board shorts, definitely. Yep. Coming in the board shorts, but you definitely need a paddling pool.
Yeah, paddling pools
and that would be lovely. Maybe get you a few toys in there as well to play with between the overs.
Rubber duckies.
Or maybe
rubber derricks.
Little rubber sharks and battleships and that sort of business.
Maybe some water pistols so I can shoot the fielders near me. So like Chambers, I'd love to give him a super soaker, right? Just give him the old back and to the left right there. And he'd love it too because it's pretty warm out there.
He would not be upset about that, I reckon. Yeah, in fact, you might have him queuing up if it's warm like this.
Flash a little thumbs up there. He'd be excited.
The fielders put the hand up to come field in front of us.
So Hotshot doesn't he move the feet, flashes at this one and misses out.
Well, Vinny, the Czech series is coming up soon. The ECSN
Yeah,
is
let's
coming
talk
up soon.
that. We haven't had a chance yet. I spent a lot of time there, as you know.
Absolutely, you do. Now, also, you are talking to someone who's responsible for, one of the men who's responsible for getting that up and running.
Are you trying to say it's going to be badly organised because I've kidnapped you for 3 weeks? I hope not.
Not at all.
At a crucial time of the season.
I'd like to say hello to the President and Chairman of Czech Cricket if they're listening. I was thinking...
Your Holiness.
Sir. I was thinking, if anything, why don't I try to organise that for when you turn up in Prague to call the Czech series? I'll see if I can find a little paddling pool that, if occupational health and safety agree that we can put it there.
It's not great for the electronics, but they've seen a bit of water before.
That's what I was thinking. Last thing I want is something falling in.
I think it's a nice idea. But you know what? Maybe I don't want to hog it. Maybe we can just put it at the ground. Right, if we get good weather.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And the players can frolic.
Yes.
And then we can, it's going to be, I'll get involved sometimes.
Okay.
Sahada misses out again outside the off stump. It's a good comeback, by the way, from the Wanderers. Just held Sahada quiet. Okay, a couple of boundaries, but 5 drop balls in there as well. Yeah, so here's what I think.
Okay.
1, they're pretty cheap, so you could probably get 2
in
case we punch one.
Yep.
Make him a decent size. Fill him up. Try and keep him clean as possible. Make sure no one's doing anything naughty in there. Okay.
The bathrooms will be taken care of.
Put that stuff in there. Yeah. Good.
Yep.
Good.
We'll be all over that.
But then when we need good weather, because what we've got Prague second 2 weeks of June, right?
Yeah,
we're in 2 weeks.
We're there in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. In 2 weeks away.
In 2 weeks, the Women's Central Europe Cup is on.
Yeah, and I'm doing that as well.
You're doing that?
I'll be there for that.
Brilliant. Excellent.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's going to be a wonderful tournament, that one. Finally, the women get their own trophy tournament in Prague.
All right, in the air, but this is going to fall perfectly into the circle. Not really 2 there. They feign that they're going to do it. End of the over. It's 110 for 2 after 8. So just going to bring it down a bit more reasonably now. But it still could be kind of 130s or something around that. Their chase. So CE Cup, women's this year. So it's Czechia, Croatia, right? And Greece. Is that right? Oh, no, Greece are coming at the end for the ECI.
Yes, ECI. Yeah.
So what do we got?
No, they're playing
Gibraltar.
Gibraltar. Yeah,
So that's great.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic tournament.
Yeah,
really looking forward to that.
actually know all those teams pretty well. I've called them all before.
Yeah.
And we had, of course, the Czechia-Croatia ECIs last year in Croatia.
Yeah.
So it's great that Croatia will be coming back to Czechia.
That's going to be good.
And then also, Gibraltar had a really good win in their T20Is over Estonia on home turf around about 4 or 5 weeks ago now. Mm-hmm. Estonia have improved a lot, though. By the way, we saw that they had a pretty good series win over Malta in the ECIW. So, yeah, I think there's a bit more, especially at this level of women's cricket in Europe. In the T10s and T20s, they are pretty good form guides for each other, I think.
Yep.
Maybe in some other, in the men's and maybe higher levels of the women, it's maybe not quite apples and apples. Anyway, time for the ninth. We kind of see that with the Netherlands and Italy, who just played in the HCL Tech T20IWs last week. Corey was there.
Yep.
He got what he wanted because he had his birthday on Tuesday.
He did.
The very next day, he got 2 washouts. And he was a little bit worried about how he'd go. I don't know what the celebrations were like. I wasn't invited, plus I wasn't there.
So hang on. Are you saying that when he blew out the candle on his birthday cake, he might have wished for a day off?
He would have wished for 1 washout. In fact, he got 2. It was just a bonus sent from above, I think. But anyway, that was a shame. But Netherlands did win 2-0, but there's a bit of controversy because there was a player played by the Dutch women that actually didn't qualify because she played for South African under-19s fairly recently, and there's a 3-year window before you can play it for another side. It's off the body. It's a great take. Definitely worth asking the question, seeing if the umpire has a sense of theatre, but won't be out. Still great keeping from Sabapathi. He's been very good.
Yeah, it's been excellent behind the stumps. Very acrobatic. Look at that. One-hander. Going the wrong way.
So I actually don't know what they ended up deciding to do. I mean, officially, the Netherlands won that game, so it was a 2-0 series win with 2 washouts. But I see it probably going to take some action. Netherlands self-reported. They said, we made a mistake. It's going to be a wide. Ends up going over the head of Verinda Virik. So, I don't know if they decided to say, okay, Italy win, or it's just no result. Yeah. It was an innocent mistake, I will say that.
Yeah.
And also, to be honest, I don't really like that rule anyway. So, he played for under-19s for South Africa, qualify for both, but she hasn't played senior cricket for any country, so why shouldn't she start with?
Why shouldn't she? Yeah.
If she qualifies through either citizenship or residency. It's been a no ball, second over the shoulder for the over. And Ted's just getting a little bit too carried away with the short ball. Wanderers have fought back well here, but they're kind of on a knife's edge here. They don't want this last over and a half blowing out.
Jeffrey Mobbs in the chat asking, Vinny, what about a slippery slide for this summer? We're talking about, don't worry about that. We've just had the stumps knocked over.
Oh, we haven't, Phil. It's a free hit, and I'm so glad that you got excited. That's well, I don't like using the terms like bush league, but we are here in the bush. We've all fallen for it sometimes. Now, the good news here for the fielding side is that at least it doesn't bounce off for runs. Now, we've seen 4 byes, for example, in this exact scenario. Anyway, but to be honest, you didn't do anything wrong. You said it's hit the stumps.
Hit the stumps.
You sounded a bit excited, and I understand that.
I didn't give the batsman his marching orders. I didn't say that the team's going to run in and high five.
Yeah.
I held myself back there.
Yeah. Danny's always a sucker for that. Danny's a big sucker for that.
Hello to Danny if you're listening. You will be.
I can't even do. I don't do impressions, but he'd be like, "And he's bowled him." He would have given one of those.
Let me see if I can try and channel my inner
You do
Danny.
You do a Danny.
I'll try to do my let me just try and find Danny
Well
in my head right now.
By.
And that's well bowled, and he's bowled him. He sort of gets
that's
a little
good.
up like that.
Yeah, you have an unfair advantage of having known him longer. And he's bowled him. That's very good.
There's been once where last year in the Down Under I had to cover for Danny for one of his quizzes.
Oh yeah, he's very good at quiz. You do a great job.
I do quiz too. Yeah, exactly. And I introduced myself as Phil G, and I said I'm Danny Hudacek's stunt double.
Yeah.
And the crowd just looked at me and went, actually, you are. You look like him a little bit too much.
Well, this is a long chase for Chambers. They'll want 2, but Chambers won't be afraid to take it on. Fires it in towards the keeper, but throw it a little bit wide. They end up getting the double. End of the over as well. And Tej will end up with a 1 for 19. It's 115 for 2 after 9. So you passes his stunt double.
He passes his stunt double. Yeah,
I would pass as like the Rock's stunt double.
I can see why you'd say that, yeah. But maybe only from maybe the jaw up.
I used to get caught. I don't know. He's let himself go.
You probably need to go to hit the gym a bit more.
Whatever. What's the word? I used to get. I looked like Paul Newman.
Paul Newman,
an old time movie star.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
So a young Paul Newman, early in his career.
I hope the young one.
I hope so. Not the one who
still alive. He'd be about 100 now.
Do you remember the Paul Newman sauce, the pasta sauce?
Hopefully Paul Newman's own.
Hopefully not that face in there because he was quite crinkly and old there.
Paul Newman's going to have my legs broke. I know you love a Simpsons
That's
quote.
it. That's the one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's fun. Pity we only got 2 days together, Phil. Anyway, it's going to be time for the 10th over, and it's Islam Buyan who's going to bowl it, and it's going to get pulled out of the ground, and that one was leather on metal. Heads up. That's Maximo to start the 10th.
You see our poor lone staff member who's sitting right dead centre of that up there.
I've got some electronics news. I've had my first electronics frying. My tablet has now overheated.
Oh, yeah,
that's okay. It'll do that.
Yeah, we've got the sun encroaching. We have to pull this back actually.
We might have to.
Yeah.
It's reasonably warm
because that sun is proper powerful and is getting to the hottest part of the day now. Yeah, I think during the innings
probably
break,
smart that we play at night here most of the time.
Yeah,
because you can pretty much fry an egg on most of this stadium right now. Yeah. Anyway, there's a low full toss. He goes with it as well. That one's got even further. That is a proper roofer. Up and out of here, Maximo. So Hotta has bided his time, but he's found 2 out of the middle at the right time of the innings.
And that is stuck on the roof. That hasn't come down.
It can't be stuck because it's like a...
It rolls
like an arc.
But you see, the ball boy there, he's
just giving up on it.
Up and going, shaking his head.
Oh, well, he has to climb up it. That's his job. That's what he signed up for.
Oh, maybe he's got a touch of the Canardleys.
You might want to get the burn-proof suit if you're going to try and climb up. So 127, we thought it was going to be 130s. It looks that way. In fact, the way Sahotta's going, might be even more.
Yeah, 4 balls to come to add to that score. And Sahotta's finally getting some good hitting in, and he'll be loving this.
Anyway.
Pressure on the bowler big time, though. He's been given the job. Needs to really do something about it here. They're checking out. Well, the new ball's come out, I think, and they're checking it.
Saying, is this remotely like the ball which got... who is the last person to see the ball alive? Can you give a little bit of an opinion? Kroot's not happy with it.
Yeah, he's
Kroot's like a ball whisperer as well. So he'd be... probably smelling it, making sure it's of the same consistency as the Grizzly that got lost.
He would.
Now he drops it. Obviously, Kroot thought it needed to bounce a couple more times. So that's why he just drops it on the ground, picks it up and says, no problem. Let's go for it.
Yeah, he's got a good sense of balance when that ball's in his hand, does Kroot.
Wow, Sahota whips this away, gets the gap and gets 4 more. And they do lift themselves up to the 130. Still 3 to come.
Oh, boy. Yeah, looking around the field. Porto Wanderers, guys, they're thinking we're going to have to come out and do this ourselves in a few minutes. This score has now climbed up to, as you say, the 130s. And there's still 3 balls to go. And Sahota must be seeing that ball like a watermelon right now because he's absolutely middling everything. It's interesting his stance. He's properly right in front of the stump, so he's moved across to compensate for anything that's maybe going to go wide on the offside. And anything straight is getting hit like that. Bang, 4 again. He's really taken control of this last over.
Yeah, Buyan's now gone for 20 in the over. He has gone magical. The last over, Blues continue to plague the Porto Wanderers.
That's tough. That's tough for the fieldsman to watch that happen in this last over. As you say, Vinny, this has gone magical. It's 20 off 4. Off the 4 legal deliveries for Buyan. He needs to find a couple of dots here to feel good about himself. And that has, well, that's 1 dot. So he's going to start to feel good about himself after that one. But we've got 1 more ball to go. It's 135 for 2. 1 ball to come in this innings. What's the final score going to be? Looking for 140, I think. You can middle this one. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, 140 looks like a lot of runs. Although you never know. Need someone to go large. Here's the last ball from Buyan. And Sahota turns on it. He's been so good, just can't afford to try and get too straight to him. And he's going to finish with a lightning 34 off 16. And Fighters 139 for 2. They do set 140 for the Porto Wanderers to stay alive in this competition.
They sure do. That is a wonderful little cameo towards the end there by Sahota. He's come in at a time where I think he came in about the start of the 6th over. He's took a few deliveries to get going, and then he's absolutely motored. And that last over has gone magical proper. And, well, adding 24 runs to that last over, and suddenly they're not chasing 120, they're chasing 140. And that's a big, big difference. Massive difference. Because unlike in the last match where we sort of felt that there may have been a couple of runs left on the board there by Porto Wanderers, no such opportunity here. The Fighters, I reckon, have just gone really, really well there and picked up everything they can possibly get. And they're going to really try to stuff that down the throats of the Porto Wanderers. When they come out to try to chase this score, look at that. 46 from Mansapria right at the top. They got things off to a flyer off only 22 deliveries. Speaking of a flyer, Parminder Singh, 32 from 10, also contributed really well there at the top. And then the wickets fell fairly close-ish together, and then Verinder Vert came out and held down one end, while Hajjod Sahota came out and just took a few deliveries to get going and ended up hitting a good 34 from 16. And that last over especially, that's a standout, absolute standout. 10 extras in that, 8 wides, and just a couple of little bits and pieces, no ball, and a leg by. So we have a look at the bowling figures. Well, a couple of good efforts there. Junaid Bashir bowled pretty well for his none for 16. Kazim got 1 for 22, another one to Tejpreet Singh, 1 for 19. But those couple other bowls that came in towards the end there, like Buyan, and unfortunately Statler as well, just went for too many. Too many of a few. So the mid-match summary looks like that.
Yeah, look, it's all to play for. It's not going to be an easy chase, but they're certainly in the game, aren't they? Just need someone to fire. They need to be positive. And to be honest, I think they also need fighters to be a little bit wayward with the ball. So 140 will be the target. Join us when we return to the exciting second half of Match 38 live from the Estadio Maniesta Pala de Miranda de Corvo here in Portugal. Back more with some ECSN after this.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Estadio Mr. Paulo de Miranda de Corvo in Coimbra in Portugal. Great to be here. I'm actually here for the first time today, and first time we see matches in the heat of the day. And I tell you what, the heat is on in more ways than one for the Porto Wanderers, because they are coming to play for their tournament live. They will have 2 more matches after this. 43 matches since the Golden Ball. Cyprus not ending in a Golden Ball today. Meant that was 43 now on the board. Coming up in Cyprus tomorrow, day 2. We'll see the calendars for the first time. Phillips Warrior making their ECN debut as well. Nicosia Fighters, we've seen them before. Napa Kings and Everest were playing today. BF Cyprus as well, a team we saw play in the earlier in the year series for the first time. And big day tomorrow, because here's the thing. 6 matches in Cyprus tomorrow. So, yeah, it's a big day here because we've got 4 and we had 5 in Cyprus. That's 9 matches tomorrow. So 9 matches today. It will be 6 plus 2, so 8 matches tomorrow. So big weekend on ECN. So 140. Otherwise, I think we can pretty much put a nail in it, and it's done for the qualification. And we'll keep an eye on that table, obviously. But if the Wanderers, for example, only got 1 point here, then they won't be able to catch Lisbon Capitals either, who are on 20. Now the group Fighters will be 20 with a normal win here. Anyway, Chambers digs the first one out and gets a single. So look, it's certainly doable, but let's have a look at kind of the previous performances for the Porto Wanderers in this series. They've scored 81 or 41. That was in a successful chase against Rangers. They scored 121. They scored 85 and 97 against Werash. They scored 104 earlier on today. They're going to have to score more than they've scored so far. That's a bizarre helicopter shot. It's actually pretty well executed. Be the longest of singles for Bashir, who gets off the mark. That's a remarkable little follow-through, a little whip there. Hello to Lily Panda. Hopefully you're well. Nice to see you, as always. Hello to Dave B, who's come across. A few people might have finished the day in Cyprus before heading across. I got in without too many dramas, though I didn't have too much sleep overnight. Also, a few people are discussing some other cricket on in the world right now. I'm going to discuss this match with my good friend and co-commentator, Phil G. Welcome back, Phil.
Good afternoon, Vinny. Good afternoon, everybody.
Mandeep with the ball here. That's a good shot. Does it get the gap? It kind of does. It's a bit of foot fielding, and it's going to end up hitting the rope. Well, I'm going to point at the rope like it was his fault, and it geometrically just didn't work. But that's going to be for maybe point to his teammate saying, hey, where were you?
He was definitely pointing to his teammate because he'd overrun it. He overshot it, as we saw, and then he suddenly just pointed. He was looking directly at his teammate.
If I was his teammate, I would have been pointing at my hand saying, use this. And that probably won't happen. Anyway.
And you got 2 of them.
Yeah, true. 7 on the board then. And Bashir tucks this away, tests the field again. It's not the best bit of fielding, really. Oh, it's frustrating. It's certainly been different between the 2 teams today. The Fighters got away with it earlier, but that's another boot over the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I've come back just in time to see some fancy footwork that's not too fancy at all. And 2 boundaries back to back. So Porto Wanderers, the chase is on.
Yeah, Wayne, just a few comments about Corey's birthday the other day. And Wayne's actually challenged Corey to a bit of a showdown, which we're hoping happens one day. Pitched up, hit straight. It's good batting. No one's catching this at all. So they get what they need off the first over. 15 without loss after 1.
That's a cracking good start. For this run chase, chasing 140 for a victory to get 15 off the first. Yep, on target and then some. I want to hear more about this challenge. What's the challenge that Wayne's put to...
Well...
So, Corey?
I don't like to promote it on air.
Oh,
but
okay.
They're both good at a certain card game. I think they're pretty good at a certain card game.
I see.
And Wayne is very good at this particular card game. Corey, I've actually got to say, because I know he's not watching right now, he's actually pretty good as well.
Okay.
And as we know, Corey is quite easily distractible. So when we were commentating together in the Portugal Day series early before, the challenge was laid down. I believe were you playing a few card games last night? Is this true?
Yeah.
With the unexpected early night?
Yeah, there was with the early finish yesterday, a few
Any
of the
standout performance there?
Actually, our PM Simon did a fantastic job taking it all the way to the end against Mr. Greenshields.
He's a bit of a shark, isn't he, Simon?
He's a bit of a. Well, he's kept calling me the dark horse because I came in third. I got knocked out third, but out of only 5 players. But no, he himself was definitely the dark horse. He was all over the place with his chips, but he came good at the end. And the final battle between him and Conrad went on for quite a while. And I think the rooster was crowing by the time we headed home.
Anyway, time for a new over. Cracking cover drive. It's a weird field in a way because it's kind of sandy based, so I wouldn't say it rockets away to the boundary. It can slow. You can probably chase balls down sometimes.
Yeah.
Again, you've got to have the right technique to do it. A few people worrying about my laptop. It did get a bit of horizontal rain in England, but it's okay. And it hasn't fried yet. I just lost one of my tablets, but it wasn't my main laptop. We just pulled ourselves back into the shade a little bit. I think we're all good to go now.
I think so.
Lifted up over the leg side, but there's nobody back here. That'll run away for 4. A bright opening partnership. Wanderers playing for their lives, and they're batting like it.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot there. Elevated, one bounce, puff of dust as it landed and trickled over the boundary line. You're right there about the grass here, about holds up the ball. Shots along the ground, not really getting full value. That ground can be a little bit tough. It doesn't run over it as cleanly.
I know that I haven't been here until today live, but I remember there used to be a kind of warning track. It was actually about 2 metres of sand within the boundary.
Right.
And that really would slow the ball down, the rollers.
They call it the sand pit.
It kind of made it a bit more equitable with these short square boundaries that have to be that short. All right, pull shot, but it's in the air and it's reached. I mean, that's a good effort. I mean, I don't mind that. I mean, he gets there, doesn't he, in the end? Verinder Singh. But, unfortunately, can't quite hold on.
That was perilously close to Verinder coming in. He charged in. Got a mitt to it, didn't he? But unfortunately, it came out as he went to ground. That's a life there. Very valuable life. 21 for no loss here. Halfway through the second. Porto Wanderers chasing 140. And they're going to want to get that, as we keep saying, this is it. This is for their life in the tournament to make sure they can keep going, or a chance to keep going, I should say. They'll put them in a much stronger position if they can win this. If they don't win this, then it's all over, she said, waving her wooden leg. That would be done.
A bit like the Mighty Ducks. 1 in 5 right now. This is in the air. This is a bit more of a simple catch, but it goes straight through the hands of Mandeep. They think of 2. Mandeep recovers. Oh, that was a real chance to get rid of Chambers.
He knows how important that was. He's still down on his haunches. He can't believe he's grasped that one. Easier catch than the previous ball that went to Verinder out on the other side. Running into that mid-off position. Should have snaffled that one.
Lily is in the chat, by the way. She's doing some late-night lurking. Well, you can't fault the efforts there. Both those fielders trying to grasp those chances. The second one was a lot simpler, I think. But none of them were held. Bashir has been the real catalyst so far. Gets across. Don't think so, but I like that he's thinking something to manufacture a boundary. I just don't think there's been that many balls that have hit the stumps today. If you had like a percentage of balls that have hit the stumps, not many. So it means you can probably move around your crease a little bit more and improvise a bit more.
Well, I think in the first game, in the first innings, there were 3 bolts.
Yeah.
But they were like the only balls that actually were straight. That was it. Everything else, you're right. There's been, because of this amazing pitch, and I use amazing in a very broad sense of the word, some of the bounces here are just incredible. That's
full toss. Yeah, you've got to put that away, and he does. That's a classy shot. It's just punched through point as Bashir moves into the 20s. And it takes us to the end of the second over. The score is 26 without loss.
And Bashir taking off here where he left off in that previous effort from the Porto Wanderers, getting on his bike and pedalling hard and putting a good score on the board. He got a good 63 for the Porto Wanderers, a shining light in that innings in match 37 we saw previously. Let's have a look at the table then. Group B. Now, Vinny, you're explaining this to the chat. Look at that.
Well, look, these two are playing each other. There's 4 points up for grabs here. So if Porto Wanderers lose, that means, let's say they lose a normal loss, it's going to be a 9-point gap. There's only 8 points they could get back this afternoon.
That's right.
So it's curtains. So it's a must win. And then it's a matter of how much you win by. Obviously, the more the merrier. I don't think they're going to be able to do it in 7 overs or less. So it just becomes now, can you make it a 3-1, close that gap to 5, and then score 6 points with a couple of wins over Coimbra Knights later on? That's the question.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a good shot. Didn't bounce that much, and that is like a line drive square of the wicket. Bashir goes Maximo. He's been great today for the Porto Wanderers.
That was a lovely shot, and it hit the stand wall, and just came straight back into play. Nice easy one to retrieve for everybody. Check that ball, make sure it hasn't lost its shape.
Chairs have done a lot of fielding this week in England. We had the fan zone set up, and that's going to be a huge wide. Jumps and still can't reach it. Needed a tennis racket. It just was at Wimbledon. Maybe I could have borrowed one. But, Pavel was actually taking a photo in the fan zone of some other fans. And the ball, he's got a great shot of the ball just coming and bouncing right next to him. Could have easily. I mean, knowing Pavel, he wouldn't have been knocked over by it or anything. Pitched up, hit straight, but straight at the fielder. Does well to do the fielding. Chambers has got a role to play here. I mean, he's got to go at least once. Just would love to be able to release with the boundary, Chambers. I mentioned he's a pretty technical player. I think he's good in the front foot, but he doesn't have too much confidence, I think, on this pitch. I think on the front stool, like this kind of length, he just gets squared up.
Yeah, he's quite a correct player, absolutely right there. The Porto Wanderers chased a total similar to this, not similar to this, probably about a 110, 120 a couple of nights ago. And Anthony was there all the way through. He carried his bat until I think sometime in the last over, and it took him a while to get going. It took him a while to really hit his strides, and around him the wickets are falling, but that's because they were getting going. But he himself anchored it. He really got motoring about over number 7. But it was a little bit too late, unfortunately. That's a great shot.
That's a confidence builder for Chambers.
Yes.
He just had to wait perfectly distributed there. Puts that one through point for 4. Wanderers up and about. Get a bit of sport going around the traps. Obviously, ECS Cyprus is finished for the day. We'll take you through this game, and then the 2 kind of regular slots tonight that we have been playing every night. But also, I was just in London. Tonight's the Champions League final in London as well.
Caught up. I didn't know that was on.
Yeah.
There you go.
Might catch the tail end of it. Maybe we'll go to extra time or something like that.
Just want to jump on everyone else who's saying hello to Lily Panda. I'm sitting here in the chat for a while. Hello, Lily. Hope you're well.
Punches and finds the fielder. Fielder does well to block this. Could have easily snuck through. But Chambers will retain the strike, and it takes us to the end of the power play. It's 40 without loss after 3.
Not a bad power play. I think if you'd offered him 40 for no loss after 3, they probably would have said, we're happy with that. We'll take that, because the run rate from here on in is 14 and a bit, 14.28 to be exact. 100 runs exactly needed off the next 6 overs. So you're right about Chambers. He's 10 from 8, and when he gets the opportunity, I don't think holding down one end is going to be good enough here. I think it's going to be 2 batters going for it. I think they need to move, and they're going to be needing to move probably soon to make sure that run rate stays in hand. It's not out of hand yet.
No, but look at those last 3 overs.
Yeah.
Just that the 8th and 9th tight. Last one went magical. If it wasn't that, they're probably chasing kind of high 120s.
Exactly. Yes.
Last overs have really killed the Wanderers today.
That's really hurt them, hasn't it? Yeah. Oh dear. So,
Trip's enjoying the auto captions on YouTube. Of course, they're auto generated, and so apparently we're talking about the cornbread Knights. And leg side well taken by the keeper. Will cost him a run. Rahul, well, he's had problems with his heel. Hitting that side line, so I'll keep an eye on that. He's going over the wicket. Does like to jump wide sometimes.
I've noticed the auto captions on YouTube are quite funny. Sometimes I'm listening to you and Rico calling, or you and Charlie just recently, and sometimes you've mentioned Phil G in Portugal, and it comes up with Feel G, F-E-E-L. And given.
Yes, got him. So a bit of extra bounce there. Rahul gets the breakthrough, and Chambers has to walk for 10. The Wanderers lose their skipper at 41 for 1.
Oh, that's a body blow. Absolute body blow. That Chambers gone. That's great delivery. Knew it. And umpire said, yes, you are indeed on your way. So that's the first breakthrough. So the power play, all good. We get 40 for none in three, but then you come out and then the first ball, the 4th, and you lose your skipper like that. And Zinkas comes to the crease, and he's got a lot to do. I'm so interested to see if he's going to be feeling just slightly gun-shy after copying that blow to the chin in the previous match. I don't think he will. I think he's going to be. He's a solid, good player. I think if he gets going, can wind up that elastic band. Well, they just got to keep those runs coming.
Yeah, I mean, Chambers goes back to that shot worked for him. That one was a little bit closer to the stumps, wasn't it? And so, was it a bit difficult? Here's John Zinkas. Last time we saw him get rocked in the jaw and retire hurt for 0. He's on exactly that score, so he pretty much picks up where he left off. Hopefully there's no more of that. Let's see if Zinkus can fly away. Crucial partnership here. Nice little whip away from Zinkus first up, but a pretty friendly bounce out there. It'll just be a single to the skipper, Verinda Virk.
That's right, Verinda patrolling that deep mid-wicket boundary, getting on top of that one in a hurry. But good to see Zinkus off the mark. First ball with a pretty well-placed shot. Had to get the fielder to do a bit of work, but he's off the mark.
Well, there's that extra bounce. Actually does the keeper, Bilal. I'll get through for a bite. Yeah, just don't want to let this rate get out of control. The pressure will really be on. Zinkus played a pretty good-looking shot first up. Confident-looking whip away. It's just hard to dictate terms about it with the variable bounce. It does make for a pretty exciting viewing, though.
Say hello to Dave in the chat there. He enjoyed the photo with myself and Steve McVeigh. We posted in our group. Glad you like that one.
He tries to go upstairs a little bit. Well bowled by Rahul. Yeah, we actually had a fair few of the Blue Spanner crew, those that were on the ground in London yesterday. Had them in for the whole second innings of the final.
Yes.
Quite noisy in there, tell you that much.
They loved it. They were reporting back to me, telling me how much fun they had.
It was fun.
That was good.
And we had a few go over us. Luckily, none came into the cube. It's a shot and a half. It's a really good shot. That's confidence bringer for Zinkus. As he zinks that one out of the ground. Maximo 6 carreras.
That is a proper four. That one came off the bat like a bullet into the trees, beyond the car park and into the trees.
I think with short square boundaries, you bet on bounce. I know you'll occasionally get a shooter, but you got to bet on something. Otherwise, you're betting on nothing. So I think Zinkus, he's already been surprised by one that put him in hospital. He's back in the very next game, trying to keep his team in the competition. Nice little drive down the ground. He'll retain the strike. Rahul, pretty good over from him, 1 for 9. The 50 comes up for the Wanderers off the last ball, the fourth. It's 50 for 1.
Still a lot of work to do there for the Porto Wanderers. 90 from 36 balls. So the next 6 overs, it's all about what Zinkus can do with Bashir. Bashir going well is 29 from 11. There's no reason to think these two can't try to rip the game out of the hands of the fighters, who I think are doing a magic job so far with the ball, doing pretty well. Run rate hasn't hit a critical time yet, but it's going to soon as we start getting into middle overs, because those middle overs will go quick. Next couple of overs suddenly gone, and the batsmen start going, hang on, we've only got 4 overs left, and we've got so much on the board to do.
You're right about that, and look who it is. It's Deepu Mansur-Perea, who bowled really well earlier. This one down leg side, we caught a wide to start. Do you think we'll get to the point where we have kind of like, I don't want to say groupies because it's got a bad connection, but like, you know, like nomadic ECN supporters just go town to town?
Yeah, I reckon.
Is this your first time watching an ECN event outside Czechia?
No, I was. I went up to Dresden a couple of years ago.
Yes. Okay, yes. Gotcha. A bit of a lucky one here.
Very lucky.
But they'll get one off the inside half of the bat.
Yeah, because
Dresden's only about 90 minutes by train, right? From Prague?
Hour and a half by train, and then short walk from the main station. And Danny Hudacek and Rico Full were on commentary duties, and they spied me in there, hiding there, and they said, "Get up here."
I do remember that now you mentioned.
Yes. That was 21, I think it was. I think it was 2021.
This is lifted up in the air. Fielder comes in. Oh, then he goes the Taekwondo-style flying kick. Something you'd see out of Street Fighter 2. But it's effective somehow for Rahul. But he doesn't stop the 2, does stop the boundary.
Such a low percentage.
We're going to replay that. That'll be a good replay.
That again? We have to see that again.
He basically dives at it. It'd be like a red card on a football field as well. That
was good. Your description was bang on. It was exactly like something out of Street Fighter 2.
Yeah.
And a low percentage chance to stop the ball, but he did it. Did it well.
Oh, there's that one that takes off. Really does take off on Bashir. Having said that, these two at the crease, it's a key partnership, and they're both really, really good batters, capable of doing this, but that rate's crept over 15 and over required now.
Yeah, it's getting up there, isn't it? Oof, there's a lot of work to do. We keep saying, look, these two are big hitters, and when they get motoring, they can put on a good partnership. They're going to need a couple of magical overs in the next couple, literally 2 magical overs in the next 2 overs to make this happen. Gets cute there with that shot, and that's going to work.
Yeah, really nice shot. That was a vacant area, so he kind of uses the conditions to his advantage this time.
Yeah, look
Just
at that.
hanging in there, aren't they?
It's too full, too straight, and that was the right shot for it. Very vacant down there. Very vacant. Get a fleet of battleships through there and no one would know. That is a wide open expanse.
So imagine like just a bus. Imagine we organise a bus, and so if you want to be like a roadie, you just get on the bus and you go ECN event to ECN event.
Roadie.
Yeah, you can be a roadie.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Sounds better than groupie.
It does sound better than groupie. You're right.
Ah, steps across. That's almost knocked the lights out. Maximo! What a shot by Bashir. He's having some day with a stick.
I'm telling you, that has gone a real long way. That part where I saw the ball bounce, it was over the fence and it bounced up even higher, which proves it's out on the asphalt in the car park, beyond the car park to where cars park their cars when they think it's safe to park there.
Yeah.
That's where it went. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's not exactly the kind of danger you're looking for when you drive to the cricket ground. I'd always get a lift here, put it that way. Anyway, last ball, the 5th over. I like the footwork there, though. Created that line for himself, didn't he? Bashir's got a very good eye. He steps across again, and we'll hit this down the ground. Should just be a single as Rahul uses the hands as an alternate method of fielding at the end of the 5th over at 65 for 1.
I think it's really good fielding there by Rahul. Just realised that that's what they're for as well. And we're halfway through the innings. That's right, the 5th over is now done. Bashir, blink and you miss it. Bashir's up to 42 from 16. And Zinkasu joined him not too long ago, 9. He has faced 5. With a couple of good hits there, but they both need to keep this momentum running. Currently, the percentages, well, computer still thinks that the Fighters are absolute favourites from here.
Stuck there for a while, though.
The
old 80-20.
Yeah.
The old 80-20 hanging around. They're not going anywhere.
Yep.
A few people asking about the ECN Family Facebook group. I think I mentioned this to a few people before. I've got some sort of strange status account, which means it's not easy for me to get involved in things like that. But if you screenshot interesting things to me and message it to me on Instagram at Mr. Maximo, I'll be able to at least reference it. That's probably a practical solution. That's good to see our community coming together. That's one way to do it.
It's a good way to do it, yeah. I think we can all... I think most of the Blue Spanner crew and the people who aren't even Blue Spanners who are joining that group, they can give a nod to our good mate Dave who put that together and put the invites out. And, yeah, we are a social group when we get a chance. We don't get often chance to meet up, though, in person.
Yeah, see, you make your own luck here. Again, it's not a ball that's going to hit the stumps unless he chops it onto the stumps. That he almost does. But Bashir will get that French cut away for 4. Wanderers hanging around in this chase.
They are. They really are. They're not going to say die, and this could go pretty close. If they can keep motoring at 15 and over and get within striking distance in that last over and a couple of balls, well, we could go to the last maybe only needing a dozen, maybe 15 runs, but there's a lot of ifs and buts in that statement. So I think I just want to wait and play this one ball by ball. That's short. The square leg umpire says you are wide, and the central umpire concurs.
Yeah, fair enough.
Wasn't
it? Really
it?
does take off. Let's have a look here on the replay. Yep, definitely.
By a long shot. He kept the bat up as a periscope, though.
Bashir on 46. Staying alive. Steps across. Really wants that leg side. Probably hitches his wagon too far there. We also know he can hit over cover pretty well. So these are tough choices to make. And you're not going to make perfect choices. And when you get it wrong, you just hope that you survive the ball and you can keep batting. He does.
Exactly. Yeah, so touching distance to a 50 here for Bashir, but well-deserved if he can get it.
Pitched up, beats him outside the off stump. Pretty good over by Chidinta Singh.
Couple of dots in a row. Suddenly the pressure's right back on the batsman now. Right back on him. Puts him back in the corner after a couple of big sixes and some good, very healthy boundaries as well. And we get 2 dot balls. Good work by the bowler.
Something's got to give here. He gets a little bit funk-licious. And that's got all the way. Maximo on his 50 to Bashir. As he brings it up of 21 balls. He's been outstanding today. Back-to-back 50s for the Wanderers opener.
Oh, that is a sensational shot. Just when you said it yourself, something has to give here, and he pulls that one out of his bag of tricks and entertains us with a lovely move across and touch around the corner where there was no fielder, no protection, and he carried the boundary line anyway. So lovely shot. Well-deserved 50. 52 runs out of 21. Well done.
And the key here was that he doesn't try and hit it too hard. So just taps it. Corey perfected this shot when he was playing, mainly because he didn't have a lot of power. And he just says, you just got to deflect it. Just tap it. Just tap it in.
Yep.
Tap it in.
Let the pace of the ball do all the work. You don't have to do all. Just got to get that bat in the right spot.
The boundaries, the ball's home. Go to your home. And now he gets the thing outside edge. That's going away for 4. Well, I mean, let's be honest. The Wanderers were kind of broken by a little edged boundary to win the game for fighters earlier. So now they're getting their own back. That'll be the end of the 6th over, 80 for 1.
They sure are. And the run rate of 15 required is still at 15. So they're on target for that 15 that they scored. I think they got actually 16 in their over. So they are doing well, the Porto Wanderers. They need to keep this momentum running, though. That's going to be the hard part. 6 overs gone. 4 to come. Ooh, this is bubbling along nicely. It is bubbling, isn't it?
One.
Can you feel it simmering just a little bit?
It's going to be a long night for both the teams, I think, if Wanderers don't win this. And we've got a couple of tough fixtures between two broken-hearted teams to finish the night.
Oh, true.
But anyway, let's see.
We'll see.
Let's see if they can pull it off. Be some sort of chase. It's a lot more than they've scored in any game so far in the series, Porto Wanderers. But they're in with a shot. Is Gurusavak bowling over number 7. And it's going to start with a blast to the leg side and out of here. Maximo Zinkus gets in on the action. What a way to start the 7th. 6 runs.
I don't often put this tag on these balls that get hit around here, but that one has gone interstellar. That has properly left the planet. That is massive. That has almost gone over the top of the production office over there, which is 2 stories of concrete. Big hit. Umpire checks the roundness of the ball, says it's still kind of spherical. I think we can keep playing. Wow, what a shot.
Can he double down here? He misses out, but they're going to hustle through. Again, that's good running. Every run counts at the moment. What you really want here for Porto Wanderers to win is what we call the double click. That's just not a computer term, but you want both batters clicking, so it doesn't really matter who's on strike. So you're happy to take every run that's there.
Absolutely. None of this I'll hold down the non-strikers and rubbish. If you're on strike, you need to go. There's no hiding here. These 2 batsmen are on, and they're looking the goods. You got Bashir on 56, Zinkus who just hit a towering 6, and then he's got enough strike 15.
Gone from 20% up to 34%. Pretty much 1 in 3 now.
Wow.
Just flirts with this. It's been an effective ball. You're not sure whether to pull or cut it. It's a bit too close to cut. Not really in a great position to pull either. But again, Bashir survives it.
Gurusavak Singh is a crafty bowler. He's had a few good stints here in this tournament. Handy bowler coming in at this stage, picking up a couple of wickets and a couple of dot balls. And that's what he's got to do right here. Get the dot balls in and get that run rate back up over 16.
Steps across and launches. Back, and out of here. Maximo! Once again, great footwork by Bashir. Takes the chance, and it comes off for him at 6 more to the Wanderers.
Well, this over is going well. This is going how the Porto Wanderers want it to go. That's a couple of 6s and a couple of runs, and we're still 2 balls away from the end of the over. So there's every chance they're not only going to hit that 15 runs required per over, they're going to go over that one.
That's a good way to look at it. It's a good way to look at it. So can you get 15 off this over? You've got 12 off 4. And treat every over almost like it's the last.
Yeah.
You want to, I suppose at this stage, take calculated risks to get what you need off the over rather than kick the can down the road, so to speak.
That's right.
Looks like that ball was found. Crute doing a good job chasing it down and handing it back to the bowler. Bashir 62. And with this, he's going within reach of his score earlier in the day. Oh, hits him just outside the line. Again, bowler trying to go at the stumps, doesn't quite get it on line, but he does get a dot.
Yep, dot ball's a good ball. At here, any dot ball from here on in is going to be absolute as rare as hen's teeth because these Porto Wanderers can't allow dot balls at all. That scoreboard's got to keep ticking. Gets stagnant for a couple of deliveries, suddenly the pressure gets inside the head of the batsman and something silly can happen.
This one gets a little bit big on him. He knocks it down for a single, so he equals his 63 from earlier in the day. This time, he's got a few more balls to play with as we hit the end of the 7th over. And the score is 94 for 1.
Okay, so that was 14 off the over. Don't think that's going to be too dismissive seeing we're talking about getting 15. You got 14, that's fine. But that momentum we talk about, got to keep going. And yeah, Bashir, great innings being played by him. And good support from Zinkus. When he gets on strike and he can swing through the ball like we saw in this over, they could do 15 over.
One big over can swing this either way.
One big over, absolutely.
One big over can swing this either way. It could be this one, could be the 9th. Let's see, Rahul. Looks like he's coming back to bowl over number 8. All right. Every ball's massive now. Bashir, what will he try? He's going to try stuff here. He loves that skip across. I think it's a pretty good tactic. He's got a good eye to catch up with it. He's kind of daring the bowler to bowl the stumps, and he's thinking, okay, but I think I'm good enough to whip across and whip you over the leg side. They almost had 6 outfielders there, which were in no ball, but they spot it just in time. So here is the start of the 8th over. 3 overs will make or break the campaign for these two teams. Here's Rahul. And he bowls him, so he shows too much of the furniture. Now, credit to Rahul. Now, I've said it before. How often you see bowlers trying to play the batter's game, following the batter. But I think this is the odds. Get it full, get it straight. It's very difficult to deal with. Just can't catch up with it. So, a brilliant 63, but he's out on that score for the second time today. And the Wanderers lose a key man, 94 for 2.
Wow, it's a really good call from you, Vinny, because you explained that just before it happened about the bowler playing the batsman's game, exposing the stumps, getting across. But, you miss, I hit, that kind of methodology going through the bowler's head, and it's worked. And that's big wicket. Bashir goes for 63 for the second time. Well, he's made 63 for the second time today. And Porto Wanderers, well, they got to rebuild with a new batsman to the crease.
The thing is that the idea of following the batter, and, okay, your best result then is a dot. But your best result, if you do that, is a wicket. And a wicket's way better than a dot because you get rid of the guy. And actually, that ball is so difficult to ramp if you've shown so much your stumps. Anyway, here's Jonathan Gunasekara batting 4, and he swings hard first up. Hit down the ground for a single. So now, poor Zinkas, he's been through the ringer. He's had a key role in both games and had a trip to hospital in between. He's had a patched up chin. He's 15 off 7, but we have seen him hit a monster Maximo in his knock so far. In fact, he's hit 2 sixes in total. Game's on the line. And he hits it very, very well. Maximo for Zinkas, cleared for takeoff here in the 8th over.
Well, I tell you what, for a man under that much pressure, and as you say, he's had one visit to hospital, he's had a lot on his shoulders when he's bowling, and he's out here now, and he has to get probably most of that 39 runs needed off these 15 last deliveries.
Let me tell you, Zinkas is in the cockpit now. A few of the lights are starting to flash. A couple of buzzers are going off. He's at the wheel, and he's going to put it out of the ground. Well, that one's even bigger. Maximo, back to back. That one might have been 35,000 feet up.
That ball is going to come back with passport stamps. That has gone so far out of the ground. Oh, my goodness. What a shot.
I'm glad he was wearing the helmet earlier, even though it didn't help him too much, went under the chin.
Yeah.
But I think Zinkas should be allowed to bat in the pilot's hat if there was an exception. Anyway, full toss this time. He misses out. Slightly awkward bounce with the fielder, but cuts it off. So just a single. Looking for 2. It's not there.
Ooh. They thought about it. They thought, that would be a suicidal 2. 32 from 13. Run rate below 15. But 32 from 13 is not a lot of deliveries to let go. Let's see what Gunny can do.
Well, they can do plenty. He's going to put it up and into the grandstand. Maximo. That was the over they wanted. And how many came off that? It was 20. So a magical 8th off Rahul. Even though he got that wicket in there, he'll finish 2 for 29. 114 for 2 off 8. 26 required. Another thriller in our hands here in match 38.
You wouldn't read about it, would you? It's fantastic having you here, Vinny, because you rocked up this morning from England. You've come to the ground with me. We're sitting here in the sauna in the sweatbox calling this game, and we're going to get another last over thriller for sure.
Well, tomorrow we can be sitting with our mocktails in the jacuzzi, and we can be watching a replay of this. We can have Cyprus on the other screen.
That's right.
I'll be cruising. But what an important shot that was, by goodness sake, just to show, look, I've got agency too. I'm more than just a player that's going to hold up an end. Now, big conference from the fighters. They've got 5 minutes to bowl this over, so they probably do have a minute to burn potentially with a talk, maybe 30 seconds. But that's assuming they can bowl a 6-ball over here.
That's right. That was a proper conversation about who's going to bowl this and then who's going to bowl the 10th, because we're going to go to the 10th. Who's going to do this?
What about the 6s from Zinkas going there back to back? That over went wicket. 1 6 6 1 6.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible strike in there from Zinkas.
Zinkas was the guy earlier who was bowling the last ball of the game. It was 4 to tie, 6 to win for the opposition. He got edged for 6. And the fighters got home. He's facing up now. Lalit Kumar is going to bowl the 9th. 26 to win. Watches it. And a good judge of a wide there, Zinkas, who gets one.
Well, I tell you what, this over from Kumar, this will probably be one of the most important overs he bowls in this tournament right now to date. And he's got to try to contain a hard-hitting Zinkas from putting him out of the ground for, well, let's see what happens. It's a tough job.
Another wide. Oh. So you can see what Kumar's trying, but he's just missing the mark. Yeah, it's not quite Rick McCosker from the 1977 Centenary Test, but not far off. Yes. The days just before helmets became commonplace. He had his jaw broken, came back to bat with it bandaged up.
I remember watching that game.
Is that right?
I was actually watching that game. Yep.
Showing your age now.
I so totally am.
Pitched up and blasted out of the ground. Maximo! Oh, Zinkas, good go from 0 to hero, but it's not done yet. This game in the balance, but the Wanderers ahead at the moment. 6 more.
Tell you what, they're coming so hard right now. This is some really good hitting from Zinkas at the very end of this innings. 122 for 2. We've only started the 8th. Was it 18 from 11?
He stabilised the plane now. Okay. Pitches up, misses, gets away with it. Hits a bit of turbulence.
Ooh.
No problem, though. Still cruising. 18 off 10. Oh, well, Phil, we went very close to a golden ball earlier on. You've got to be tingling pretty hard at the moment. Those 2 wides, by the way, just meant, now they've got 3 minutes to bowl 4 balls. Should do it, but if there's any more wides in the over, that clock could get out of hand.
That's the last thing they'd want to. My goodness.
Yeah, Chargers probably wants 2 here. Clean pickup probably won't allow it. They're going. Good throw might nail him down. He's out.
He's
gone. Zinkas has run himself out. Now, was it worth it for one more run? I'm not so sure. I probably would have come back if it was fumble, but it was a clean pick-up and throw. Well gathered by the keeper, Mohammed Bilal. And you can see here, Zinkas was a step short. Check it on the replay. Thanks to our fantastic crew here. And bang, in fact, it's more than a step, probably 2 or 3 steps short. So Zinkas once again gets his team so close, but still so far from victory.
There was a good throw from the outfield, though, wasn't it? Right beside the stumps.
That's a good throw, but was that worth it for one run? I don't think so. I mean, Zinkas was so important there. Goodness sacred, has a leading role now. He's only faced 2 balls. 123 for 3, 9 balls left in this.
I think if it was the last over, you'd get that second run. You'd understand to go for that second run. This is the second last over. There's still, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
there's still
a lot can still happen.
Left.
You can steal the strike back.
Exactly.
For one run. And it was probably a 50-50 if he makes it or not. Needed to be a very good throw.
And just a reminder, that last 6 in the last over, that was Gunasekar who belted that one too. So he's not scared of hitting it over the fence.
He's only faced 2 balls. Rajani comes out to bat. Oh, his first one gets big at him. Oh, it's hurt him.
That's hit him right in the soft
can't
spot.
run because he's hurt. Ouch.
I think that's hit him in the midriff there. That's
eyeing off the run out in case he's out of his crease while he's sitting there. And, that could be a proper solar plexus job. If we see this from side on, we'll probably get a good idea of what's happened. But, Rajani, welcome. He wears one.
Yeah, that did not look comfortable at all. He went down straight away. His batting partner thought they were on for a run, but he was going absolutely nowhere.
Honestly, I'd consider it depends what you got in the shed. I consider a retire hurt here just because do you want the same guy facing the same bowler after getting that ball?
No.
You can still bring him back if he's hurt.
Sure. Yeah.
So, and I would think that qualifies as hurt.
I would say that's qualifying as hurt. Depending how he is, surely he might want to take a moment here and say, you know what, it's at a crucial part of the game. Who's in next?
He'll want to continue, right? So
he'll want to.
It's kind of almost a call you got to make. Go, look, strategically, do we want to keep you in there or not? Probably will. That one really took off from Kumar. Can't really see it there, but it took off the pitch and surprised him.
Surprised everyone. That thud. Oh, that didn't sound good at all.
Look at this. Oh, it takes off. Zinkas probably says, yeah, look, I'll see you and raise you because I had one that took off even more and hit me under the chin.
It is when he goes off, when poor old Rajani goes off, they're going to be comparing scars and marks and things like that. And I think Zinkas has still got him there. Although he's going to have a lovely
this is where you know what you're made of. And I think Rajani's made of tough stuff. He's going to put his big boy pants on. He's going to get back up in the box. And he's going to say, all right, live by the sword, die by the sword. There's 2 to come in this over. 17's a lot to get. Feel like they kind of need a boundary before the end of the 9th. That's pretty well bowled, though. Forced to take his medicine. Kind of dig it out. Ground fielding's good there from Fighters. They keep it to 1. Goodness sake, he was the last ball specialist last over, wasn't he, when he drilled a 6?
He was. And there's no reason why he can't do another one now. It's the last ball of the 9th. And they do need a big hit to get within touching distance again. 16 needed. If this is a 6, the last over is going to be an absolute ripper, a barnstormer.
Well, he's going to edge. Fielder comes around. He's caught it. Well, it just shows you that the universe is a mysterious place. It's almost identical to the shot that won the game for Fighters earlier on. This time the fielder comes in, he drops it, but he drops it upwards. And he's able to recover, takes it in the right mid on the second opportunity. And Porto Wanderers, well, they might have kind of kicked a bunch of black cats while walking under a ladder convention because they just can't take a trick at the moment. Fresh out of luck. 124 for 4 after 9. Still in there, but that 16 looks a long way away. That's what they need off the last over.
16 off the last. That's a big ask in anyone's language. And with a couple of big hitters already sent back to the pavilion, this is going to be extremely difficult for the Wanderers. It's going to really test their mettle here. If they get off to a good start, and who knows, maybe whoever the bowler is coming on, he might feel the pressure as well. If he gets taken to the boundary on the first ball, absolutely game on. But let's see who it is.
Rajani, who just had his ribs adjusted, is going to be facing up. He's been joined at the crease now. I think that's Kanaka Sabapati, the keeper, who's come out on strikers end.
I think it is too, yep.
Yeah, so look, comes down to this, doesn't it? For Fighters, they can guarantee themselves a spot in the Super Fives if they can just defend the 16 off this over. Now or never for the Wanderers. 10th overtime. And the first ball is lifted up and out of the ground. What a strike from Rajani. Well, the Rajani strikes back. He was hit. Now he does the hitting. 6 closer to the target.
Well, like I said, if that first ball is hit for a boundary, suddenly the pressure is all on the bowler now because it's 10 from 5, and the bowler's probably going to get a little bit of advice from a few people here on how he should bowl it. But Rajani's gone bang.
It wasn't the worst ball, really.
It wasn't. It just got picked up.
From Jatinder Singh
so
first
well.
Up. 10 off 5 now. Another thriller in Miranda de Corvo. Super Saturday in full swing here on the European Cricket Network. Goes short and he misses out. So 10 off 4 now. Fighters still noses ahead. Boundary breaks the game wide open. But where's it going to come from?
Tell you what, another boundary here. After that dot ball, another boundary here.
I also think this is where you're looking at taking 2s. I think this is where it's probably worth taking a risk because you can use the run. Well, they won't get 2 here. They'll get 1. Cannons into the pads. No need to throw it. They don't. That'll be a leg bye. So now let's see what Sabapathi's made of. Such a tough situation to come out. You haven't had a hit all day. You have to read the pitch, the conditions and everything. 9 off 3. Bare minimum, I think he needs to get off strike. I think they'll probably run to the keeper even if he misses it. Got to have that understanding, though, at this stage.
Yep.
Keeper's a long way back. But anyway, Sabapathi doesn't want to miss it. 9 required. And he hits it, and he's going to get an edge. That's going to be 4. Well, this has been a crazy first half of the fixtures today. The outside edge comes into play again, gets them 4 closer. And that tingle is very much alive. It's 4 to tie, 5 to win off the last 2 balls.
Oh, my goodness. 5 from 2. Yes, we are 4 away. The odds are even. It's a 50-50 split according to the supercomputer. Even the supercomputer can't pick a winner here, and they're just playing it safe and saying, it's anybody's game. Oh, boy.
Well, like a sucker at the roulette table, they keep chasing their money here, don't they? Thinking, surely it's their time. All right, well, a boundary ties it. A boundary 4 ties it. A 6 wins it. Again, every run's important. I think you run of anything here. Second last ball. Gets it. I don't know if you can get 2 here. Clean pack up, you probably don't. And you put it in the realm of Rajani. So it kind of takes the golden ball out of it. We've got such a similar situation. This time it's actually a 4 or a 6 will win the game clean. The earlier game it was 4 to tie, 6 to win. It was edge for 6.
That's it.
So Rajani is basically 50 metres away from keeping his side in the competition. And all the Fighters have to do is keep this ball on the field. And they've qualified for the Super Fives tomorrow.
Oh, boy. So it all comes down to this.
Need to get a piece of it. Ideally, the whole thing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is ECN at night during the day. Boundary or bust for the Wanderers. And he won't do it. It's taken by the keeper. It'll be a dot ball. They walk off, and it's a win for the Fighters. Again, a very bare margin. It's 3 runs in it. Final score, Fighters CC 139, Porto Wanderers 136, and that means the Fighters are through. And the Wanderers, well, they'll have to play their last 2 games with a broken heart because they're out of the running here, according to our calculations in this European Cricket Series at night.
That's absolutely right. Well called, Vinny. That was fantastic finish to this game, and what a great over. That last over went this way and that way, then it came that way and this way, and we didn't know where it was going to go, and Rajani just couldn't get bat on ball for that last one. Unfortunately, just needed a 4 right at the end there. Needed to get it out of the ground even, and wasn't able to do so despite some really good earlier big hitting. And, they must be absolutely gutted, the Porto Wanderers, as they come on to congratulate, well, their 2 batsmen and also the winners here in this match 38. The Fighters, who, as you say, they've now qualified for Super 10. They are over the moon.
Yeah, well, they say cricket's a funny game, but only one team's laughing right now. Unfortunately for the Wanderers. What's worse is in probably the hottest day I've seen in a while, they're going to have to play 4 on the spin. We will see them again against the Coimbra Knights, so I suppose pride getting played for. I mean, we'll recheck the table, but I do think with that result, it won't be possible for them to catch them because there'll be 9 points between them, and barring act of God or virus, I don't see a way that they can qualify for the Super 5s. Anyway, what an innings it was. I mean, Bashir again with 63. Gets them so close, 63 off just 27 balls for him. For Zinkas, 35 off 13. Again, it just comes back to these moments. Did he have to go for that second run? Probably not. Gunasekara fought hard. He got one away. So did Rajani Subapathi. Again, he tried hard, was able to conjure a boundary late in the piece, but they weren't able to get across the line in the end.
The Porto Wanderers, they've experienced a couple of sliding doors moments here today in these 2 matches, and they can think what could have been. Unfortunately, they have to settle for what actually did happen. And yeah, they look a bit dejected over there, and they do have to settle for a couple of games later. Well, later on today, one this evening against the Coimbra Knights.
Bit of a team effort there from the bowlers as well. So everyone going between 10 and 14 and a half and over.
Yeah.
So, if you use Gusavak and Lalit as one bowler, everyone went 26 or 29.
Yep.
So just consistency, I suppose. Rahul got a couple of handy breakthroughs, but just 3 runs the margin. And only 2 runs the margin in the game before. So, I mean, a combined margin of 5 runs in the 2 games. However, the results go points-wise, 6 to the Fighters, 2 to the Wanderers. Bit of a heartbreaker there. We'll be back with more cricket. We'll be coming back in about 35 minutes with the first ball of the next one as the Wanderers will continue their fun in the sun, inverted commas. And match 39, they'll be taking on the Coimbra Knights. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Phil G. We'll see you shortly for more ECSN Portugal.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back, everybody, to the beautiful Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in central Portugal. This is the European Cricket Series at Night, Portugal edition. And this is Phil G for European Cricket Network. And you are about to tune in now to match 39. That's coming your way very shortly. And that is going to be the Porto Wanderers. So their third match in a row here today. And they're going to play against the team from the Coimbra Knights, which is actually, this is their home ground. So there's the fantasy board up there straight away. Boom. Okay, and you can see there that the Wanderers, they won the toss and elected to bat first. So they're going to get out there and make a bit of a fist of it. There's a few new faces there for the Coimbra Knights. We can see there not too many scores alongside the name on the fantasy dashboard. And of course, on the Porto Wanderers side, well, there's a couple of changes. They've rung a few changes. Mark Stadler is going to sit this one out. He's done 2 in a row, and he's a bit sore in the knees, he tells me. And you can see that, Neil Charles comes into the side, led by Anthony Chambers. John Zinkers is back there again, so is Jonathan Gunasekara. And the team looks pretty much unchanged from that. So there's a couple of newbies in there. Oh yeah, Pacindu is in as well. So that's the scene at the moment for the for match 39 coming your way very, very shortly indeed. We've just had a couple of fantastic games here. It's been quite warm here as well, and that is, well, up and coming events. Obviously, we're doing Portugal. Cyprus started today as well. Rico doing a fantastic job there with Niche in Cyprus. And then don't forget what's coming up halfway through next month. And we're going to go to Czechia, my hometown of Prague, for the Women's Central Europe Cup T20I action for the women there. It's going to be a fantastic 3-day tournament. Then we go to the ECS starting on the 17th, Monday the 17th, running to the end of the month, where we get the ECI Women's and ECI Men's in action. Romania ECS starting July. Mid-July, we go to Hungary for ECS and ECI action. And then we're looking at August now already, where we're talking about Bulgaria and Croatia. A lot of action coming up on the European Cricket Network. T20I, ECS action, ECI action. And I can't wait for that. It's going to be a bumper summer, no matter where you look on the European Cricket Network. And we're looking forward to bringing that to you. Just a reminder, tomorrow with Rico and Nish down there in Limassol. Oh, sorry, they're in Limassol? No, they're at, they're in Cyprus. At the series there's a fair bit going on. 6 games tomorrow, long old day for the people down there, but it's a lot of cricket going on there. Everest in action versus Limassol Koalanders to start with, and then the Koalanders take on the Kings. The Warrior versus Everest, and the Nicosia and Fighters against the Kings. And Warrior against the Fighters, and then BF Cyprus will finish the afternoon, match 11 versus Phillips Warrior. So action aplenty in day 2 on Sunday tomorrow, and of course we've got action here as well in Portugal at the beautiful Miranda do Corvo Stadium, Estadio. And the umpires are making their way out, and the players are making their way out. The Porto Wanderers batsmen, well, unfortunately for them, we've done our calculations, we've done our maths, and we've seen that their tournament is almost going to come to an end. They will not progress through to Super 5. The Super 5 teams are pretty much locked in now. So the Coimbra Knights against Porto Wanderers, this match 39. And then the following match, which will happen in the twilight, and it will go on into the evening when the lights come on. That's basically, unfortunately, it's not going to affect the top players in Group B. The top teams in Group B are now sorted. The 2 teams are there. And, Supercomputer looks at this game and says he likes the Porto Wanderers. Gives them 73% chance for a win. Coimbra Knights, only 27%. Let's see how that is going to turn out. The Wanderers are going to want to get a win here just to restore a little bit of confidence and a bit of happiness to their faces after those 2 games that went to the last ball in a row. But unfortunately, they've been denied on both times to get the win. You got to feel from a little bit. There was a bit of a sinking feeling, but they were 2 really wonderful matches. Myself and Mr. Maximo next to me here was absolutely out of our seats towards the end of that last game. It was so close you could almost touch it, and unfortunately for the Porto Wanderers they couldn't, but fortunately for the Fighters, they've locked themselves into a top 5, Super 5 position, so they're going to be in action next week along with the team Punjab CC Amadora and the Lisbon Supergiants. They've finished top in Group A. In Group B, it's going to be Awarish and the Fighters, and we believe, obviously we'll get confirmation of this, we believe that the 5th team to get in will be the Lisbon Capitals, because they're the highest finishing team after the top 4 of both, or the top 2 of both groups. That's going to be them. So we think that's going to be the 5, and we'll see some schedules pretty soon, I think, throughout later on the evening. So we're moments away from a start here, and as I said, the Wanderers, Porto Wanderers, they won the coin toss. They elected to have a bat first. So the Coimbra Knights are going to kick things off here in the field. We're moments away from a start. Batsmen look ready. The umpire's just checking a few things, making sure he's got the right bowler. He's got the right bowler there. The right bowler's got the ball too. That's the most important thing. So, lovely sunny day here. Warm day here as well. We've been here since about midday, and it is quite warm. Quite warm for the people out there. Porto Wanderers have got 4 in a row, so they're feeling the heat as well. And we're almost ready to start, I think. And we've still got one match later to come this evening, and that's always fun to have a match under lights here. It's an absolute spectacle when the lights come on. It's good to see. So, as if Khan is going to start the bowling from the northern end as soon as he gets the nod. Batsmen just resting on their bats, getting ready for a start. I think it's just a few little dots and T's. Umpires making all sorts of gestures there to the officials. I think it reminds me of the baseball coaches in the US where they do that thing where they rub their sleeves and then cross their arms and do all sorts of things just to get things, make sure everyone's happy with what's going on. I think we're just going to get a quick double check, make sure everything's gold. Apologies for the delay here on the start. I know we're moments away. But just want to repeat what we've seen today, which is the Porto Wanderers had a couple of games against the Fighters, and the Fighters have won both those games literally on the last ball with 1 ball to spare, and they've won them both. And unfortunately, that means for the Porto Wanderers, they've been knocked out of this tournament and no chance of getting into, well, not knocked out of the tournament, knocked out of Super 5 contention, I should say, because they're still alive in the tournament. Of course they are. In match 37 today. The first match we had earlier today, that was a great game. It went close. Well, they both went close. And, well, unfortunately for the Porto Wanderers, didn't quite go their way. The Fighters, well, they fought so hard to get to where they had to get to as well. The Porto Wanderers, they had 104 for 5 after their 10. And on the last ball of the over, they needed a 4 off the last ball for a tie. And they hit a 6. And that was quite amazing scenes. Mohammed Bilal obliged with a streaky, what we called a filthy thick edge, and it flew over the top of the third man for a 6. And for a moment, third man was in with a chance of a catch, but then he realised, no, it's sailing well over my head. And that was a body blow, absolute body blow to the Porto Wanderers. Second match that we had this afternoon, match 38, ended not quite in the same style, but it ended very, very close indeed. I'm just recapping a few things, just seeing a few things in front of me here, people talking about in the chat about how close the game was. Yeah, so the Fighters, they put up 139 and they set a target of 140, and the Wanderers fell 4 runs short. And on the last ball, they needed a boundary, and it was a dot ball. And it was gut-wrenching to see the batsman who'd hit a couple of boundaries in the previous balls just fell shy of that very last delivery. And that is the game that put the Fighters into the top 2 position in this group. And it gave him the Super 5 berth. And the Super 5 starts tomorrow. So we'll have the matches for the Super 5 coming up later on the graphics. We'll let you know who's playing who tomorrow. So tomorrow, Sunday, is match 1 and 2 of the Super 5 section of this tournament. And then obviously Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are the next 2 games per night. That's 10 games in total. And that's each team in that Super 5 plays the other teams once. So that's a total of 10 games. And then we hit the finals on Friday. And, of course, Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo is going to be here in the comms to take you through next week. Unfortunately for me, my stint here as a part-time commentator for the European Cricket Network will be, well, we'll have to put a pin in that. I'm not going to say it's going to come to an end, but for this tournament, my tournament will be over tomorrow night. I'll be able to see through matches 1 and 2 of the Super 5, and obviously the rest of the 2 games tonight. And then I need to wave goodbye to the lovely ground here and the fantastic people here who've been looking after us. Big shout out to Barry and Nina and Anna for all everything they've done for us, for making sure that we're watered, we're fed, we're looked after. And that have been absolutely fantastic, treating me like one of their own. I really appreciate that. And also to the crew here as well, treating me like one of their own, even though they know I'm a blue spanner. But I've taken to them like a duck to water, and it's been brilliant. So, Still just got a slight delay here. Apologies for the slow start. I think there's just something we're double-checking, triple-checking, and we'll be along shortly, very shortly. So I hope your day's going well. Hope your weekend's going well wherever you are. It's been really warm here today. In the commentary box here, it's a bit of a sauna conditions. We've been giggling about it, both Vinny and me, about how warm it is in here. When we set up today at about what time did we get here? About 12 o'clock, I think we got here, and oh boy, it was already stifling. The sun is moving over to the west, which it does every day, no matter where you live, except for North Pole, of course, South Pole. I'm waffling, sorry. It is getting slightly cooler. The breeze is absolutely refreshing and lovely. By the time the lights come on halfway through the next game, it's going to be magical here. It's going to be so lovely, and we're looking forward to that. It's not far away. So yes, anywhere in the world you're watching, really enjoyed your company. And I've got to say, just a big shout out from me to the Blue Spanner crew, and also to the non-Blue Spanner crew, who've been really wonderful along this little jaunt with me, hanging out with me doing this. I Like Naps is one of the guys that comes to mind. He's been absolutely fantastic as well. Really, really good to see him around. I saw you in the chat earlier today, so I didn't get a chance to shout out to you. I saw Scotty Mack in the chat earlier too, and all of the Blue Spanner crew, Trip, Dave, Lily Panda as well is in there. I saw her, she was lurking around. Di Maria and Jules, and of course I got the chance to meet Steve McVeigh in the flesh, someone I've been wanting to meet for about 3 years now. Finally got the chance a couple of nights ago, so that was awesome too. So apologies for the delay here. We're trying to work out what's going on as well, and it's just going to be, I think, a couple more minutes. I think it's maybe a technical thing. I don't think it's anything too critical. Apologies for this. We're getting onto it, and we will get that sorted soon. So I think I've done enough of my my Oscar-winning speech. I think I'll pack that away for now, and just say, I'll tell you what. You know what? Oh, sorry. I was about to sign off then just for a few minutes. Instead, I'm going to look at what Jules said, which is more cricket than you can shake a stick at, Phil. You're absolutely correct about that. I've used that phrase a few times, and if anyone who knows about shaking sticks at things, it's definitely me. I'm stick shaker champion. And we look like we're all gold here. But I want to introduce, back to the commentary, is my good mate, Vinny Sandhu. Vinny.
Yeah, apologies for the slight mix-up there. I mean, look, we mentioned this earlier. Coimbra Knights going deep into the squad there. And so just checking the team. And this happens from time to time when you're doing so many games, so many teams. Just making sure that the team list is the teams can take the field. So that's just well done by our officials just to kind of spot that. And it does have the feeling of a bit of a sleepy Saturday afternoon game where, if you need one or two, you can just draft them in. But, I mean, this is still obviously ECN cricket, so certain protocols need to be followed.
Of course.
That's basically what that's about. So apologies, a bit of a delay. Not great for the players having to stay out there. So we'll keep you up to date with that. But the main thing is, look, obviously, Coimbra Knights, they know they're kind of out of the running of qualification. But, I mean, obviously you compare it to last night's situation, which is regrettable. But at least they'll be out there. We're going to get some cricket in the afternoon. And that's what everyone's tuned in to see here on ECN tonight.
Absolutely. And it looks like we've almost ironed out those little kinks, and those I's have been dotted and the T's have been crossed, because the players have gone back to their positions. The umpire's looking happy. The batsman's swinging the bat, even though no one's bowling. But he's getting ready to get involved. And we're not that far away from a restart. I feel it in my bones. I feel it.
Well, if you're feeling it, Phil, I'm feeling it with you. But I've got to say the Knights, I've got to love their traditional red kits. So it's been a slightly different looking lineup that we've seen during this series. Maybe a bit of a changing of the guard, but they're on the home turf here. Both these teams now, we know these are their last two games in the series. So everyone wants to go out a winner. Let's see what happens in this 2-over mini-series. Or 2-game mini-series, I should say. That's why I'm looking at it. I'm looking at, sometimes it's nice, you're just looking at these two games in isolation.
Yeah.
So, both these two, their tournament will finish after this, and they want to go out winners.
Absolutely. And as I was saying just to the listeners a few minutes ago, that the Super 5 is pretty much locked in now. There may be a change, possibly, but we think our maths is pretty good. It's locked in. So these two teams now are going to play out the Group B stage tonight. Match 39 right here in front of us, and match 40 a bit later on, and then second half of that under lights. And this is indeed a mini tournament for both of us, for both of them. Sorry, and it's moments away from starting. Again, apologies for that delay, that 10-minute delay, but we're almost good to go.
Yeah, I think so. How about the Wanderers' day so far? Moments from glory, but seconds from disaster. They've lost by 2 runs and 3 runs respectively, and had their qualification hopes dashed. Let's see if they can come back here. Match number 39 live from the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo in Portugal. Let's shake, let's rattle, let's roll. Clock ticks over. And it's going to be Asif Khan to get us going.
He's off and running. And we start off with the leg side
Well,
wide.
I mean, was it worth the wait? I'll leave it up to the fans to decide. But,
you gave him one of the best introductions a bowler
listen,
could ever hope for.
What do I say? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
You cannot.
Speaking of drinks,
Yes.
there's a few on selection here at the
Oh, you've had a bit of a look, have you?
clubhouse. Yeah,
Yep. It's not bad. Barry's gin collection is worth writing home about. And that's a wide, and that's going to go for 5 wides.
Yeah, well, it's the non-standard Maximo to get us going. It's a 6 off none, and if it was going badly for the Knights, who were probably about as tight for a first ball as the team have ever been after being out there in the afternoon sun.
Oh yeah.
During that delay. But anyway, Chambers is out there. He'd certainly like to score some runs. Bashir's been a good form, pair of 63s to his name so far.
Yeah, but interesting to see what Bashir can do out here, because as you say, a couple of 63s to his credit in 2 losing sides, and he'll want to get amongst the runs for a 3rd time in a row. Cut shot beautifully, 4 right off the bat. You knew it was going to be 4 between the players out there. Lovely strike from Chambers.
Brilliant shot, really, wasn't it? Just a fraction short, fraction wide.
You said it before in the previous game, how he's quite a technically correct player. And when you see those technically correct cover drives and cut shots played by this man, it's a joy to watch. Really is.
Just looked up a little bit close to one. One that was a bit close to cut earlier undid him, but that one is pure again. Cut away behind point. Back to back for Chambers.
That's a lovely shot, that one. Just he slightly elevated that a little bit just to get a bit of extra power. Just as it rose up, I think he went with it. And he didn't have to loft it. Absolutely not. And again, picked the gap. Had that extra split second to really place it perfectly between the gap there of that infield. Lovely shot. Good start to Chambers.
And I will say this again. Now we are into the normal night slot.
Yep.
It's pretty bright.
It's quite bright, isn't it? It is properly bright. Oh, it gets up around there. It is bright, isn't it? It's. Considering now this is our regular first game for the last 3 weeks. It is bright.
Yeah.
It is.
It is. But, it means summer's on the way. In fact, technically, I think it's the first day of summer. This one I think is a misses leg stump. It's called a wide. It's harsh, but probably the right call. I've got to say that it didn't have a summery feel yesterday in London, in southwest London. I've got to say that, although we were well looked after. I will say that.
Kept it a little bit low, that one. Sort of, it was on a good length, but it didn't really get up that high, and just on the back foot punches it out for a single. Yeah, you were looked after well in London, weren't you? But that weather that London gave you was,
I feel it's the traditional cricket.
Yeah.
It's the traditional cricket.
Yeah, and then you end up here on a day like today.
Oh, yeah. It's good, though. Haven't had daylight today for a while. I think in Cyprus they're getting scorched as well.
Yeah,
I'm bowled there by Asif. I want to say hello to Mom. You are the best. Hello to you in the chat. Hello to all the moms out there.
To all the mums.
Mums are, they are the best.
They are.
We wouldn't be here without
fantastic.
our mums. True?
True.
Dads as well, technically, but they get plenty of attention.
They do get a lot of attention.
They always milk it too, don't they? Dads. That's a harsh
Well bowled.
strike. To be honest, I think that was well bowled. I reckon it's straight over the line, but
Yep.
umpire has no sense of theatre, and he calls him a wide anyway. New ride regulation, so if it's on the line now, it's actually meant to be okay. If it misses the line. So this is something that only came in probably about 4 weeks ago, maybe 6 now. Oh, goes upstairs. So, no ball. This will be for the second short ball of the over. So what we've done is we've said, all right, we'll give the line back to the bowler. So we'll give you something, but the line doesn't move. So even if the batter moves around, the umpire now doesn't have to judge, okay, how much it's just keeping it simple.
Yes.
Okay, it's been working pretty well. But I do think some of the umpires are still kind of in the old habits of calling it for a wide when it goes over the line.
I think so too. Gets a bit cutesy there, but there is protection down there. It's bamboozled him though.
Oh, great effort. Though.
That was an amazing dive.
It will be 4 as signalled there by Bucks. But this is a proper Tortuga good job. Shane Warne would have been proud of this. It pitches in front of the fielder and just spins past his outside edge.
It properly did that.
They've been doing a new thing. Do you know that? Tortuga. Quite catchy.
I got to say, that dive was more reminiscent of something from theatre. It was quite good. There's a chance here. And it's taken. Lovely catch there. That is Bodraj has taken a catch. Well judged. at in the mid-off position, and wicket is gone. Bashir does not get into the 60s again for the third time today, and he's gone. That's it. Hit down the ground, miss-hit, and an easy catch in the end. First wicket down.
Nicely taken there by him, Linda. Need someone to step up. The fact they get Bashir early, I think that's got some value because he's coming off back-to-back 63s. But he's the first to go on this one. It's 22 for 1.
That's the one, yeah, exactly. It was a good start. We were just about to get to the end of the over, and I was thinking, well, this over's gone magical already. And then, it has gone magical, but then we got a wicket at the end. And this is going to bring in, looks like John Zinkus. That's the form of John Zinkus.
Here's the issue, because the kind of team that took the field wasn't quite the team named, had no option but to kind of go with the guys that were named. That's why you see they're technically a couple short. I think they will have a sub-fielder, though, that's able to kind of at least get the numbers up, but they only have 9 eligible to battle bowl. And that's just because of the protocols with naming your team at a certain time before the game, and that's kind of, unless for exceptional circumstances, you've got to stick with it. Anyway, here's Abdullah Khan for over number 2.
Oh, bangs that one in short, and quite rightly called wide ball.
Probably the one for the over as well. I mean, it certainly got up, I thought.
I thought it did too.
Built for fast bowling, isn't he? Abdullah Khan.
Umpire he's told him that's his first, but he told it to him after he's walked away. I hope he did see that from the umpire.
Maybe he whispered it.
Have a look at this.
Yeah, I think this is over the shoulder. Yeah.
Oh, it's over the top of the helmet,
yeah. It's almost a wide for height as well, wasn't it?
Oh, he reaches for that one, but he's reached successfully and finds the gap in straight through the covers. Lovely shot for 4. So Chambers continues with his offside attack. If they're going to keep putting it out there, he's going to keep putting it away, I think. And so 27 for 1, and we're here in the second. Just a reminder that the Porto Wanderers, they won the toss and elected to bat first. Having lost their previous 2 games, puts them out of top 5 contention. But, hey, they're still here and they're fighting. They want to get some win, get some pride before they head home back to Porto.
Yeah, exactly. They want something out of this. At least it'll soften the blow, won't it, if they can finish with a good couple of performances. Coimbra Knights as well. And obviously they haven't quite played to their potential in this series. They've kind of mixed and matched, and obviously would have liked to have been a bit higher up the ladder, so it gives them an opportunity to finish on a high as well.
Absolutely, yes. So this is Khan in again. Oh, it's full. It's a rotten beamer, and that has been hooked away, and that's a 6. That's going to be no ball, 6.
Well, Zinkus has already had his face put together, a bit like Humpty Dumpty after he fell off the wall. This is another one that comes straight his face, but Zinkus are ready for it. He doesn't mind balls with a bit of altitude because he is an airline pilot by trade, and he puts that one out of the ground. 7 up time and a free hit to come.
Look at that. Bang. Into position nice and quickly. He pretty much sort of thought, I'm sure what he thought was, no, not again. And then he realised, hang on a second, I've got a big heavy bat. Watch this. Bang. That's a great shot. So bowler transgresses there with a bit of a filthy beamer. Have to watch himself here. Nothing too short now. All nice and tight. In again. It's full, and it's hit through the covers, and that's going to be another 4. Bit of tough work for the men in the field to chase after that one in the warm conditions out there, but that was lovely placement and gets through that field. 10 on the board there for Zinkus, and Chambers is on 14. He's only faced 5 deliveries, and it's 39 for 1, and we're only halfway through the second over. There's a big score up here for these two if they can continue against this attack. Big score indeed. Khan transgresses with a leg side wide this time. Having a bit of trouble with the radar there. I'll tell you who's not having trouble with his radar, and that's Zinkus. He is hitting the ball beautifully at the moment.
Yeah, 2 balls that have been reachable.
In the reachable, yeah. Carrying on from a really good innings he played in the previous match and came unstuck there with what we thought was a bit of a badly judged second run at a time when they really needed him around. And it's just played down to the ground. Handed back to the keeper. All very friendly stuff.
Had a question in the chat. What colour shoes am I wearing today? Well, I've got to say, you've caught me out. I've gone with the black shoes. Fair reason, though. Yep. I've come straight from my London airport room, 3 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Thought I might get into the room for a bit. Unfortunately, wasn't ready, so I came straight to the ground again. Looking forward to getting my hotel room tonight.
Oh, you'll get it tonight. That's a lovely shot. That's going to be tough for the fielder to get a hold of that, and he won't. That's 4 through the deep wicket area, all the way along the ground. So that's the power right there of Zinkas. And we talked before about how this ground isn't exactly user-friendly when it comes to shots along the ground.
No, that's
that
right.
went along all the way, and it had good momentum and got away from that fielder.
Most of the time, the players have been pretty good with these ground fielding challenges, but not always. Nice ball, the over. It's gone magical here.
Well, there's trouble. And that has dollied up. That's risen up, caught him a bit unexpected there, and Zinkas has come unstuck with just a dolly to the keeper. Pretty high up on the bat, maybe off the glove. Let's have a look.
I think it is. I think it's off the glove the way it balloons.
Yep.
But, he's just trying to knock that down.
Yeah.
Zinkas disappointing. You put the kibosh on him pretty well there, Phil.
I think I did. Yep.
Anyway, he'll go for 14. He's caught behind. Wasim Khan does the rest. 44 for 2 after 2. So runs and wickets. We've seen it all so far. So, okay, Phil, give us the hotel room review then. It looks like a pretty nice hotel. I did stick my head in. There's a piano in the lobby. Looking at the table, let's go back to that for a second. You see Porto Wanderers, best they could do is 19. That won't be enough to qualify. Knights, best they could do is 17. That's not enough to qualify. So the top 2 set in each group, and the Capitals were third in Group A with 20 points. They'll be the best placed third place, and that's why they'll go through as the wild card.
Exactly. So that is our top 5. That is going to be our Super 5, which starts tomorrow. Matches 1 and 2 of the Super 5 start tomorrow, and then all through next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, culminating in a big finals day on Friday night. And that'll be you looking after business next week, Vinny, running solo. And I know you can do it because I've seen you do it before. You're going to absolutely have a fantastic time here at this ground under lights. And bowler back in again. This is Amnidia Singh. This time having a chance to get his name into the bowler's book. Starts us off with, something pretty leisurely. I'd have to call that. So the hotel. Let's talk about the hotel. The room review.
Talk to me. I want the Phil room review.
Okay. So the hotel rooms, they're very spacious, very tall ceilings. So that's a filthy looking wide down.
Good start.
Yeah, it's going to go all the way for 5 wides. It's very lovely rooms, very comfortable rooms. I have to say that they've got a little mini bar. They've got plenty of space for your clothes. The beds are super comfy. I've got, I think, about 5 pillows in my room.
Oh, okay. I like lots of pillows.
I like lots
of
of pillows.
that. I'm a fan.
I make myself a little fort
in
every
the
now
absence
and
of a human, more pillows is fantastic.
It is good.
Yeah.
Yep. They got a small little desk for you to work on too with a reading lamp. What else they got? Phones, the usual sort of bits and pieces. Lovely bathrooms. I love a good bathroom. I like to spend a lot of time in the shower, just get to know myself in the morning sometimes, just to get myself centered,
get yourself ready for the day.
That's it. Very nice. What else can I say about the hotel rooms? One thing that does miss, it's they don't have tea and coffee making facilities, which I feel that's a slight miss, but that's not,
probably go rustle it up somewhere.
Oh, you can. And that's the great thing about the staff. Nothing's a problem. Wander downstairs after breakfast, say, can I get a little espresso, maybe one of those little tarts? They'll look after you.
Nice. Ooh.
It's played nicely, but no run there. Going to Sacra there, just putting it out there on the towards point, but no chance for a run. 51 for 2. Getting into the third over. Power play is not too bad. 51 for power play so far is pretty good. I reckon that if you ask them if they want to take 51 for a power play, they'd probably say, actually, can we have a little bit more? That would be nice, in light of what happened in the previous 2 games. Swing and a miss. Generous round of applause from the fielders here for that delivery. Overall, look, I like the rooms. I think it's really nice. I've got a room that faces east, so it gets the morning sun. But then in the evenings, crack the window open, get a lovely breeze coming through. It's very nice. Very quiet grounds too. The surroundings are very quiet. We're a long way away from the motorway, so you do get a good sleep. Cautious there from the batsman. Just want to get bat on ball, I think. So yeah, I think you'll like your room.
All right. I'm excited to find out, even though it will be pretty late tonight. Who knows? We're still wondering, maybe we'll catch that first World Cup game, USA-Canada. What will the crowd will be like for that, actually?
Well, you'd hope it'd be an absolute belter, really.
You'd hope so. It's a complicated landscape there.
It is.
USA, it's a complicated place, Phil. Let's not get started on
it. No, that could be a long conversation. It's a dirty old wide. Getting the wides starting to rack up here in this total for Coimbra Knights. Bowlers just straying a little bit too often. Yeah, 52 for 2. Getting towards the end of the third. Couple more to come. Chambers on 15 from 6. And Gunasakara still hasn't opened his account in this innings. He does now, though, and gets off the mark with a single.
Put the reverse jinx on him there. That's a complicated manoeuvre. You've been learning a lot of the complex commentary tricks.
Just
Jinx, the reverse jinx, the fake jinx.
Just trying to pick a few things up here and there, keep myself entertained. The chat's been keeping me entertained for the last 3 weeks too, by the way. I've been throwing a couple of puns in there for movies and music. As you know, I love my movies and music quizzes. And that's going to get through the gap, and that's 4. Lovely shot. Lovely shot indeed. Chambers continues again. Punches it through the offside, finds the gap. He moves to 19. Score goes to 57 for 2. Power play done. 3rd over in the can. What do you think? What do you think, Vinny?
Power play. Look, I mean, obviously, it's a brilliant power play runs-wise. Coimbra Knights, I suppose the question is how many can they chase? I know they have had some issues just kind of getting those runs on the board so far in this tournament. But yeah, a couple of magicals and a 13 in the first 3 overs.
Well, they pulled that one back at least to get the 13 off that 3rd over. But you're right, yeah, what could the Coimbra Knights chase? What would be their comfortable chasing? Look around the field, not really sure. Well, some of these guys are untested from our point of view, so it'd be interesting to see how they approach this run chase when they finally get their chance to do it. And of course, well, thank you to the umpire for telling us that it's definitely the power play over and done with. And we've got Jawad Ali. He's going to come in from the northern end. He's a tall customer. I just realised how tall he is. And he starts us off with a wide. Keeper doesn't really glove that cleanly. Just bobbles off to the side. Yeah, I'm looking forward to all the World Cup qualifiers and all the World Cup kicking off over the next few months.
Yeah.
A lot of games here in Europe for World Cup qualifiers.
People ask me for a favourite. I don't know. I have a good record picking them, but I normally just guess. I think it's T20's wide open.
Yeah.
So no one's quite sure what these pitches are going to do. I think the West... Well, this could go. It does go. Well, how about that?
I did not expect
just
that.
Kept that one rolling and rolling and rolling down the river. The dry riverbed, that is. He gets 4 through backward point.
I was not expecting that. I thought the sweep would get it. Then I thought, no, the man at deep backward point would get around to it. And it ended up beating the lot in that race to the boundary line. Well done. Good shot. 62 for 2. And Jawad Ali needs to find something here, I reckon. Oh, that's been hit with a bit more purpose. Bang, 4. Lovely cut shot. Sakari here is when he gets motoring, he's made very handy runs for Porto Wanderers in the early matches in this tournament. I haven't seen too much of him of late get amongst the runs, so he'll be keen to put that to rest with a big innings here. He's got every opportunity to play a good innings here against this somewhat depleted Coimbra Knights team.
Yeah, and I had a few more questions about this. I mean, what's the story with the missing players? I'll try and shed light on that. I'll put it in the chat. Already, this is lifted up in the air. Fielder comes back and he won't quite reach it. He'll get through for a long single. And it's all about, the team has to be named in advance for operational reasons. They could get an overthrow if they're paying attention. Eventually they are, and they'll get through. But it's for the integrity of competition. They might get another overthrow. Now they won't, even though they probably could have. Yeah, we need to make sure that the team taking the field are the eligible player's name, unless there's extraordinary circumstances. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Probably a bit of an administrative mix-up. It happens all the time. In fact, it happened in Hungary. That's why they had their T20 status taken away from their games in the Continental Cup that Danny was covering.
Yeah.
This will be 4 again, lifted up over backward point. Cuatro carreras. Even happened in the Netherlands, where the Netherlands played an ineligible player against Italy last week. So these things do happen.
That's right.
This is club cricket. It's hard to try and professionalise a competition which is, at its basis, amateur. And we're doing something like, someone said 1,800 matches this year now. It could be. Between 1,700 and 1,800.
That's
so
incredible.
These things are going to happen from time to time. It's raw. It's real. It's cricket in Europe, and we're bringing it to you. So
That's right.
if I'm a glass half full person, we got the games on this afternoon, and that's something we're happy about.
Completely agree with that one. Yes, totally. And that's the great thing about European Cricket Network, and that's what we've done. I can't believe 1,800 games this year. That is quite a number of games. I still remember, well, I'm sure it was 2020 or 21 when you were announcing we're going to do 1,000 games this year, and everybody already had their minds blown by that. Yeah,
I mean, well, geez, well, we have a pop, he won't. That'll be the end of the 4th over. Finishes with a dot. The score is 72 for 2. Yeah, so think about it. We've gone from 17 matches to 1,700 in 5 years.
Absolutely incredible.
17 matches, 1,700. 100x. Now, if you continue that rate of growth, then in another 5 years, we'll be doing 170,000 matches. And I hope we don't grow that fast.
I was going to say, you don't want that growth to happen because you're already run off your feet.
With AI, It's fine.
Oh,
They've
okay.
got enough of my commentary in the bank now. In fact, I might not even be here right now. This is going to get through the keeper. It's going to rattle the pickets. And unfortunately, just forgets the old plan A, which is to stop the ball, just bust through Wasim Khan, 4 byes. Yeah, am I even here right now, Phil? You could be commentating with a hologram.
Can we turn him off and back on again, please?
The commentator you have called is disconnected. Please try the number again.
You know what? How far is it until we actually do lose our jobs to AI?
I don't know. Someone has to program the machines, don't they?
Can you program?
I was actually pretty good with computers when I was young. I had a Commodore 64. Used to write programs on Microsoft Basic.
Microsoft Basic. Okay, well, that's good.
Going right. Ooh, that's
Ooh,
the
I
old,
got up.
geez, the old forward short leg might come back into vogue on this pitch sometimes, I think.
You'd be a brave man to be forward short leg, wouldn't you? But you're a brave man even playing on this pitch. This pitch is one of probably the most unpredictable wicket I've ever seen for a long, long time. No, actually, the most unpredictable wicket I've ever seen. Sometimes the bounce here is quite incredible. There's a bit of a chase on here. The feels when he's on a hiding to nothing as that hits the boundary line, 4 runs. Lovely shot. All the way along the ground. Again, playing safe there. Not going too up in the air. Not being too silly. And it's good to see. So the Porto Wanderers march on. And the score is building nicely. There's going to be a very big target for the Coimbra Knights to chase when they get their opportunity to get out there and do the chasing. This is Singh. He's just bowled a dot ball there. Lovely. Nicely just played back. Not too fussed there, the fielders. And this is a lovely part of the world. We're in Miranda do Covo, in case you've joined the chat just recently and wondering, where on earth is this in Portugal? It is about halfway between Lisbon and Porto, as far as the crow flies. It's actually almost perfectly in the middle.
Yeah, you can fly to either airport, right?
Yeah. And it's a really lovely part of the world. It's quite a fair way from the beach. I know Danny Hudacek was making a few clever comments the other day during the Romania Continental Cup, and he was suggesting that Phil G there in Portugal is probably sunning himself by the beach before he heads off to the commentary position. I can tell you, Danny, the beach is a long way from here, but
that's why we need the paddle pools. Can we go back to that? Prague.
We should get
paddle pools for the
Prague,
ECS.
Prague paddle pools for the ECS. I totally agree with that. That would be a first. That would be so much fun. Just a little paddle pool area. Not a problem. We can do that. I think we can do that. I think our budget can stretch for that.
I think we can try it. End of the 5th over here. And Porto Wanderers are 82 for 2 after 5. Chambers bats through the first half of the innings for 24, as we've got Gunasekara on 15. And as for that spell, not the worst, really.
Not the worst.
In the end, able to go, was it... I think it was 2 for 19 in the end.
It was 2 for 19, yep. Kadir Ahmad, who has played a number of games for the Coimbra Knights already. He's no stranger to the team, because he's actually also the skipper as well tonight. He's brought himself on. See if he can make a breakthrough here as well. Get himself amongst some wickets. He's going to bowl to Chambers, who's on 24 not out, and looking pretty tight, looking pretty good there. So skipper to skipper, and just a nudge down there for a dot. Wonderful stuff. So, we've just hit the halfway mark here. 5 overs in the can, and we've got 5 more to come. Well, we've now got 4 overs and 5 deliveries to come after that dot ball. And it's all set up here for a pretty big score. Expected score somewhere in the 150s. And I think Porto Wanderers will be happy to put that on the board. That's short, and that is Gundy ball, and that is sent packing on its way. Bye-bye. Lovely shot. Around the corner, 4 runs.
Yeah, free hits come as well because it was too high. Called on the field. And so... Chambers looking to dine out.
He is. He's looking pretty hungry too. So Kadir Ahmad needs to work on that radar here. I think all the bowlers so far for the Coimbra Knights just taking a little bit to get into their rhythm and stride and just get used to the conditions out there. It's a bit warm, although that breeze out there when you walk out of this little sauna we're in, Vinny, the breeze out there is absolutely lovely. So conditions out there in the centre, even though the sun is beating down, that breeze is really helping things.
Yeah.
Free hit signalled.
More of that. All right.
Yep.
Sound the free hit horn. Here we go.
What's gone up?
Don't hurt yourself.
Calls of easy.
Tortuga.
Yeah.
Slow-moving Tortuga, which I guess most of them are. I think I mentioned this in England yesterday, but when I was in the Netherlands last week, so about a week ago now, went to an all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet. They had turtles, not on the menu, but they had turtles in a pond, and there were
Yeah.
about 4 of them are crawling all over each other.
Oh,
It's interesting. You could really see them swimming and poking their heads out.
And they absolutely were not on the menu.
I hope not.
They weren't off the menu either, I hope.
Yeah, I hope they
Okay.
were just for show.
Okay, that's cool. That's nice. And all you can eat. So that's probably one of the
It was
dangerous
amazing.
things in
Honestly,
the world. Yeah?
it was amazing.
Yeah?
It
Okay.
was like 7 restaurants in one.
Shot. Sounded great, but it went straight to the fielder there, patrolling the boundary line at deep point. Very square there. Didn't have to move a muscle apart from just get those fingers around the ball when it landed at him. And just the single there from that really good shot sounded lovely. So Chambers now he's on 29. We've got a couple more to go in the 6th. He goes up and the fielder has misjudged it completely.
Chase is on. That's a genuine teaser, isn't it, really?
That's a proper teaser.
Chambers will get 4. Well, to be honest, Simpson is running so fast here. He's almost reversing time, isn't he? Just kind of running backwards at the speed of light or more. But Chambers will get 4.
Yeah, there was a bit of the flash in that, wasn't there? Certainly was. So a little skip. Kadir comes in. And that is that's a carbon copy. It's gone a lot quicker, though. And that is almost in the same spot. Another 4. Back-to-back boundaries. Chambers getting the motor running now. And that's the end of the 6. 97 for 2 from 6. Expected score is still in the 150s, so this is good momentum for the Porto Wanderers, putting a big score together here, led by skipper Chambers.
Yeah, so 6 over check-in time, 697 for 2, and 161 pace. I think if these two stay there, they could well do that. Look at the 26 extras, though. It's been a problem from the very beginning.
It has been a major problem, hasn't it? 26 extras, 19 wides. And it's not just the penalty runs, it's the fact that they're out there for 3 more overs already than they need to be, because that's 19 balls have to be re-bowled. So you talk about sort of players being out there in warm conditions. Well, they've been out there already for 3 overs longer than they should, and it's only 6 overs gone. So that's tough.
The clock's kind of stopped while this shoelace issue happens, but they got 3 overs to bowl. They got 11 and a half minutes. So you're basically talking, let's say, a tick under 4 minutes and over, which look, they should do it, but a few wide, a few things going wrong. Obviously, you see that clock; it's a managed clock. So right now, batter's stopping the game, so it'll stop. But now it'll start ticking again pretty shortly.
3.5 minutes and over is a bit tough, isn't it? That's lovely. Lofter, that's going to go through the gap, and that's another 4, this time out to the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, it's about 350 and over.
350.
They could do. So, I mean,
okay.
So the thing is, and we saw in England, we really saw what the pace play can be.
Yeah.
In England, these guys are then bowling. A lot of fast bowlers realise come off a short run, no need to be running in off a long run given the conditions, and even a lot of cutters were used. But we saw... Yeah, it was hard to get replays in a lot of the time because those coming, and even 36 minutes on the clock now. Some of them are finishing 5, 6, 7 minutes ahead.
Wow, that's
frenetic pace.
That's good. It is totally frenetic. That's really good timekeeping.
But we didn't have the kind of spreads that you've been getting here. Although, admittedly, this is the 4-game day, right? So
exactly.
So you had a proper tea break.
Yeah, we had a smashing tea break as well. 100 came up. Sorry if we missed that one. 103 for 2 in the 7th. Couple balls into the 7th. Wow, watching that clock, though. That's another leg side wide for their trouble.
Yeah.
They're starting to rack up. Again. What's that? I think we're up to 21 wides now. That's it's not good.
Yeah, and often you do see the time expire when there's a lot of extra deliveries bowled.
Yeah.
Just trying to count them up. There might be 16 extra actual balls bowled. I mean, some have gone for extras like 5s and stuff.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Almost 3 extra overs bowled. And that could be another one. It's going to be a no ball for high.
It is.
+1, +3 hit to come.
So fielder gets down and stops the boundary coming through. That's great, but it's already the no ball is signalled. And the free hit now is coming as well. So, yep, that's another extra delivery. I think by the end of this, the current rate they're going to be looking at bowling almost an extra 4 overs, even then maybe a bit more. So just hanging out in the field for too long. That is an edge, and that's going to be through the gap, 4 runs. You could say that was calculated edge, or it was a streaky edge, but Gunasakara puts it into the boundary.
Edge is probably a bit harsh. It was kind of maybe outside part of the bat. But remember, it was a free hit. I mean, the thing is, he gets the placement here, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
And he gets it right in the middle of that gap.
Just not in the middle of the bat. It sounded a bit light for me.
Yeah, true. No, definitely, if you had to look at Still hit the front of the bat, but right towards the side, I suppose, is how you describe that.
I'm sure Sakari, he'll tell us that was a meant hit. And that's lovely. That's whipped off the legs for a massive 6. That's a great shot. Just saw it straighten and went bang.
I say Chris certainly shown that he's able to clear the boundaries. Just lift it up and out of here. Seis carreras.
That is a good hit. So they strayed too far outside the off stump and they're getting caned. Absolutely caned through the point area, an extra cover area, straight onto the pads, and that sort of shot is happening. Straight ball, plays it straight down the ground. Bowler's going to field. He's done a lot of running, this bowler. He's almost chased it out to deep mid-wicket. He's going to come all the way back and then start to bowl his last ball of the over, hopefully. We'll see. 170 for 2. One more to come in this, the 7th over. Chambers, 38. He's going to face this one, and Gunasakara is catching him. He's on 32. Lofted down the ground. That's coming straight towards us. And into the commentary booth.
That's made a pretty solid thud, didn't it?
Didn't it? That came through the effects mic. No, they came through our mics. That came through really quite loud there. That's a lovely shot.
No need to protect the equipment. It was just wide of the table.
No, but we were both of us. You got out of your seat. No, we were both coming forward.
Well, these can slice. You know, I was just being prepared. Yeah. Nice shot though.
It was a nice shot. That's going to get us to 7th. 121 for 2 after 7. Big score coming. 165 predicted.
I want to say a quick hello to Jacob Stewart. He's watching from Estonia. Please give our regards to your dad, James, as well. That 8 to you. Of course, we just spent a good couple of weeks in Estonia there.
Yes.
Even to our highest scoring golden ball ever, 177.
Whoa. Now, that's a similar shot to one we saw in the previous match that came knocked off the toes and sent over that boundary into the car park. And Falak Zeb from the Miranda Dragons has got to go do the retrieving.
It's a good retrieval, though. It's from across the road. Like I said, look both ways. But he gets in a really good shot. He kind of squares himself up, gets the back foot across, gets quite front on, just flicks it dismissively out of the ground. Impressive power from Gunasakara.
It's great timing, wasn't it? Well, this one is going to go all the way for 6.
Well, does that remind you of anything? That's Porto getting their own back.
That's
exactly the sort of edge that sunk them off the last ball in match 37 and essentially sunk their chances of qualification.
That is so true. If you missed that in the first match today, match 37, watch the last ball, the very last ball when the Fighters won. That's a similar, well, it went to the similar place and the similar result where we held our breath and it went for 6. Just going down leg side there. So, Gunasakara, he's now overtaken Chambers. He's on 44. He's faced 20 deliveries for that 44.
Could do a bit of food chat. I know it's early.
Food chat?
But Julian Dawson, his lovely wife Sarah, made us a lemon cake yesterday, and it was delightful. I want to say thanks once again. Put in the chat as well. And he's chopped on.
Oh, there we go. So, Gunasakara comes undone at 44. And that's the end of his really good quick-fire innings. He was just starting to hit his straps in the last couple of overs and build a big score. But he's still got a good score. 44 is a very good effort in these conditions. Done very well indeed. Got his team within kissing distance of 170 now as he strides off and hands it over to the new batsman walking in.
That was the one that just kept a bit low, I think, and that's why it hits the bottom edge of the bat and is chopped back onto the stumps. But a really productive innings from Jonathan Gunasakara, 44 off 20, but he's the third to go, 134 for 3.
I think it's exactly what happened. I think we just didn't get up as high as he thought, and that's just another great example of what this pitch can do to the unassuming person as new batsman strides to the crease. Now this is Pasindu Abagaharawaja.
Pretty close. I would have gone Abagada Duagi.
Okay.
I had it earlier when I was at him.
I've been practicing this.
Abagaha Duagi. That's what I'm going.
Oh, he gets a full toss and he's hit it down the ground. There's protection there down the ground at pretty much a straight cow corner almost. He's almost coming into a long on there. And that's off the marker there with a single, though. Yeah, that's a tough one. We've actually been discussing how best to pronounce that, and I just need to get over and actually ask him.
It's all about the emphasis. Oh, that'll get you even more confused. Because it'll be something that you won't be able to pull off.
Yeah. Lovely shot. Beats the fielder. That went like a rocket.
Saved by the wall there. The Great Wall of Coimbra has saved that one. Otherwise, that's a chase down the mountain, I think.
That walk, that could stop the Vandal hordes trying to break through into the other part of Miranda de Corvo here. And Falek Zeb, he's the patrolling man down there as well, ready to take the rebound and go to the car park if he has to. He actually has a really good 180 when he misses it and he has to go out to the car park. That's a dirty wide. Yeah, I was giving a bit of a rev up the other day because you could watch him going up and down there trying to field the ball, and suddenly the ball will bounce and it goes over the fence and he has to put on the brakes, literally pulls the handbrake, does the 180 and skips outside, and he's so quick. He's been running for the whole week, even though the temperatures be getting into like the low 30s. And he's taken some good catches too, by the way. He comes over to me during the innings break and he's saying, "Did you see my catch?" I said, "Yeah, I saw it, mate. The world saw your catch." Oh, and he gets quite excited, a little buzz.
That's what it's all about. It's about creating moments, eh?
Yeah. No, that was just a bit too short and a bit too easy to pop up and just say, "Hello, where do you want to hit me?" I'm going to hit you around the corner and I'm going to hit you for 4. And that is going to be a 50 to Chambers. Well done, skipper.
Yeah, well done by Chambers. I mean, he obviously hasn't had an easy time of it. He'll be a little bit disappointed, to say the least, with the way the day's gone. But, on a personal note, that's a good innings. It's his third ECN 50, and he brings it up off 22 balls. It takes us to the end of the 8th over, 148 for 3.
Let's have a look at this run rate. How does it look? Slight little drop there, and then it starts coming back up again as the batters here really started to put the foot down the last couple of overs. But overs sort of 4 and 5 sort of drifted a little bit, but now it's come back hard. And Coimbra Knights are going to be chasing a big total. It's been hit very hard. It's going to get past one fielder. It doesn't get past the boundary rider, who falls over as he stops it going any further, and cleaned up by his man who comes in from the covers. They get back for 2.
Chambers, by the way, I mentioned he's got experience playing for Portugal. I mean, the ECC, I remember he hit a really good 35 versus Austria in ECC 22 and struck the ball very, very nicely. So he's also played 13 T20 internationals for Portugal.
Wow. Oof. Playing with dicing with death there, almost lost his stumps. If Ali had just had that one a little bit straighter, it didn't really get up as high as the batsman was hoping, which is, well, it doesn't get as low as you hope, it doesn't get as high as you hope, it goes where it wants to. He gets it on the full and goes Maximo. That's a great shot for 6. Great shot, flat, straight, and like a bullet.
Yeah, it's a hit. It's not quite as long as his last name, but still good enough to clear the ropes. Nice flat shot there by Abagaha Duwagi. That's what I'm going with.
Let's go with that, are you?
Abagaha. I think if you hit the ga, you've got syllables around it to cushion the blow. Abagaha Duwagi. Abagaha Duwagi.
And that's a great shot towards Cal. He's hit a 6 now. And I just want to say that I'm going to try. Hang on.
Don't overthink it.
Hang on. Don't overthink. Just got to look at it and say it. Abagaha Duwaja. Is it not Waja? Doesn't
No, I think most of the Sri Lankan names, they have a hard G on the end.
Those are good.
Like Marage and those kind of things. So Duwage. I think
you're probably right.
I've told him not perfect, but I'm all right by my Sri Lankan friends.
Okay.
So I'm kind of sticking with that.
Okay.
So I'll say, say it with me. Abagaha.
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 Duwagi.
Abagaha Duwagi.
Yeah, Phil.
Abagaha
Now you got
Duwagi.
it.
Yeah. All right. I'm a good mimic. Mr. Sandy there getting into the music act. And speaking of music, that's a rocking tune knocked out there to the car park for another big 6. And Chambers continues on his merry way. And he's now 56 and striking the ball beautifully. That's the end of the 9th, 169 for 3 in 9. One more over to come. How high can the target get? We're thinking 180s. Definitely thinking 180s. Maybe a bit more. Depends who gets the duty with the ball in this final over. Because that over was big. Let's have a look here at the bowlers. Well, not a lot there to talk about there. That's going to be good news for the Coimbra Knights. Bowler's gone for a bit expensive there. The best bowler of the lot was Amnita Singh, who his economy was in single digits, and everyone else went for a few too many.
You're right about that. Jacob's saying they had pancakes for dinner today. Saying his mum's not as good in the kitchen as Dad was. Hey, well, listen, your mum's trying. Let me tell you, I'm a lousy cook, so I wouldn't even try. But we're safe from this one, Phil, because that's got miles over our head. That one is as big as his last name. Abagaha Duwagi, boom, boom, maximal 6 runs.
I didn't even hear it land. And there's the nets behind us. I didn't even hear it land.
No,
I think it's landed the other side of the nets.
Tell you what, the ball retrievers are doing some. I reckon they've got some balls in the pockets. They're just throwing back some.
You think they just
Some
got a couple?
randoms.
Yeah.
That went so far.
And that one's going to go quite a fair way too. That's going to carry.
Oh, well, I mean,
No,
he
it
makes the
didn't
stop. We'll give him that.
He made the stop. It didn't carry and completely out of position. But, well, apart from the fact that the ball plugged, he still made the stop. We'll give him the stop, all right? How's that?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Fair enough, too.
Yep, I agree. Khan in again. Oh, he's gotten away with that one because that's just straight onto the legs. And unfortunately, not for the Porto Wanderers. Wasn't put away into the light stand. Have a look at this one. This one should have been absolutely pounded to the boundary.
He's good there as well. Jeez, a good hitter, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Pasindu.
Whoa. That is properly gone into Stella.
Oh.
That's gone out to the. That's almost gone into the clubhouse. That's a big hit.
Yeah, well, where have you been all my life? They've brought him in here, but unfortunately they're no longer able to qualify. But they could have used a bit of this earlier on.
That's incredible. Oh, shout out to I Like Napsies in the chat. I appreciate your support. Saying I think he thinks I nailed it. Actually, he thinks I nailed the surname there.
Yeah, okay.
But that was with your coaching.
No,
Let's
well,
remember.
I mean, maybe it is a zh. Sometimes you do get the zh at the end. It's just more tend to say it with a hard g.
I'll sort this out. I'll go and have a chat to Pasindu sometime during the
Well,
break.
you better set aside a bit of time. It's not going to be a quick chat.
Well, he'll keep saying it and I'll keep repeating it and he's going to say, no, da-da-da.
Yeah.
And Phil, no, listen to me, da-da-da. And I'm still going to say it
at
wrong.
them.
Up and at them.
Better.
That's such a good line.
I know how to get you already. Phil, you're an easy target. I think this could be it, or will it be? Well, I think that will be the end of the 10 overs.
I think it is too.
So it's up and at them.
It
It's
is.
184 for 3 off the 10.
It is up and at them. And 183. Chambers, 56. And that is a really wonderful captain's knock there. They're right from the start. Happy to give the strike over to Gunasakara when he was out there. And at the end there, some very big hitting from
Go on.
Abaga Harawaja.
There's no way that's right. I'm not saying I'm right,
Abaga.
but I'm closer.
Abaga.
Hey, what about some of the hitting? Hey, let's
Abaga
just call him
Harawaja.
Pasindu then and say
Pasindu,
that
yes.
it was a brilliant
It was
innings, a brilliant impact innings. And yeah, he's one guy, I mean, maybe if you wanted to give Bashir a break, for example, at the top of the order, considering it's 4 straight, he's a guy I wouldn't mind to see him open the batting and see what happens if he bats through the 10. Have a look at the
excellent.
scorecard. 56 for Chambers, bats through the 10. Gunasakara with 44, but it was the 31 of 12 from Pasindu Abagaha Duagi that really got my attention.
got
He was
my
able to
attention
show
too.
a fair bit of power. The 35 extras, though, dagger in the heart, just beat the clock, but still, that's way too many.
That is an incredible amount of extras. That's extras chime in then with at least it didn't top score neither second nor third. It came in fourth, but contributions from the batters there, with the exception of Bashir, and Zinkas went for 14. Yes, wonderful hitting there from the Porto Wanderers, just proving that yes, they are very, very competent with the bat. Some really, really good hitting there. The bowling, not a lot of positives there, I guess I want to say, for the Coimbra Knights. But Amnida Singh here, well, he can hold his head up high. His economy rate was the best of the lot. Everyone else just went for plenty. Wickets to Asif Khan, Abdullah Khan, and Kadir Ahmad. But otherwise, only losing those 3 wickets didn't really dent or stop the onslaught coming from the batsmen. And the Porto Wanderers get up to 184 for 3.
Well, let's see how close Coimbra Knights can get, even if they don't get the 185. Obviously, it'll be something like, quick calculation, it'll be around about 130 or so for a point. So, I mean, even that would be an achievement. We'll take a break. We're back shortly with the second half of Match 39, live from Portugal here. You're watching the ECSN.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back, everybody, to the run chase here in match 39 between the Porto Wanderers and the Coimbra Knights. This is the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal, and it has been 44 matches since the Golden Ball, and we're still searching for that elusive Golden Ball here in Portugal. We haven't had one for the tournament, hoping to get one before this tournament's out, and hoping to get one just on the side quietly before I leave as well. What's happening tomorrow? Super 5 action starts tomorrow night, night 1 for Super 5. 2 games coming your way. Irish is going to take on the Lisbon Super Giants, and then they'll play a second match against the Fighters Cricket Club, who we saw here earlier, where they managed to get 2 wins over the Porto Wanderers and book their place in the Super 5. So well done to them to get to that point. They've now got to come up against a very hard-hitting Irish tomorrow. 2 big matches here. Hope you can join us. So we're moments away from starting the run chase here, Coimbra Knights. They've got a fair bit of work to do here after a fantastic batting display from the Porto Wanderers, who put on a really big score. 184 in their 10 overs it was. Zinkas to start things off. That's been a very good start there. That's just come sliced off the bat, and that's gone straight through between 2 fielders. Very square the wicket for 4. Lovely shot. Zinkas measuring out his run up one more time, thinking, hang on a second, I reckon that wasn't quite right, and that's how that happened. But it was a little bit wide. It was full, and the batsman has gotten off to a flyer. Good start there. So he's going to try again. Comes in. Just punched along the ground there. So, good to see Zinkas up and about. If you were watching earlier today, you were seeing that he took a nasty bouncer to the chin. It opened him up a little bit. There was a little bit of claret, and he had to get whisked off to the medical centre nearby for a couple of stitches. He was back before you knew it, and he was back bowling halfway through the defence of the Porto Wanderers total. Unfortunately, they fell short. And more importantly for the Fighters, they didn't fall short. They took the game in the last ball. And then the second match today, match 38, it happened again. They won again on the last ball. Actually gut-wrenching stuff for the Porto Wanderers. That's straight and just defensively prodded there on the offside. So shout out to everyone in the chat. It's wonderful to have you all here with us, the Blue Spanner crew and the non-Blue Spanner crew. It doesn't matter if you've got a spanner or not. It's wonderful to have you in the chat and keeping me company and keeping the European Cricket Network in a good mood, and to see you there all the time, and we present to you the best cricket we possibly can. It's for your enjoyment. So thank you for support, always. And that's gone straight up in the air, and that's going to carry... Well, it's going to definitely carry for a 6. So, good start here for the Coimbra Knights. They're not going to go down without trying, that's for sure. Oh, shout out to the chat. Thank you to Jules. Just a nice little thumbs up to me to say brilliant job over the last few weeks. Really appreciate that, and appreciate everyone saying that. I really do appreciate... 12 Simo, I can see your first comment that Jules has responded to. Thank you very much. It's been so much fun doing this. That's a great delivery. Oh, Zinkas has got a bit of pace here. Sort of puts his hands in the air to say, well, I did what I could to get a wicket there, Skipper. And his skipper gave him a generous round of applause there. So, yeah, I'm not going to stand on ceremony here, but I just want to say a quick shout-out to everyone in the chat, the Blue Spanner crew, and everyone else who've been very supportive of me. This is my first solo gig here in Portugal in the night series. That's a lovely, lovely lofted shot. That's gone for 6. That's another Maximo in this over. So Zinka's coming in for a bit of treatment here. Coming in for a fair bit of stick. That's a really, really good shot. And that would be Amninder Singh, who's getting things going there. He's really getting things going. That's the first over. He's on 17. And that's 18 of the first over. And the run rate is pretty much thereabouts where they need to be, believe it or not. Great start from the Coimbra Knights. If they can maintain that, then we're going to go to another thrilling finish in the last over. We'll see about that. So, yeah, just want to say thank you to everyone for their support. It's been fun. I'm usually one of the Blue Spanner crew. That's where you see me in the chat doing the moderating duties with my other fellow Blue Spanners. And I was lucky enough to get the call up off the interchange bench to come here to Portugal to the beautiful Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo to call this tournament, the group games, and a couple of the Super 5 games. So I'm looking forward to the Super 5 tomorrow. Going to mix it up a little bit and see with the different teams in action. And that's Super 5. Going to take you through to next Thursday. And then we have the finals on Friday. That's a bit of a looster there. It's going to fly away. And picked up. Unfortunately, that's gone all the way. Wide signalled. So, good start here from the Cornborough Knights. They're getting on with the job. And, Bashir starts us off with a bit of a looster. And we saw some good batting from Bashir in the previous games. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do the same thing in this game. He went out, fairly early on. But his previous games, 63 in 2 games, did a really wonderful job. And now he's been given the duty of bowling the second over. That's just been punched off the pads. It's just going to roll away. And the batsman here doing well. Well, it's hit him just above the pad. He's just given that leg a bit of a rub. And that hit a spot that wasn't being protected. So that's going to leave a lovely little mark over the next few days. He can show his friends and say, look, I play cricket. Wear that badge with pride. That's been hit nicely down the ground. Just slightly mishit though. It just rolls ever so gently to Zinkers. Comes off the boundary line from that long off position. Gets the ball back. We're halfway through the first over. 23 for no loss. And halfway through that second over. So Singh going well. He's on 18 from 6. Khan, he's only been there for 3 deliveries. He gets almost forgets to put his bat down there, and the keeper keeps him very honest and gets him back into his crease. Could have been ugly there if he starts sort of wandering out of your crease when the keeper's got the ball. You're asking for a bit of trouble there. So it's a nice start here from the Cornborough Knights. It's a good over, though, from Bashir. Good delivery. Really cramps him up. Couldn't do much about that. Gets a round of applause from his teammates. They say, yes, that's what we want to see. These dot balls are good. And Wasim Khan, he's getting stuck. Getting proper stuck up there at the striker's end. He can't seem to get it away. Can't seem to get it anywhere. This will be the last ball, the over. And swing and a miss. And that's going to finish a very good over from Bashir. Really, really good over. He only went for 4 runs off that over. Stopped the right after that very expensive over. And it's about time for me to welcome, at the end of the second over, 23 for 0 on the board, Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, in the commentary position.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. And a lot of love for you here. And look, it's with a heavy heart. We're going to have to send you home. But I know that there's a few people missing you back in Prague, aren't there? So I'm sure you'll still be keeping a good eye. We'll still see you in the chat, won't we, from time to time in week 4?
Absolutely.
Keep us company.
Of course I will. I want to see how this plays out. I need to see this. I will be properly online every night. I'll be joining the Blue Spanners for sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
This has been a great tournament.
I don't think he was sure if that was a practice or not. Punjab CC Amador obviously topped Group A, whereas top Group B, taking 30 out of 32 points. I mean, one of those your favourites, or do you think there's a smoky in there based on what you've seen so far?
I like those two. For the obvious reasons, because they took all those points and they look properly powerful. But I like Punjab CC Amadora. I like that team. Yeah. They were very chatty with me. They were very friendly. They always waved to me. They were just that sort of team.
That's what we need to do. If you want to get favoritism and feel wave. Be friendly.
Acknowledge me.
But no, they've got some good hitters in there, don't they, as well?
They do.
They really do. Rao Imran, obviously, Runasawa. Another guy we've seen do some pretty big things.
Yeah, there's Simranjit Singh, who was striking, I think, around 320 in the previous ECS as well.
Yeah.
Like, properly getting involved in the bat. He comes out and just goes bang, 6 first ball. He did that, I think, in 3 of his innings in the first couple of matches they played. Very impressive. Bikramjit Singh, really great bowler. Had a good chat with him. He's the bowler who comes in. He's got that little skip halfway through his bowling run-up. Yeah. But he's a good bowler.
It seems just like yesterday I was here, but it would have been about 6 weeks ago that we finished that. By the way, if the final ends up anything like the ECS final here, you know what happened? Golden ball 58. That's how it ended. In the dark, which is fine here because you got lights.
Yes.
But at Sanatram you don't have lights. No. And we had one of the longest games ever with one of the latest starts ever. It was crazy time.
Yep. Oh, risky off an edge there. It's going to run away. And the footwork from the fielder coming across the third man, not good enough. That's a 4. So, Wasim Khan, he's moving along now. Wicketkeeper, he finally gets a couple of runs on the board. He's up to 6 from 8 balls. He was chewing up a couple of dot balls there. And I think his batting partner was getting along to him and saying, need to start stopping these dot balls. We need to start hitting some runs. Need to set it. You've got a bit of a target here in front of us. And they have got a big target. 185 needed for victory. They're going to need a lot of runs. And the run rate is already almost up to 21 and over needed. So that's a lot. That's a lot. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at 129 now, I think. Even that's a long way off, isn't it? But they will get 4 here. Nice little glance away from Wazim Khan.
Yeah, that's some good. That's a good shot. That's pretty good. That's more effective. That's what we want to see. But anything sort of coming about chest height that's on a good length. That delivery we've talked about today a few times. That one that pitches on a good line, but it gets up a little higher than you expect, and it surprises the batsman. And when they're going for that cross bat swipe, it's being missed more often than being hit. And he was getting a bit stuck on the crease there with that one. So the score does get up to 33 for no loss. A couple more to come in this over. A couple more to come in this power play. But it's not too bad bowling though. Kazim comes in again. And he's going to push that wide, and it's gotten away from the keeper.
So McCarthy might have got a piece of that. So
Yeah.
that's why it doesn't go all the way.
I think he managed to slow that down a little bit.
Quick hello to Jacob again. He thought I might have gone for a siesta. Well, no. It's just a few preparations for Super Fives, which starts tomorrow. Want to say hello to Monica. Oh, buenas tardes. That's what I said. She's watching from, I'm pretty sure it's Colombia.
Colombia. We have fans all over the world.
We really do.
They're the best.
Another chance for me to practice my Spanish, which is, I don't know, it's more than 0, but it's certainly a lot less than fluent. But I've been enjoying. I know the people that speak Spanish on the tour and stuff. I try and break into it. I know a little bit of Portuguese, but really, learning that just gets you confused because there are a few similarities, but it's quite different as well.
Yep.
Lovely language to listen to that.
Okay. Short ball, seen early and dispatched. And that is going to hit the great wall of Miranda de Covo Estadio. And fielded by Felix Zeb over there. Underruns are back. Big hit, 6. 41, no loss, 3 overs done. That's the power play. And I think after the 3 overs, the Porto Wanderers were in the 40s as well.
Yeah.
I think that rings a bell.
Yeah,
Pretty sure it's about the same pace.
You can see here because after 3 overs they were a little bit higher. They were 44 off 2. They had a really good start. But you're right about 40s, but it was after 2, not 3. So, I mean, they got up to a flyer.
They did indeed. So 144 runs then from 42 balls. That run rate at 20.57.
All right, looking forward to this. Thomas Rogerson is going to come on. And let's see what he's delivering with the ball here for the Wanderers.
He's bowling to Khan. Let's see if he can get involved in a bit of carnage. Can't. Just off the pads, just rolled away from the keeper there, and they scurry through for a leg by. Turns it over to Singh, who's doing quite well. He's on 25 from 9, so he's striking it absolutely fantastic, is Aminder Singh. Let's see if he can add to that. Let's see if Rogerson can stop the rot. Down leg side. Never mind. I need to give a quick shout out to someone special who I know is going to be lurking in the chat there, and that's Mrs. Filthy.
Ah, hello.
She'll be in there. She'll
Hello,
be there.
Mrs. Filthy.
She does message me now and then.
She's lovely.
Yeah, that's right.
You're nice. You're two beautiful people. I'll tell you that much. It wasn't just because you gave me whiskey when I came over to your house.
That's right.
That was nice. You have got a really cool little pad there.
It's not
funky
a bad
part of town.
It's not a bad little part of town, is it? Yeah,
Prague's a pretty well kept secret, actually.
Oh, I think so.
Beautiful.
Well, most people go to
city.
Prague, they hit the castle, they hit the bridge, and they hit the old town, and they go to the markets and things like that. Just step a little bit outside of that comfort zone, you'll find some lovely places in Prague.
City of 1,000 spires.
Absolutely.
And the first time, actually, overthrow. It could be more than one. Actually, does well to basically get across and keep it to one overthrow.
Yeah.
First time I went to Prague in 2021, Danny Hudacek showed me around. Gave me a great tour. The TV tower and the weird, giant babies.
The babies crawling
the
up the
baby
side of the
statue.
tower. Yes.
Statues, that was interesting. But it's got a lot of character, that city.
Yeah.
We're so lucky to go to all these places, aren't we, really, when you think of it?
Yeah, you really are. The sights you get to see, especially you, Vinny, must be absolutely incredible. The memories you take away from places like Prague and all over.
I do try and savour it. I mean, going to London was cool. It's the first time we've ever done an ECS in England. I have been a few times before, and I was lucky enough having Charlie there. Obviously, the three of us were able to share it a bit, so I did get a couple of half days off to go in and kind of go into the centre of London, hop on a few red double deckers.
Oh, nice. Yep. So hit down the ground, lofted. It's going to be a chase on here to try and cut this off. Just can't quite get down to it. Oh, John.
Oh, well, landing gear didn't really fire there, did it?
Didn't deploy.
Well, poor Zinkas, he's had a bit of a rough day.
I think he's waiting for the oxygen mask to fall.
Just checking Zinkas' age, it looked 68 or 69 there, didn't he? But he eventually had to go retrieve it. Poor John.
Huffs and puffs.
One of those days. But even on a day that has been tough, which it has been a bit tough for him, he's launched some massive bombs with the bat. And he's had some highlights with the ball as well. It's just, the key moments, the luck seems to have been against him. It's pretty good over from Rogerson, though, I thought.
It's not
50's
too
come
bad.
up, though, for Coimbra Knights, 51 without loss after 4.
Yeah, Rogerson, went for 9 in that over, so he's slowed things down quite appreciably there. So he's done the job there for his skipper with his first over. I'm sure we'll see him back for a second one because they're going to need him back again if they need to put the brakes on more. But you have a look at those run rates. Well,
you have a very quick
blink
look.
and you miss it.
That's a very quick look, but I can see it around the blue line. Now, the blue line is to get a point. So, I mean, there's a certain degree of pride to at least, get a point out of game, take a point off the other team, I think. Hello to Christopher Ward, good to see you. And John Gray, Jules, still in there. Hope you're well. And 12 Simo, he's a huge Phil G fan. I've got to say, I am a huge Phil G fan.
Oh,
but are you not pulling a Corey, and you don't have a burner account, do you, that you're commenting? Is Neil Charles comes in with some left arm spin, spins its way past the bat, and the keeper. End up getting a bye.
You can see me here stand next to you. I'm not turning to the side and just messaging,
classic,
putting messages in the
Corey.
chat.
Oh, I don't
Classic
know. You could
Corey.
be doing it with your you have like a shoe in your foot, or what is it? A phone in your boot.
Oh, yeah.
Messing with your toes.
Maybe Mrs. Filthy from Prague is putting a few messages in. Maybe she's the one with the burner. A couple of different accounts.
Well, I'm a huge fan. I like the bowling of Charles. First time we've really seen some genuine spin today.
Yeah.
Went to the third match of the day.
Which is really good.
So I had a question from Jules. How was Tina Turner? Yeah, I went to the Tina Turner show.
Oh, yeah.
It was basically the musical on Tina Turner's life on Tuesday night. It was cracking. West End shows in London, amazing. My wallet is lighter, but it was sensational. I've got to say, I really enjoyed it. Went to the Camden Markets for a bit of a brunch and some street food. Went to the Borough Markets as well.
Borough Market, lovely.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Camden Market's nice. I used to live in Camden. That's a lovely shot through the covers. Lofted through the infield, 4 runs. Cracking shot there. That's Khan getting on his bike and pedalling hard. Yeah, I used to live in Camden. I used to live not too far, right on the canal, not too far from the market. It was a very feisty area, I'm going to call it. Very feisty. A lot happening all the time.
Yeah, that's the thing. London's it's almost like 100 towns in one. That's what's crazy about it.
Yeah. Can be quite crazy. Wow, knocked him over. That's a breakthrough. There you go. The left arm of Charles gets the wicket, and well-deserved too. Khan is on his way, and he scored a good 19. Got a little bit bogged down at the start of his innings, and there you go. Stumps knocked back, and on his way. Good delivery.
I liked it. That's one small step for Neil, one giant leap for Porto Wanderers, as he just kind of tossed it above the eye line and kind of jams the batter. He plays all over the top of it. So that will be the first wicket to fall. Wasim goes for 19. It's 58 for 1. John's got a comment about the boundary rope meandering a bit. But I will say the landscape meanders a bit. And it's not really a boundary rope, is it? No. It's like a boundary hose. What is it?
Yeah, it's hard to describe.
Is that what it is?
It's like a thick plastic hose.
I mean, the girth is good. And you can see it pretty clearly.
But it does meander, especially down here. If you're standing where John Zinkus is and you look along this edge, this bottom edge along us. He's got him.
I reckon, he's got him in the end. Might have seen this from side on, but Charles is going to be on a hat trick. Well, spin to win here. Boy. And look, Neil's loving it. Not everyone, those that can be bothered in the heat, getting out to the middle and congratulating him. It's kind of jumped. It's a pretty good stumping, actually, I think, from Sabapathi, who had to deal with the pretty steep bounce. See it from on the replay. Thanks to our crew here. Steps across. I think he drops it on the stumps. We just cut away at the clean moment. They don't put that side on, but
He did take it up quite high.
He took it, and then he just
had to just drop it down, didn't he?
Ejected it onto the stumps. Anyway, hat-trick ball for Neil.
Come on, let's get this in the good book.
Get him in. And look, be a sport. Come in and try Musa 6. Abdullah Khan. Well, I wouldn't be getting in too close to him. Just look at the size of him. But anyway, here's Charles.
Hat-trick coming up.
Oh, boy.
Almost obliges, does the batsman. I can't believe he played that shot. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
I mean, they're hanging in there for the point, but a couple of wickets for Charles breaks this open. Potential 4-pointer here, but have a look. This is the hat-trick ball. And
Didn't miss by much, did it?
No, it absolutely did not. So that's the end of the 5th over, 58 for 2. Very clever. Jules asked me, was Tina Turner simply the best? Well, it was pretty good. I'll tell you that much. You know what? I'll tell you a funny thing about the Tina Turner show.
What's that?
So you know she had like quite an abusive partner in Ike.
Yep.
That kind of made her.
Yep.
And, I won't go into it. But and the guy playing Ike, he was sensational.
Yeah.
You know, like he was a brilliant actor.
Oh, Tajmeet Singh's been hit down the ground. It's going to land safely, though. Plugs. Chambers gets around, cuts it off.
So bearing in mind...
Hang on, just coming in for...
Oh, he's all right.
Thought he was a bit in trouble there. Sorry.
But here's the thing. So the guy's a brilliant actor.
Yep.
But in the end, show's over, and everyone's clapping. It was a brilliant show. You know, everyone... But what do you think happens when Ike comes out to bow to the crowd? What do you think happens?
They booed him.
Yeah, booed him.
got-
This is Chambers o'clock. Watch out and set your watch because he doesn't drop catches. And that'll be the end of Amninder Singh for 31, 60 for 3. Good hands once again from the skipper.
He's plucked a few out of the sky today, hasn't he, Chambers? He's been very watchful in the outfield, and he's captained well. And unfortunately, hasn't got a win yet. But they're looking like they're heading towards one now in this match 39. But that was a good catch right in front of the eyes. Lovely, well done.
Great techers from Anthony. I've told that he's got a slow hand at home, but on the cricket field, he's got safe hands. Looks the part as well, doesn't he? Yeah,
does.
so
That's
the
sharp.
guy that played Ike Turner came out. I thought he was a brilliant actor, and he's playing a character obviously that wasn't really likable, but he gets booed. But I mean I take that as the ultimate compliment that he played his role well.
Well, he obviously hit something, hit a nerve with the audience,
But,
right?
you know,
He did it well.
It's just a dude trying to make it in the West End, and just getting booed every night. There you go. It's another one that would have knocked keeper's head off if he was up to the stumps.
You sure he wasn't remember the actor's name?
No.
It wasn't Burns, was it?
Boo Earns.
And they're saying Boo Earns.
No, I don't think they were saying Boo Earns. It's a pretty esoteric reference from you, Phil. I like it.
Oh, shot. Oh,
Yeah.
happy to take it on the leg of the fielder there.
Yeah, but it was brilliant. And actually,
Oh,
there was a young girl that played Tina when she was a child. That she had a brilliant voice.
Yeah.
So it started when she was like a
Yeah,
young girl
yeah.
and all that. She's a real star in the making as well. And another one in the head. That's again. Thankfully, we've got the helmet in play. But that was a nasty delivery.
That
Maybe
could have
see
been
this
brutal.
side on, but yeah, that one really, really jumps on Abdullah Khan.
I think umpire just wants to check that, make sure it's all good.
Yeah, Bucks has got the old 3 pats on the shoulder concussion test.
Yep.
And so look at it take off. Oh, gee whiz.
It just gets in an elevator and just goes straight up. That's incredible.
Oh,
The
how's
lift.
your weekend? That's better.
My weekend's great. I went out to the middle of Mount and got smashed in the head with a couple of cricket balls.
But then he fights back, and he's probably the world's probably still spinning for Abdullah Khan, but he just mooses the next one out of the ground. Maximo to finish these 6, and it's 67 for 3.
Yeah, that's a proper wake-up call when you get a thing like that. And now, looks like somebody wants a new bat as well. So there's a bit going on there. So have a look at the card there. So Amninder Singh, he started things off there. That 31 at the top of the page there, which has already disappeared. Boom, you miss it like that.
Yeah,
His 31 was amazing. Really good hitting.
I mean, obviously you're operating at such a high level that they're only showing the graphics for like about half a second. But Phil, obviously you've been doing this now for 3 weeks. You're just absorbing it so quickly. That's enough.
That's
So
it.
yeah, our night viewers are pretty special.
They are very special. Special
And I
place
mean that
in
in a
my heart.
positive way. Anyway, he may have come out here. Has he come out? Oh, no. One's got 2 bats and no box, and one's got... I don't know what's going on. This could be after effects of getting hit in the head here. They've suddenly forgotten all the gear you need.
Well, obviously he's carrying his partner's bat while he rearranges parts of his uniform that needs to be rearranged. And the umpires are just trying to... Well, he's gone to the wrong side. He's gone to this side. He's gone to that side.
I reckon he's all over
And
the
now
place.
he is.
I don't know about the 3 pats on the shoulder concussion test if that's going to catch on. But at least obviously they try and check him out.
Down the ground. And Zinkus
Oh.
takes a ripper. Elevated off the ground. Takes it. Gives us a little salute as well. He proves he's not the old man we think he is. Absolutely fantastic there.
Well, I tell you what, Zinkers, he's much better when you get him into the air because he's a pilot. And we saw him try and get grounded earlier. That didn't really work.
Have a look at this.
This is good. Sticks the landing. No problem at all.
Good takeoff. Good landing there, John. Well done. Well done. So another wicket falls. 67 for 4 here in the 7th. 62 from 23 needed for Coimbra Knights to pick up a point.
See if they can do that. Certainly save a bit of face for them. Obviously, it's been a bit of a tough one.
It has been very tough for them. And, well, another wicket to Neil as well. So he's really coming good at a great time, isn't he?
It sure is.
Shout out to John Gray in the chat. I didn't get a chance to say hello to you, John. I saw you there. Message me earlier. Well done. Good to see you again. And there's another chance for a catch here in the outfield. And taken. Can you believe he's going to be on a hat-trick for a second time?
Yeah, what a performance this is.
That is
Charles.
nuts.
So what are we talking, 4 for 6 now for Charles?
This is incredible.
We're in Hall of Fame territory.
Oh, yeah, he's on the cusp of picking up a fifer, let alone even maybe a hat-trick. So better get my pen out and start to note this down. This is going very well for Charles. He's still got 4 deliveries to pick up another wicket, and he may just very well get that.
Well, he might. All right, come on, I'm feeling it. Now I'm here. I feel things are about to happen. It's about to kick off. There's the hat-trick field come in. I mean, it'll probably bounce and go over everybody. But anyway, Charles, hat-trick ball, take 2 in the 7th over.
It's short. It's hit in the air. Oh, there's a roar of disapproval from Zinkers when he realises it was not going to get to him. You could hear him roar with disappointment. Oh, no. He wanted so much to take that catch and get his spin bowler into the books. Not to be.
Yeah, I mean, just missed it too well, didn't he? Still got a 5 for though.
And there you go.
Yeah.
There it is. We have a 5 for.
Hey, I'm telling you, could get a 7 for. He needs 2 more wickets, and that's never been done. You very rarely get it. And he's going to be bowling, I think, at the bottom 2 in the order. So well done to Charles.
Wow.
Where you been all my life? He's going to have a stumping here. Not even able to get back. Not even close, really. But 5 wickets. Unless I've miscounted, which I don't think I have. No, there it is. 5 for 7 off 1.4. Well, Stefan Gooch, wherever you are, you're 6 for 2. Could be in trouble. This is where Stefan often rings in, and he rings the referee and says, you got to no-ball him. You got to make sure that my 6 for 2 stands up.
Right.
Steph the Destroyer, as Danny Hujek called him all those moons ago in 2020.
The Destroyer. He certainly was with 6 for 2. That is exactly the name you should be called. Well, batsman striding out. He's probably not aware of all these records. I'm sure he's not.
Come on.
All he's thinking about
Be a
is...
sport. If he could take a hat-trick here and take a 7 for, now I can pretty much pack it in. Because that's on my bucket list. We've had several... He's only got 5 right now, to be fair. But there's been 12 6-fers in ECN history. Could this be the 13th? Here's Charles. Come on.
Oh, along the ground. He doesn't get aerial. And
right. We need stumped off a wide now. It's getting tough. Well, credit to him. What a performance. 5 for 8 in a T10 match.
That's a wonderful performance here. Great bowling. Not afraid to give the ball flight too, and the batsman's just absolutely caught in two minds, maybe even 3 minds.
Yeah.
Come
on, get there, Anthony.
Anthony, what have you done?
Oh, that was a 6 for... Chambers was asleep at the wheel. Anyway, still brilliant spell of 5 for 9.
That's a great spell of
for
spin
Neil.
bowling, isn't it?
70 for 6 after 7. I think those ideas of a point are a bit of a pipe dream right now. Surely we'll get to see some more, Charles, in the last game of the night when the lights come on later on.
I certainly hope so, because that was a terrific couple of overs from Charles. 5 for 9, as Vinny was calling it there, and on the very verge of maybe a 6 for.
Would have loved a cheeky 7 for 7, though.
A
7 for 7. So, yeah, this is where I think that because we've had balls that are 7 for before, not many. So, I think 4 times we've had a ball for a 7 for. It just hasn't been a wicket off one. Anyways, Rogerson coming back. Another one gets big on the batter. Squeeze away for a single.
That score, 70 for 6 after 7. 1 ball shy of 3 overs. So there's a lot of work to do for the Coimbra Knights to still pick up a point. 59 or 58 now from 17. That's looking very steep. That's looking the Mount Everest, North Face steep sort of material now. Not too sure about it.
Let's think through there.
It's gotten through. Slowly gets down to third man. Took a while to get down there. Thomas is not the fastest bowler, so that ball does take a bit of while to get through.
Can I say in all seriousness, the decision to make helmets compulsory has been such a godsend that we've brought in that year.
Totally
this year.
agree.
We've made it like you have to wear a helmet all the time. We don't make a distinction. And the ICC makes some exceptions. I think it just be part of your standard batting equipment now. This isn't the greatest piece of fielding ever. Rogerson probably saying, where's my love? Because everyone seems to keep jumping over the top of them when he's bowling. That'll be 4 more to the Coimbra Knights.
Yeah, Umar Gill makes a bit of a hash of that on the boundary, and he could quite rightly get the ire of his bowler from that one. Yeah, no, I agree with your point about the batting. Obviously, the ICC stipulation is pace bowling, as determined by the umpires. The helmet's got to be worn, but where there's not pace bowling, then the umpire can allow the helmet to be removed.
But the thing is, with spinners even, you get lots of top edges onto the face. I mean, the keeper wears a lid to the spinner, so why not the batter, right?
Absolutely.
So
Makes sense.
It doesn't make sense to me why you would even have any exceptions now.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
And it wastes time when they want to pull it on, take it off.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's when I said it makes sense that the rule should be there, that you should be wearing it all the time.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
ECN does absolutely makes sense to me. And, well, there you go. That's what it is. And cricket's all about rules, and if you've ever seen the cricket rule book, you know exactly what I mean. That's a great paperweight. That's a lovely cut shot. That is bang into the stands.
Oh, almost got on the way back as well, didn't he?
Didn't
so it's
he?
been a pretty entertaining game for one that actually isn't going to be that close in the end.
It has been good. There's been a few absolute classic moments in here. I mean, we can talk about Charles's five for forever because I'll have to watch those wickets again. Lovely flight bowling there too. So Thomas gets taken to the boundary line and the fielder almost cops it in the head on the rebound.
Yeah.
And, maybe there's a case for wearing a helmet out in the field. That's a good, nice tight ball. Well bowled. That will be the end of the 8th. 82 for 6. 8 overs gone. Knights need another 47 from 12 to earn themselves a point. That's looking further and further away every time I look down at the monitor.
The 5-wicket haul, by the way, from Neil Charge is that only the 9th 5-wicket haul of season 2024. It's a bit of a trend. Hat-tricks is kind of stable, maybe down a bit. Centuries is through the roof. So we've actually had 64 centuries on ECN already this year. We're not even halfway through the series.
Wow.
So I think, remember the famous Jeff Boycott 100 hundreds?
Yeah.
I think we're going to get the 100 hundreds this year.
I think we will too.
I think we will.
Oh, for sure.
Okay. It might have to go back to Estonia a bit. But anyway, Estonia and Barcelona have just been off the charts.
I was going to say, we're going to do an Estonia, ECS Estonia encore.
Do you know how many there were in Estonia? Wait for it.
Oh,
geez. That's a lot.
Surprise me. You're not going to be able to count it before this match is over,
15.
are you? 15?
15 tons in Estonia.
Goodness.
10 in Spain. Spain, although I think it was a 4-week series, we had... Oh, geez, that's a lot. We had 22.
So over half came from
22,
two.
I want to say Estonia was 22 and 15. 37 out of the
64.
64.
Yeah, so 64. So over half came from just those two series. Wow. It tells you something. We should do an encore at Estonia.
Flattracks.com. This one here, if you score 100 here, it's worth 200. Honestly, it is...
Yes, this is tough.
Very tricky batting. I mean, it makes it super interesting for the neutral. This is a no ball. Maybe that one took off a bit too much. We've got a free hit coming up.
Yeah, we can hear the shout of over the shoulder. Was it his second over the shoulder, possibly?
Could have been.
Yeah.
Too busy musing.
That's just hit over on the offside there. I was thinking that surely with all the series coming up now, and obviously with ECC 24 coming up in September, October, we're going to see some big hundreds. I'm sure we're going to see some more hundreds. We're definitely going to get the 100 hundreds.
Yeah,
without a shadow of a doubt.
And we'll probably go back to Spain for 3 weeks, end of the year. So if we haven't done it by then, we'll clean it up then.
Yeah, take care of that.
We'll see.
Okay.
So, of course, we did have the fifer by Rutul Chowdhury back in match number 16. Don't forget, included a hat-trick, right?
It was. That was a wonderful performance from Rutul Chowdhury. Fantastic. I think he got his hat-trick with the first 3 balls of his first over, and then he got the 2 wickets with the last 2 balls of his second over. And he bowled really, really well that night. Big grins all around. I remember that one very clearly. And I was just happy to be able to note down that, yes, I finally got a hat-trick and a 5 for in my commentary. Yeah. Totally stoked about that. There's a lot of balls getting past here, and Gill is putting it through with consummate ease as Richard John is not able to get bat on ball.
Yeah, just hanging in there, aren't they, at the moment?
Yeah.
See if they can put together a little bit of a partnership late in this innings.
It's not a bad strike down the ground. Got most of that one. 2 fielders converged. Dinkus will have the honour of throwing it back, and it's going to be over. And 9 overs are done. 86 for 6 are the Coimbra Knights. They were chasing, well, they still are chasing 185. 185 is a distant memory, and sadly so is the 129 for the bonus point. So 43 off this last over is just not going to happen. Good bowling time also by the Porto Wanderers. They've still got 7 minutes 45 in the can, so they've done well to get to there. Yeah. So last over is coming up now.
43 off 6. I mean, we'd had one hypersonic over in England. Bryce Orchard went 41.
41.
We also had the traditional 6 sixes. I've got to tell you about Troy Johnson. He's a guy who plays for Wellington in the first class setup in New Zealand, was playing for Spencer Cricket Club, had an incredible finals day. He had 102 50s. And I can't remember. Top of my head, in the eliminator, he scored 62 off 16. Then he scored 127 not out of 32.
Wow.
And then he scored, I think it was 77 off 23.
Incredible.
It was unbelievable. Has the highest first class score of 194 not out in New Zealand. So,
that's impressive.
This is the kind of cricketers we were rubbing shoulders with in England.
That's some magical stuff. That's great.
And we loved calling Troy Johnson Trojo.
Trojo.
And as soon as we started calling him Trojo, he's batting to the stars. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he reacted well to the new nickname. He'll run with that. We almost had a century here. We had Amandeep Singh picked up 98 and run off the last ball.
Yep.
It was tragic. But I think he was 96 or maybe 95 at the start of the last over, and he suddenly just couldn't find the boundary. Couldn't find it.
We've seen that so often this year.
Yeah.
We saw it in the ECL. We've had a couple of instances where it looked like we were going to get two batters get at 100 in the same innings.
Yep.
But 3 or 4 goes at the century at the end and just escape.
Yep. I think the idea of getting a century was living in his head, and he just couldn't get it out there.
So Talon Stallions were on 221, refused to single second last ball because the batter, Faraz Abbas, was on 96. His partner had already made 100, ... And that meant they never got past the old VOC record of 222 in the ECL in the final.
Really?
Yep. And we saw Leask again, the Western Shield. He was grounded on 96, missed the last 3, I think.
That's a wide ball there. This last over is taking a few extras, so Coimbra Knights, they're still chipping away that 40 needed from 4 balls, but unfortunately it's the run rate's still 57 runs per over, and this last over is just taking a bit longer to get there, but it's obvious that the Coimbra Knights are going to go down here to the Porto Wanderers, who are going to pick up a win, a much-needed win for them in the third game they've had today out here in the sunshine after their 2 earlier matches.
Hey, Jacob's got a really good point here, and this was mentioned to us. We were looking at doing this before we actually had a series booked in Estonia, but Estonia is one place, and there's some places in Sweden and stuff as well. You could actually have a night series without lights.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the sunsets are so late there. If you want to play till kind of 9:30, something like that, even 10:30, you can.
I remember being in Copenhagen in summer years ago. And 10 o'clock at night. Yeah. It was almost like it's the same sort of light you see here.
It's so weird. So I was there. Obviously, the days were pretty long when I was there about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
In Iceland, they have the midnight ashes or something.
Yes.
I've
seen that. Yes.
That's pretty cool as well. Jeez. I remember there's ice cricket in Latvia. I've heard. I played ice cricket in.
You've played ice cricket
in Switzerland. I have, but there's all these types of cricket I've researched. One of them, I think, in Latvia. This will probably go for 4 because he's going to go the diving foot stop. Bit naughty, bit of a sore foot, I think, as well. But good enough. But I think it might have been Latvia or Estonia, but in winter you play. And I think if you run, it's worth 2 because it's so hard to run.
Yeah.
But I like the captains toast the pitch at the toss with a shot of vodka. That was in the playing conditions.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's the kind of game it was. Sounds pretty cool.
That does literally sounds cool.
It's probably one of those games when every time you score a run, you have to toast it with a shot of vodka. It feels like one of those games.
Well, I'm guaranteed if you get a ton or a fifer or even a hat trick or anything like that, I'm sure you have to stay warm somehow. It's not going to all be heavy clothing. Do you actually how heavy is the clothing in ice cricket? Because you want to stay protected from
wearing a lot of it. So I played. It was about -8 when I played. We've got a bit long to talk about this because this is going to sneak away for another couple of wides. So I'll tell you what I was wearing. I was wearing kind of like a thermal undershirt and then like a normal cricket shirt.
Okay.
And then like my old WA jumper. Proper like that. And then they give you a fleece, which is actually really warm in itself.
Oh, okay.
And then thermals underneath, your trousers, thick socks.
Okay.
You have to wear kind of like rubber-studded shoes. So, it's not like on ice, ice skates or anything. But the thing is, we played against the high school there. There's their short sleeves. They're fine. They're normal. They're so used to it.
Yeah, okay.
Unbelievable. Anyway, here's the last ball of match number 39. That'll do it.
Finish with a dot. And that's like a full stop to this match. And 97 for 6 are the Coimbra Knights, chasing a big total of 185. So the Wanderers get a massive win of 87 runs over the Coimbra Knights.
The thing is, the Wanderers, they'll be happy they take 4 points there. But again, it's a case of what might have been, even if they got it across the line in one of those matches earlier today. It's just a bridge too far, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. It's such. I really do feel for the Porter Wanderers. They came here knowing that the first 2 matches, they did win one of those to then really have that option, not even that option, just that chance of disrupting the top 2 positions in Group B, but unfortunately it didn't fall their way. Have a look at the batting chart there at the very top there. Amninder Singh has got 31 from 15. He started off quite nicely. Good starting partnership. Wasim Khan, he got 19 from 15 as well, and then it all went pretty wrong there in the middle for the batting team. And then come down to Richard John, who played a very handy 16. 14 deliveries, 21 extras in that, including 16 wides. So extras played its hand also in that, as much as it did in the Coimbra Knights.
Blew out a little bit at the end, wasn't it? Some of those extras.
It did blow out, yeah.
There's 1 star there. Neil Charles, sign him up. 5 for just the second of the tournament here in match number 39. 5 for 9. Thought we might even get 6 or even the magnificent 7 that we've never seen in over 5,000 matches at one point. Tejpreet with a wicket in there as well. 1 for 9. But really, the game was always in the bag with that 180 plus total. We'll take a break, and we're back in around about 25 minutes, maybe closer to half an hour for the last game of the night. We'll say that life begins at 40. Well, we'll have match 40, which is the final, essentially, for these 2 teams. Send through your random questions. Maybe some food chat as well, Phil. What do you think?
Food chat. I think we're due for some food chat.
I think we are. So We'll take a quick break. We're back soon with more ECSN Portugal.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And it's a very good evening to everybody here watching here on YouTube and from around the world. This is Phil G here in situ at the beautiful Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo in Portugal for the European Cricket Series at night in Portugal. And we are not too far away from starting the final game here in the group stage. That's right, we're up to match 40. Can you believe we've gone through 40 matches here in this tournament? We've been there together, you and me, and now we come to the final match before we hit the Super 5. And it's, well, the sun is setting nicely, the shadows are getting longer, and pretty soon those light towers will be switched on, and we're going to see a little bit of evening cricket under lights here. More so for the second innings, more so rather than the first innings. But we're not too far away from a big start. Let's have a look at the all-important coin toss in this match 40.
Your call. Head. It's a call. And head it is. We're going to bat first. Coimbra Knights, phone the doors. They will have a bat first.
Thank you there, the Coimbra Knight captain opting to bat first after winning the toss. And doesn't sound like a bad idea to me. And let's have a look at the lineup there. So a couple of changes been rung there through the Coimbra Knights. A few new starters down there at the bottom coming in. And on the Porto Wanderers side, well led again by Anthony Chambers. And just a couple of changes there. Mark de Statler's back into the side. He had a bit of a break from the previous one. Just remember that they've had 4 games. They've got 4 games here. This is their 4th game. And it's pretty warm conditions out there. It's been pretty much 30 degrees all day. But out there in the sun, it feels a lot more than 30 degrees. So it's been a very long day for them. It's our first and only 4-game day here in Miranda do Corvo, and it's been really, really fun. We've been seeing some fantastic cricket. A couple of good matches. Match 37-38 went down to the last ball, and that's always an absolute cracker of a game when that happens. Really fun stuff. And, well, Supercomputer looks at this game and says, I think the Porto Wanderers have got this all sewn up already. 90% to 10% for the Coimbra Knights. Well, it's going to be all about what the Coimbra Knights can do here, and they're going to want to do something to try to swing that around by batting first, get the score on the board. Well, there's the 5-wicket hauls, because in the previous game we saw, well, there it is, in position number 9, Neil Charles with a fantastic return of 5 for 9 from his 2 overs for the Porto Wanderers, and that was magnificent. We thought, Vinny and I, we thought he's in with a chance of a 6-for, maybe even a 7-for, just to rattle a few cages. Imagine a 7-for, would have been the first. So that's 9 5-wicket hauls, and that's the 2024 Hall of Fame. That's this year. And congratulations to Neil Charles. What a fantastic effort that was. Beautiful bowling, and we should see him again. So what's coming up? Well, we obviously got the Portugal series. We've got, after today, it's the Super 5, and that's going to run for 5 days through to the final next Friday. Cyprus kicked off today, the ECS there in Czechia. Well, looking forward to get back to my hometown soon and get involved with the Women's CE Cup. That's the T20 Women, and then ECS starts on the 17th. That's Monday the 17th of June with ECS action all the way through to the end of the month with ECI Women and ECI for the men. Then we go to Romania in July, and then it's ECI action. Hungary, again, ECS and ECI action for the second half of July. And then we're going to go to Bulgaria for the start of August, and then more so in Croatia as well. And it's going to be going on at the same time. It's going to be so wonderful one. That one in Croatia, this ECI, the T20I, that women's ECS there, that is going to be fantastic stuff. Tune in for that. First ever. Thank you. First ever ECS for women. That's going to be massive. Looking forward to that. The ground is an absolute picture. It's looking fantastic out there. We're moments away from match 40. I think this is going to be a much more closer game than what we saw in the previous one. That was the previous match 39. The Porto Wanderers got a very good big win over the Coimbra Knights. We're going to see how it all goes now for these two teams. And I'm very, very proud to let you know that the Coimbra Knight himself is going to lead his team out for the Coimbras. You can see that at the top of the screen. We can get a close-up of him just to the left of the screen in the gear, wearing the big shiny metal. He's got the full plate and the chainmail. He's got a bit of everything there under the... Well, we definitely had a fully decked up night there. Unfortunately, the cameras couldn't get on him. We may have to do a special little cameo for him later on, because it's worth a look. And his job today was to come on for his batsmen, for the batters, and send them out into battle against the Porto Wanderers team. He was there. He was that very small figure in white on the left-hand side of the screen. We're giggling here because he's gone through. It's really warm out there, and he's wearing full plate and chainmail at the same time. And we'll get a hold of him later. Don't worry about that. Anyway, welcome to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Obviously, many people in the chat right now, Blue Spanner crew and non-Blue Spanner crew alike. You are more than welcome. We love to have your company. And this match 40 is moments away from kicking off. John Zinkas has got the duties at the northern end, where all the deliveries, all the balls have been bowled from. But I just like saying it's from the northern end. And he's getting warmed up. Umpire's just making sure the time is where it should be. I think we're almost good to go. Batsmen look ready. And this is going to be, I think this is going to be a better game than the one we had before. Let's hope it is. But it's the last of the group games. Match 40 of 40. And then we can start talking about we will start talking about the Super 5 because that kicks off tomorrow. Matches 1 and 2 tomorrow. That will be my last couple of calls here. And I'm looking forward to, I've got to say, I've had a great time here, but I'm also looking forward to putting my feet up for a couple of days. And I'll join you all in the chat from Monday going forward when I resume my regular duties in Prague, helping out the boys in Czech cricket. And getting ready for the ECS, of course, and the Central European Cup for Women. That's going to be a magical weekend. I'm really looking forward to that one. So, all going good here. Almost ready to go. We're moments away from the start. I think they're just checking out a few final details. And we're going to be almost good to go. I hope you've all enjoyed today's action. 4 games here. And this one, the last game, we're going to have it under lights. Light tails will be switched off soon, and they'll take effect for the second innings. The players here just keeping nice and warm. I think just, a couple of little things on the side just been checked out. Anyway, be with you very, very shortly. Who's in the chat? The Rob Thompson's joined us in the chat, telling us it's 11 degrees here in the dark. He's coming here from New Zealand. Good to see you again. Just in time. Good to see you, Rob. Rob was giving me a bit of stick the other day, asking about my underarm problem and things like that. Obviously, the Australia-New Zealand cricketing partnership and friendship is very, very warm and very friendly all the time. And John Gray. Good evening to you too, John Gray. Thanks for joining us. And Jules is there as well. Jules, Christopher Ward. Good to see you all. And we will be starting shortly. I think a few of the fielders are wandering off into the shaded areas of the ground just to get out of the sun. It has been a bit of a testing day for sure. Excuse me. A bit of a testing day out there for the players. I feel for the Porto Wanderers. Like I said, they played 4 games on the trot. 2 games early today against the Fighters, which was a have-to-win one of them moment. Unfortunately for the Porto Wanderers, and fortunately for the Fighters, this is as well. Obviously, got to remember that the Fighters are concerned here. The Fighters won both games, and that puts them into the top 2 position. Puts them into second place in the Group B standings. So therefore, they get through to the Super 5. And the Porto Wanderers came dangerously close of getting into that elite group. But unfortunately, they did need to beat the Fighters in order to stop them from getting into the Super 5. So that's pretty much it. So after this game, we say goodbye to Porto Wanderers and to the Coimbra Knights. And the final 5 who are going to start tomorrow. We'll talk about them later. It's obviously going to be Punjab Amadora CC. It's going to be Awarish from Group B. And it's going to be the Lisbon Super Giants. And the second team from Group B is going to be, of course, the Fighters. And that final 5th team that gets in, who is the best placed of the rest of those teams, is going to be the Lisbon Capitals. So they have snuck themselves in as what we call the wild card. So that's going to be your 5 teams going to the Super 5. So 2 matches per night for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And it's going to be just another little group stage round robin where everybody plays everyone once. And then we sort out who's at the top, and we go to finals on Friday. It's going to be exciting stuff to get through this. But this has been a fantastic journey to get to here. Like I said, I've still got a day tomorrow, so I'm not disappearing just yet. I know a few people in the chat were asking me about that. But, I'm still here. I'll be here tomorrow. So don't forget, tip your waitress. The jokes and puns will keep coming. And we are good to go. John Sinkers is steaming in now. And that's been lofted nicely. There's a chance. Statler watches it go over his head. And that bounces over the line for 4. Thought he was in with a shy there for a minute, just with a chance. But had to go backpedaling a long, long, long way to get a chance at that one. And it goes to ground. So, Coimbra Knights living dangerously off the first ball. Tim Harmer. Oh, welcome, Tim. I was wondering if you were going to join us. He's triple tasking tonight, watching ECN T20 Blast and Champions League final. Oh, there you go. Well done, Tim. Good to see you back. Oh, swing miss. Nice little bit of pepper on that delivery from John Zinkas. Just gets past the batsman. Looks like that's Singh. That's at Amninder Singh, who's opening the batting as he did in the previous game. And he's also starting with Wasim Khan, who also opened the batting in the previous match, match 39. They had a pretty good start, actually. I think it was a 50-run opening partnership. That's a streaky edge. It's going to go down to the man at third man. Goes down pretty quick and just a single. This has been a great tournament, this European Cricket Series at night here in Miranda do Corvo, which is, I think I mentioned to you guys in the last match, it's about halfway between Porto and Lisbon, nestled in, I wouldn't say the mountainous region, but in a pretty high region around the centre of Portugal. Lovely picturesque ground, surrounded by hills and mountains on both sides. And that's been hit uppishly, but it's going to go right between the two fielders at backward square, and this is going to go for another boundary. So it's a good start here. Wasim Khan now getting in on the act. And it's a good start for the Coimbra Knights. And the Porto Wanderers are, like I said, been out there since, well, pretty much 1:15 was the start time of the first game today, and they've been pretty much on the go since then. So it's been a long old day for them. And I'm sure they're probably feeling it by about now. If it had been me out there for all that long time, I would have felt it probably halfway through the second innings of the first game. But that's coming from an old person like me. I think it's in again. Chops it down. No, that was pretty good fielding. Now, the man at point, the reason I said that's pretty good fielding, the man at point, he had to put his hand up to his eyes because he's staring directly into the sun. That is a tough position to field at this time of day. The first innings of the last match is always a tough one. And that point fielder and anyone in that particular line, square, they've got it really tough with the sun low in the sky. That's a good delivery to finish over with. And that is 10 from the first over. 10 for none. Coimbra Knights looking to post a score that they can get on with and defend when it's their turn to bowl. And when the Porto Wanderers come on to bat later on under lights. So as I mentioned before, the 5 teams that made it into the Super 5, and we'll probably get a chance to talk about schedules and all that sort of stuff a little bit later on this innings. But yes, it's the from Group A, you've got Punjab CC Amadora have made it into the Super 5, and then of course the Lisbon Supergiants and the Lisbon Capitals, who were the best placed of the rest of the teams after the top 2 from both groups. So in Group B, of course, you've got Hawarish, who picked up, 30 points from a possible 32 points. They have played an absolute blinder in this tournament. And then the Fighters, who we saw earlier today, who really, winning those 2 games on the last delivery of both those games. Real nail-biter games there, 37-38 today. Wonderful stuff, good cricket, good T10 cricket. And of course, that means they put the Porto Wanderers out of contention of a Super 5 finish. And Bashir is bowling now. He's had the duty of bowling the second over pretty much all day today as well. Got a bit wayward in the first match, but I think he's come good right towards the end of the day now. And Coimbra Knights, they're 12 without loss, still in the second over. Now I give him a rev up, and then he goes and bowls leg side wide. Bashir, what are you doing? And Bashir's had a good day with the bat too. Don't forget, he made a 63. He made 63 twice in 2 matches. Really impressed us here. And played a bit of a lone hand, to be perfectly honest, in the first match. Top scorer in both innings, and really got the Porto Wanderers up to a reasonable score. I was going to say a good score, got up to a reasonable score, which the Fighters chased down on the last ball in match number 37. That's almost gone straight through, Khan. Almost straight through him. Now, I know there's a few people in the chat who are waiting for me to let loose, because we know that when there's a batsman on whose surname is Khan, that I do like to get my my Trekkie nerdiness on. And you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Bashir in again. Ooh, flirting there. And umpire had to think about that one. Man, he's convinced that was too wide. So wide given. Bit of a late call. I feel like the second over is taking probably a little bit longer than it should. I feel like I'm in a bit of a time warp here at the moment. Well. Here he goes. Comes in again. And bang. Hits that over the infield and through the gap. 4 runs. Lovely strike. So, Khan hits out, but safely through the gap. It was catching height, but it was into a gap there. Cover fieldsman just saw it as a bit of a blur. And that's gone for 4. So, up to 18 now. 18 for no loss in the second over here. Cornbra Knights looking to put on a big score. Big score indeed. Computer doesn't think the score at the moment is going quite well. 12% to 88%. Early days. We're in early stages here of this match 2. Match 40. And just been joined by Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah,
Vinny.
good to be here. Last game of the day. The night, I should say. But, I mean, not this time of year. You don't get too much night, do you?
Not too much.
In this part of the world. What have we got? It's almost 8 o'clock local here. So we've got about around about an hour until the sun goes down. Like I said, it gives me great memories when the sun goes down in Portugal of that incredible ECS final.
Yeah.
It's something that I've mentioned a few times in the chat over the last few weeks is that we'll have a new ECN trophy holder here because all of the trophies ever won on ECN in Portugal, they've all gone to Malo except one night series that went to Gamblers SC. So with those 2 teams not playing, there'll be a new ECN champion team.
That's going to be exciting.
No matter what happens.
That's exciting. Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, it won't be one of these teams. But that one takes off, and there's your regulation surprise bouncer. It's almost like you get to bowl with a rubber ball for one ball and over. This takes off. It must be the second over the shoulder. So, I mean, the bowlers, they feel kind of dominant and powerful by what they can do. But the problem is, it costs them no balls because if you get the second one flying over the shoulder, then you're going to have to re-bowl it and it's going to be a free hit. Here is the free hit, and it's absolutely launched. Well, what a shot by Amninda.
Wow.
That is a no-doubter. Maximo cashes in the free hit.
That's gone over the big trees that are in the back of the car park. That's how big that shot was. That's proper interstellar. This early in this game, I have to call that. It's my interstellar 6 of the match. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that one, it could be circling another planet now. And that was really launched. And they just, goes for it. Might have gone for it anyway because he had the free hit.
Yeah.
He had nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing to lose.
Singer's absolutely clammed onto that one and just sent
smell
it.
a 6 and out, though. Be careful.
Yeah.
Well, it's up. It's in the air. It's hanging, but no, it'll be a 6 and a 6. And in fact, it's only gone for 4 in the end. One of the longer parts of the ground, but pitch is just inside. The long shadow's coming over the ground at the moment. So 6 and 4 does mean, of course, officially he's hungry for more. 30 without loss after 2. But can I say I'm not hungry for more after being so well fed to everyone, to Nina, to Anna, to Barry, to Bucks, to everyone here at the club that's looking after us. Thank you so much. But, I might have to skip breakfast tomorrow after that.
Full as a goog.
There's again that very quick look at the table where blink and you'll miss it. But what you will see is that the Wanderers are 5 points out of third place, or second place, I should say. And they're 5 points away from the 20 also that the Capitals made in Group A, who currently hold the wildcard spot. So it just means they can't make it. They were so close. Probably one of the unluckiest runs in a while.
Yeah, we had a look at the net run rate. And what was it? It was .008.
Yeah, .008. But I suppose even if Lisbon Capitals had been in second, it still would have been one of those teams in there. They both would have made it because they both performed so well. There's a bit more of a gap between second and third here. There's pretty much nothing between second and third.
That's exactly right.
In Group A. But, it swings and roundabouts. I remember last year in the ECS in 2023, Punjab CC Amadora, again, they just missed out on the final series by just a fraction of net run rate and never got an opportunity to kind of push their case. So, obviously, they finished top of their group in this series.
True. Okay, Zinka's continuing.
I want to say hello to Rob Thompson as well. He's saying, I'm taking over from our Phil. Am I taking over from your Phil? No, Phil belongs to all of us. But, so don't worry. I will try and carry on the high standard that you've set during this series. It's got a great feel, the night series, doesn't it? Always does.
It does. It's been fantastic here. And as far as you taking over from me is concerned, I've always thought, you know what, it's like Star Wars. There's always 2, a master and an apprentice.
Which one am I?
Well, it depends if what we're talking about, I guess, doesn't it? Nah, you know what I'm
You're
talking
the
about.
Jedi here in the Portugal night series. You've made it your own. I've loved listening to it. I've been lurking the house down at night.
I've really enjoyed it.
I've been having my headphones in, having my traditional steak and ale pie at the pub after ECS England, listening to a bit of Phil G in Portugal. On the nights when we get on the field.
Exactly. Yeah. And I really appreciate you guys when you've been doing Estonia, and they're in England as well, and even Corey up there in Netherlands was giving me a good shout out.
We all love
keep
listening.
a look out for Portugal.
We all love listening to each other, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because we enjoy who we work with. This is in the air, it doesn't carry, pulls the chute, does Junaid Bashir.
Lights are on. They're not going to take effect yet, but the lights are on. It's a good sign.
Yeah, well, that's it. There's still plenty of sunlight at the moment.
Lots of sunlight.
That'll be the end of the power play. Pretty even one, I think. 33 without loss after 3.
Yeah, quite an even power play, that one. I think both teams will look at that and say, well, I don't think anyone's got the edge over anyone in that one. Singh on 16 and Khan up to 12. But yeah, 33, well, a run rate of 11, you can work that out for yourselves. And expected score maybe over 100, but still no wickets taken yet. And I think Porto Wanderers will be thinking, well, we need to take care of that.
Yeah.
And to try to take care of that...
Oh, yeah. Well, guess who? It's Neil. I like they've gone to him as soon as the power play's up as well. He took 5 for 7, just the second 5-wicket haul of this series in the previous game. Yeah, that's one thing I like about our commentary team. We all have something different to bring. I think diversity is really important. And it doesn't suit everyone as well with the long hours and the amount of the intensity of the schedule. And you've had the two games today, but even every day trying to bring it, and obviously doing it by yourself sometimes what it requires. But I think you've done a great job. And guess what? It's not Neil who's coming on. I've got fake news. Yeah, this is Mark to Stadler, but he was brilliant earlier as well. I thought that Neil had just had a hair recolouring and had started bowling right arm seam, in which case it would be one of the better players in the world. But de Stadler had the last game off, and he hopefully is feeling right and ready to go. He's pretty impressive though.
Mark was talking about a bit of arthritis in the knees, a bit of rheumatism, so he was quite uncomfortable in the break.
Rest when you're dead, Mark, because here's your last game of the series, and you can stick the knees on ice the rest of the week. This is down leg side, doesn't really get anything on the way through, I don't think.
Absolutely.
I wonder if Chambers is going to have a bowl here. I mean, it's the last game of the...
Yeah, it's a good point,
look up his bowling stats on ECN.
Okay. That'll take a few
good
seconds.
Time to do it.
Yeah.
A. Chambers.
That's clipped off the toes, very nice into the gap. Big gap there. And the fielder very square, just sort of looks around that Zinkus, thinking, I thought that was kind of towards me. No, it wasn't. It missed you by a good 20 metres. Good shot.
So Chambers has 6 for 109, including a best of 2 for 19 against his old side, Indian Royals. And he takes a wicket every 9 balls.
Wow.
Chambers underrated.
Wow. I think Skipper needs to think about bowling himself here.
Get a bit greedy. Last game of the series.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to hurt anything. And it's good for morale too.
True.
The Statler comes in, and he's put that a little bit too wide. Yeah, I think that's really good for morale. I think Chambers needs to turn around to the team and say, look, guys, give it to me. Give me the pill, and let me show you how it's done.
But
leave from the front.
There's going to be a riot if we don't have Neil Charles come on sometime soon. A wicket-taking machine.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that.
He took 5 wickets in 10 balls.
And he's in the side too, so there's no excuses.
Yeah. Well, that's lifted up in the air, short boundary. It's Adios Pilotic, and beautifully taken off the field. Well, you can take a few lessons there. I've got to say, the ball retrieving has been of the highest order today, Phil.
Alex Zeb's been absolutely brilliant out there. He's caught almost everything that's gone to hand as the boundary boy. And he's every time he gets a big smile.
He's been one step ahead of the play as well. Like that one that came into the cube, or the kind of rectangular prism.
Yeah.
Well, I was just about to take 2 steps to get it.
Yeah.
He was already here.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is going to be another one. Has been a bit of a problem just working out what this ball's going to do once it leaves the hand.
Yeah.
Now, I think Neil Charles is doing his version of warming up here at the moment, which is just it's a sideways glance and a bit of a wink. It's hard to pick it up through the sunglasses.
Yep.
But I think that we're getting closer to Charles.
And he's in his captain's line of sight as well. He's put himself in a good position there.
Now this one goes down leg side. A few control problems. Those knees won't be feeling any better
Not
with
at all.
every one of these extra deliveries he has to bowl.
I think you can see Skipper Chambers. He's not fielding too far away from us. The thoughts bouncing around his head about the next few overs, and he's thinking about either himself or Charles. Oh, where do you go as Skipper? What do you do? think it'll probably
All
bowl
roads
both.
point to Neil. Anyway, this is going to be an awkward one.
Oof.
And it's going to eat him up. Well, if it didn't get him on the way through, it might get him on the way back. But that's just going to blast awkwardly through the fielder. That's the old warning track area. Used to have the old sand there. That one is one you'd have to rake as it gets through Tom Rogerson. He gives one back. I asked him at the dinner break, I said, how come all the misfields are off your bowling? And he said, what goes around comes around, Vinny. And that one obviously got through him pretty easily.
Yeah, it's a bit tough fielding out there, though. You are looking into the sun.
Well,
Whoa.
that's shot and a half there. And someone's going to have to try and find that one. Maximo! 50 coming up during this over as well. Destana's gone magical in the fourth. Just can't get it right at the moment.
Yeah, he's just looking at his skipper, shaking the head, and yeah, he's actually looking a little bit. He's walking slightly a little bit. I don't know, what would you say? He's sort of a bit sore, maybe.
Yeah.
He's looking like he's showing a little bit of discomfort.
Well,
That's
he
what
probably
he's doing.
belongs in Ireland because he's a little bit ginger. Anyway, last ball of the fourth. Hey, it's almost right. Oh, I'd love to see this one again from the main camera. Is this missing the line, or is Bucks on a bit of a rampage? I don't know if we'll get it in time, but yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
Let's have a look. Where does this one go?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
50-50.
Oh, I reckon that was.
But does it have a little bit on the line or not?
No, I think it was
Think
across.
it's missing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
better.
But anyway, yeah, finishes pretty well. But we'll be 28 in total off the over. And the score at the end of 4 is 62 without loss. This is where I think with the seam not working, I would like to see them go to spin.
And glasses are coming off.
Glasses are off.
Hats off.
Yeah. Silver Fox will enter the fray here in over number 5.
I have to do something about this run rate, which is dipped just in the previous over, then it's come straight back up again.
So, a lot of people saying that they're enjoying all the a bit of the new blood coming into the commentary recently. Obviously, Charlie and Nish, or Charlie's finished commentary school. Nish has finished military school. Corey, I think, is out on probation. So, yeah, it's good to have them back. Obviously, you know, I love commentary and I love doing it, but I also love giving opportunities to share it around a bit because we have so many games on the network. Certainly happy to be here and beat a ground I've never been before. All right, everyone, focus. Here's Neil. Oh, he's bowled him first ball. Top of the bails. Well, sometimes captaincy is hard. It's not really when you've got Neil in your side. Just bring him on, and he gets the big breakthrough. The opening partnership is disrupted. 6 wickets in the day for Neil Charles. 62 for 1.
And suddenly I'm reminded of so many people who like to pick on Australian cricket, and they turn to me sometimes. They say, hey, think about Ricky Ponting and how hard his job was. Shane, have a bowl.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, things like that.
Exactly.
Turn to the master out on the ground and give him the pill.
Hits the very top of the stumps. Just knocks the bails off.
Yeah. Yep.
And so, yeah, change of pace does the trick. And Ninda will go for 39 off 16 at 62 for 1. Oh, he's on here. 1 out of 1.
Let's have a look. Sajid Sheikh, let's have a look and see how he handles the flight.
You can't resist having a crack at Charles.
Nah. Top order.
The science is in. He's irresistible. Anyway, here we go. Oh, I mean, you're fighting a losing battle. It's in your DNA. He almost runs through Charles. Well, it's almost going to be kick off then, I think. As Sajid Sheikh gets off the mark.
That was
I mean, we saw Pavel bowling during the week, and maybe it's not the fairest comparison because he is putting a bit of work on the ball, but I love the use of flight to try and lure the batter into an error over to Wasim Khan. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's got it. Oh, well. Well,
You said it.
The Zinker statue was half built, but now they're putting Charles's head on it because he's got 7 for the day. The magnificent 7 for Neil Charles. Simple return catch. Fantasy points explosion for the burly left-hander, and the score now 63 for 2. He's got both openers.
Couldn't believe his luck when they flighted that so obviously to the batsman, who obliged with a gentle stroke straight back. Oh my goodness. I don't think the batsman could believe his bad luck that happened. Oh dear. Okay, well, we knew if Neil Charles gets a chance to have a bowl, there could be some fun. And look at this, we're 3 deliveries in and already this game's been twisted.
Oh, Neil. Look at what you've done here. He's still got 9 balls left in his spell. Early caught. The thing is, he's going to keep floating them up there. Left-handers, they have an unnatural advantage. They can also just kind of, with a minimum of effort, just spin that ball away from the right-hander's outside edge.
Here it comes.
Oh, he's bowled him. Oh, you beauty. He's got 3 and 4. He's chopped on. And a bit like Mike Gunning in 1993, I do not think that Asif Khan, or Abdullah Khan, pardon me, has any idea what's happened. Yeah, it might have been Asif. Yeah, it went so quickly, I'm not sure. And it's Abdullah Khan, I think, who's chopped on. So now he's on a hat-trick. He's already got a 5-for. He's got 3 for 1 in 4 deliveries. Incredible.
And it's the third time that he's been on a hat-trick as well in this today, at 2 matches. Oh, boy.
Yeah, third time he's been on a hat-trick, and it's only his third over of the day. Well, I mean, the only thing, Chambers, he's wasted 63 runs by not bringing him on from the very start. Could have been bowled out by now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the skipper was thinking, holding him back like that.
He's got everyone trembling. All right.
Oh, boy.
So it is as if to come in now. As Abdullah goes, it's another hat-trick ball for Neil. I don't mind that. It gets another wicket-taking delivery. It's going to be a wide down the leg side.
But, gee, that was really close. Going for around the, bowling around the back.
Don't reinvent
back
the
of the
wheel
legs.
now, Neil. Hang in there.
Boy. Oh, boy. Still got a couple to come in this over. Obviously, because that was deemed wide. See where does he put this one?
Oh, yeah. This is just, it's mouth-watering, isn't it?
It's
almost,
proper.
I know you like your Simpson references. You know when Homer sees a donut? That's basically, that's what's happening.
Really
They're
is.
percolating. I'd love a 4 here. Because you get a 4 in the over, and then you get a 3 in the next over. That's quite achievable.
Yeah.
4 wicket overs are pretty rare. Anyway. It's not going to be out. Oh, well, possible Tortuga alert. In the end, it'll be a single as Asif Khan gets off the mark. Well, Charles in the house, 3 for 3 off the 5th, and it's 65 for 3.
Well, this is proper exciting T10 cricket. This is amazing. We all recognise that this match, this Group 40 final match 40 that's happening here in front of us, Group B match. It's the last one. It's only points that are going to be pretty much academic to the final standings because it's all done and dusted. But there's still a bit to play for here for both these teams. They'll be very hungry to get a win just so they can look at the ladder and look at the standings and say, yep, that was the game we won. We beat the Porto Wanderers, or the Porto Wanderers say, no, we beat the Coimbra Knights. There's a lot to play for here. But when you get someone like Neil Charles coming on, that Silver Fox, he comes on and he's picking up wickets with flight. I love to watch a bowler who's not scared to flight the ball. And when the batsmen come a cropper, it's an absolute joy to watch.
You know what I like is that most of the chat is now saying they're contemplating a comeback. Because they've seen Charles being effective, thinking, yeah, okay, I could get into some of that.
There you go.
It's funny also, I mean, Chambers does bowl a bit of off spin, so I mean, if the slow bowling's working, seriously, it might have been an opportunity for him to bring himself on. But he's going to go with a bit more of a recognised bowler. It's Tom Rogerson in over number 6. First one straight through nicely, but doesn't beat point. It will get a single.
Yeah, it was a good shot. That one was hanging out there quite wide, and he's picked out the fielder in the shadows at the point position.
I like this. John Gray saying, cricket is a simple game. Put Neil Charles onto bowl, and he takes wickets. Well said.
It's like turning on a light switch, pretty much.
Anyway, Rogerson. Now, Rogerson, I know he's not the same kind of player, but he's given me slight, I don't know, trying to work out what lookalike he is. He looks like a hybrid of several international cricketers. I'm going to go like Joe Root meets Michael Clarke.
I was thinking Michael Clarke.
Yeah, Michael Clarke maybe. Like in the early days.
Yep. Early Michael Clarke. Definitely.
Now tell us what you think. Can we zoom in on number 22 here, Rogerson? Let's have a look. Let's have a good look at his melon. Let's see what the crew think. He looks like, you know, when you get that app and you blend people's faces, he looks like the ultimate international cricketer. What else do you like?
I reckon he's a touch of the Ben Stokes, just on that angle there.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah.
Oh, good seed, that
good
one.
delivery, yes. Yeah, I'm thinking the Michael Clarke, Ben Stokes with a touch of Joe Root there as well. Have a look. There's a little bit there.
Just
the front of the
double.
face.
Yeah, I like it. Hello to Lance Hall, who's watching from Isle of Man, by the way. Hopefully you're well. A few people talking about Charlie, I should say.
Charlie.
Passing commentary school with flying colours. And that's a little whippage here. There's a little bit of risky business style fielding. I think it too. Oh, no, it was a fake too that the batter took seriously. And by trying to deke the fielders, he's deked his partner, and Shake's going to pay the penalty and can't. Well, he turns his back and he just tries to disappear. I mean, I don't know if we can see the main camera replay here. He was basically pushing for 2, trying to force an error from the fielder.
Yep.
But Shake didn't get the code that it was actually more just to put the fielders off. He ran, and he pays the ultimate price. The only shame there is that it's not a wicket that Charles will be able to bowl at, but it will be a 1 and out. It's 69 for 4. God, I would love to see the whole replay from just the main camera, because what happens is, look, he does the right thing. He runs hard.
Yep.
Does Asif Khan, and then he's like, no, I'm going to go to almost trying to like force a bad throw. Shake's like, all right, let's go. He got gunned down.
He's trying to trick the fieldsman. He's tricked his own batting partner.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
fake
a shame.
calling. We could have done for 5 penalty runs there. It's cost him a wicket.
Oh, that's going to be a long walk to the dugout when Asif's time is to walk off. Sorry, when Shake's time is to walk off. Face the music, maybe.
Gets past the outside edge. Yeah, so Charlie's passed commentary school with great marks, by the way. But he's not a wine person, so there's a lot of suggestions that the next school Charlie should go to is wine school.
Wine school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you a wine drinker? Not really?
I'm a wine drinker.
You don't mind?
Yeah.
What's your favourite, red or white?
Other. Okay.
All right, we'll get into the conversation. But first, Rogerson's going to rock the stumps. So the night started brightly, but the collapse is on. 69 for 5. They've now lost 5 wickets for just 7 runs in 11 balls. So the train's off the tracks. Rogerson finally has something to show for his work. And after 6 at 69 for 5.
Yeah, that's great bowling. Very good straight bowling there. And good reward for toil. And we are going to see Neil Charles coming back on again, which fair enough too.
Listen, this is food chat time. Wines are food.
Wines, yes. I love my red and I love my whites. My favourite is probably New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc.
Yeah.
That's my favourite tipple.
And particularly for red. Czech's pretty famous, isn't it? For wine? Or a bit of a mixture? I
like the Czech white wines.
Yeah.
Rylánské šedé, which is very close to the Sauvignon Blanc grape. Mm-hmm. That's growing a lot in Moravia, which is in the southeast of region of Czech Republic. Very big wine growing region. That's where the city of Brno is. The Czech whites I think are really particularly good.
We'll have to pause this conversation. We have a breaking over and it's Charles coming back. Starts with the white. Told you, don't mind that. Could still take 5 wickets in this over, which would give him an 8 for. Just feel like, when Shane Warne used to bowl and you just felt every ball could have been a wicket?
Yes, I remember those
I haven't had that feeling for about 15 years. But with Charles on, it's back. Anyway. Oh, that's proper moon ball wide. Yes. It's all right. Have another go.
There you go.
He's a wicket taker.
Get it again.
Okay. What I will be saying at the end of this over is, well, we're near Porto. I want to try the port here. It's famous.
Yes.
It's famous. Let's do that tonight.
We should try that tonight.
In the air. Won't carry. Probably get away from the fielder who go for 4. So nice sweep shot by Asif Khan, who's trying to do a bit of a rebuild job here for the Knights.
I'm starting to get the feeling that the Knights have now done their homework on Charles. Now they can see him. Obviously, in that first over they couldn't, but a bit of a John Cena, you can't see me moment.
Yeah, but just because you do your homework doesn't mean you pass the test. And trust me, I went to school with many that suffered that fate.
You've sat a few exams in your time.
Oh, yeah, I was a bit of a crammer in my day. Oh, Charles! All right. Might as well bring him in.
might as well bring someone there. I mean, they had someone there for the hat-trick
What
ball.
is it? Okay, he needs 4 and 4 for 7. Stefan Gooch, get out of bed. I'm just assuming you'll be asleep.
I'm sure Stefan's phone must be ringing now. Someone must be in touch with him and say, Stefan, wake up.
Oh, how's that? Oh, he's given him.
He's given him.
I thought he hit the cover off it, but he's obviously hit the ground. And Charles has got 4. He's got 9 wickets in 2 games here. Let's have a look at it. The real replay. Oh, yeah. Well, there's no bat. It's pretty close.
Hit the back leg, didn't it?
Hit the back leg. He's right on the crease. Probably going on to hit double noise, but I think the bat hits the ground, or maybe the bat hits the pad.
I think the bat hit the ground.
And that's why there's two noises.
Yeah.
But Charles has done it again. The new King Charles, he's been called already. He's got a 4 for 9. He's still got 3 balls to go. So every time someone might take a 7 for, like a phone, like a red phone rings, like in the president, like an alarm goes off.
Yeah.
In Steph's house. Just like whenever anyone gets a none off 10, Paul Stubbs' phone goes off because maybe the longest stuck 13 balls
yes.
might be under attack. Happened a couple of weeks ago, actually.
Yeah, really?
Anyway.
Okay.
All right, come on. Let's dance. 10 in the day, anyone?
There's room for one more. Here we go.
All right. Eyes on the prize. Oh. I don't normally commentate while the ball's in flight, but I'm just going to give you like an audible feel of how I feel the ball's going, because you do have time for that as it gets down the pitch. Well, there goes the 7 for. But I mean, imagine back-to-back 5s.
Oh, that would be brilliant. That would be so good. He's got 2 balls left. There's every chance he's going to get back-to-back 5s. Let's have a look at this one.
All right. Oh, too short. Oh. Well, Charles.
Hang on.
Oh, he's
He's a customer and a half, isn't he?
If you were ever going to change the regulations mid-game to allow people to bowl as many overs as they want, or even just all the overs, and Charles is your man.
He really is.
He doesn't fatigue either. He's a unit. Look at him. He probably would play 4 more games after if you're allowed. The lights are on. All right, last chance at back-to-back 5s for Charles. Let's see if he can do it or if he chokes. Come on, Neil. Gets through everybody.
Oh, no.
It was up, it was down, it was shaking around. It won't go on him. Obviously, it's so slow, it'll never reach the boundary, but they'll get a bye. Just one of them. And that's the end of the 7th over. Everyone, you can settle down. Charles will have to settle for 4 for 9. It's 76 for 6 after 7.
Fantastic bit of ball there. Happy to give the ball flight, which is one of my favourite sights in watching cricket. Is a bowler happy to flight it and say to the batsman, have a look at that. What can you do with that? And the batsman goes in 2, 3, 4 different minds before he settles on what he's going to do. And he's picked up a really good wicket in that over too.
I hate to bring the mood down, but that's the last we'll see of Charles bowling in the series.
Yeah. Okay. That's a shame.
Moment silence, please. Ooh.
There's the moment. Tom's back on again.
Yeah, Tom's. I like he's got a busting kind of action, but I don't think he's a guy that can afford to bowl too short.
Yeah,
I think that because he's skiddy, he's not going to probably get as much bounce as some of the others. So he's a guy I think you got to try and get the batters playing forward and draw them into a bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
The Ben Stokes, Michael Clark. Who else did we say?
Root.
Joe Root.
Joe Root.
Look like. Yeah, see, he's more of a skidder.
Yeah.
Good though. I mean, he's got 1 for 5 off 7 balls bowled. I like these hustling through as well. Obviously, he's kind of reading the room.
I think they're keeping their eye on the clock too.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah,
but it's just
makes
good
sense.
awareness. Yeah, better length that one. See, that's pretty well fielded eventually. Well, Charles. This guy's got the ball on a string. Could have leather poisoning potentially. He might have to go to the same hospital that Zinkus visited briefly earlier today.
It's interesting. He's in that very close short cover position too.
That's the length. You see, that's the length. Smart.
That's it.
I'm liking it.
Yep, that is good.
They say blondes have more fun. Rogerson's having a bit of a day out here in match 40. No pressure, I suppose, in either of these teams as well.
No,
They go out there, express yourselves, try and finish with a win.
Yeah.
That's one's a fraction too short. And see the difference. That might have hit the rope, I think it has. It's gone maximal.
Big shot.
And well, the Stubbsy phone didn't quite go off, but Jawad Ali was none off 6 before that. But then he catches up and goes 6 runs over point. Good shot.
It was a very good shot, wasn't it? And Tom Rogerson, he's bowling nicely here, but as you say, just doesn't need any of that short stuff. They're still looking for the pill up there. I think looking for a new Grizzly possibly.
So I learnt something while I was on the T20s, Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland. You can bowl 4 overs in a game. All right? Wow, amazing, hey? But if you take this as if it was the last 20 overs that Porto have bowled, look at Neil Charles's figures.
It's 4 overs.
Yeah, 4 overs. 9 for 16.
It's crazy.
4 overs, 9 for 16. Just think about that.
It's crazy.
Can you imagine taking 9 for 16 in a T20? Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's impressed us completely. I got to say,
They
though.
say it's a batter's game.
Well, that's what they say, but they say a lot, don't they? All are in, and that's punched out nicely. Just going to be doing in ones here at the moment, the Coimbra Knights. Although that was a lovely crack for 6 just earlier from Ali.
Yeah. A bit like Jennifer Page, bit of a one-hit wonder so far, isn't he? Let's see if he can turn it into something more. It's a pretty good throw. I think he's safely home here, although might want to hustle.
Got a little bit
Gets
slack
there in
there.
the end. Gets there in the end. Probably shouldn't have been that close. So this is Richard John, who is coming on. Well, if I had more time, I would have called him Smithy, because I feel like he needs a last name.
Yeah,
But
yes.
2 first names.
Yes. Richard John. He's a small guy. That bat in his hand looks massive.
And then you do get people that have like 2 last names sometimes, like Taylor Smith.
Mm.
And then you got to call him like Aaron or something. I don't know. Matt.
Bob.
Anyway, it's the end of the 8th over, and the score's 86 for 6. I mean, this is heading for, 101's predicted. And we've just seen those kind of 100, 105-ish totals. I mean, statistically, they're par totals, and they have pretty much caused some close contests so far. Of course, we had 2 really close contests to start the day. Unfortunately, Wanderers on the wrong side of both of them. That cost them a chance at the Super Fives. Still, he picks up. If he hits this, will be really close. Well, I think it would have been out. It's pretty well backed up. And who else but Charles, who then turns into a brick wall behind the stumps to back it up. But I do think this was an opportunity for a run out.
I think so too. And just to say about Charles, he really is Charles in charge on that field. He owns the cover region. And the way he just nonchalantly just ran across and let the ball hit him on the leg, yeah, that was me protecting the stumps. It just goes back to his position.
Great reference, Phil.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, firstly, it's up in the air, just slicing away from Chambers. He wants them to try and take it 2, and he wants to gun him out. That was Foxy in the first degree, but they don't fall for it. Charles in charge, Scott Baio. And actually, when my mum has a sister that had 2 little girls, but I remember when one of them was born, when we got the phone call, Charles in Charge was on 6:30 on a weeknight. He used to be playing every night.
Wow.
That's all I remember about the show. But
That's all you remember about the show, right?
It,
yeah. Okay. That's a good way of remembering it, though. You got to admit.
Some of those things you remember.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember. So I have twin younger brothers, right?
Okay.
And I was in year 3. I was 8 when they were born, almost 8.
All right.
And it was lunchtime at school, and I'd bought one of they're called Super Dupers back in the day.
I
they called
remember
them.
those.
They're called icy poles, right?
Yeah, we had them in Victoria, yeah.
20 cents they were. Had a couple of them.
Yep.
Backs away, can't reach it. Good bowling by Bashir. So I remember the teacher took my 2 Super Dupers away, my 2 ice lollies. I got the phone call, you've got 2 younger brothers. And I was like, great, see him after school, great.
Yep.
Never got the ice creams back.
Did you not?
No.
Oh.
Haunts me to this day.
You picturing the teacher?
Were they? And I think it's an inside job. I think the teachers ate them. I don't think I touched them.
I think the teachers would
Wasn't
have
he? I wandered around. I was excited about the additions to the family.
Did you remember if it was a warm day?
One was red. Yeah, well, it was April. So.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
In Australia, that's hot.
Absolutely.
Anyway, this is going to be sliced away. They've got the deep third in position. That's pretty good third in position. What a comeback this has been. It's the end of the over. Bashir goes for 23 in his spell. 89 for 6 after 5. But let's just kind of recap what's happened in this innings, because they got off to a flying start, didn't they? And after 4 overs, the score was 62. But in the last 5 overs, we've seen 6 wickets fall for just 27.
It's crazy.
This is ECN cricket, and at night it gets a bit crazy. Let's have a look at the figures. Well, I mean, it's tough if you're bowling around Neil Charles. He's got 4 for 9, but just have a look. They actually lost all 6 wickets for 13.
That's incredible. That run of the wickets falling is actually quite amazing, isn't it? After that first wicket stand of 60 odd, I mean, and then to just lose that many, because Charles in Charge came in and said, "Hang on, I'm in charge here," and he's picked up a really good 4-for.
Also, slight correction to make. As Gill gets last over. I thought he took 5 for 7 last game, top of my head. But that's because he should have, because I thought there was a wicket loss. But he actually took 5 for 9. So it's actually took 5 for 9 and 4 for 9, so 9 for 18.
Right.
But obviously, still very good figures. But we like to be factual.
No.
We don't like to deliver alternative facts here on the network.
We're not here to mislead. We're here to inform.
I love this. Surprise ball from Gill before anyone was ready. Good tactics. And now it's probably going to cause a run out. It's a bit of a nasty bounce. But I like the old quick pitch from Gill here. Non-striker still is adjusting his stuff. Umpire getting in position. Just kind of round arms one. Yeah, loving it.
Does it again.
Yeah, this one gets through everyone. Takes a bit of the keeper's pad. Running away. But fielder will make the stop.
Yeah, did it again there. You saw Richard John just having a bit of a fiddle with the gloves, the top of his leg
Be
pad.
ready. Bowler's ready. Everyone should be ready.
Yeah, we're not waiting for the non-striker to be ready. Yeah. Get on with it.
Watch out. Here we go. We're away. Oh, he's bowling around his legs. Oh, you better believe it. That's an incredible bit of leg spin bowling from Gill.
That's terrific.
No shot offered, and Richard John has just gone, I'm just going to leave this one alone, take the wide and fight another day, but it wasn't to be. There go the stumps, and there goes Richard John. What a piece of bowling by Gill.
That's clever bowling. And anyone who's been bowled around their legs, you'll know how that feels. When you think you know where you're standing, you think you know where the stumps are, and you hear that clatter to turn around and realise the keeper didn't knock the wickets. The ball hit the wickets. I've been bowled around my legs because I wasn't aware. Oh, that's a great delivery.
Believe in the leave.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, well. Anyway, 91 for 7. Couple of more balls to come in this the last over of the Coimbra Knights innings. So the 100's looking a bit difficult now, but still, there's still 2 balls. He's very keen. Umpire has to push him back and say, "Wait till I'm ready." He tries it again, and it's going to get through the keeper. I think it's just going to get through for a leg bye. So 92 for 7. There's still one more to come, and Gill is having a bit of fun out there.
Yeah, sure is. All right, here's the last ball. Wait, it's going to be a wide. But I can see what he was thinking there. Wanted to repeat the dose.
Yep.
I mean, you don't get too many footmarks at the other end to bowl into. That makes it all the more remarkable. Yeah, and that's proper umpire clothesline attempt from Bucks. Almost takes his head off.
Good work.
Here's the last ball again. Hit pretty well. And that'll go for 4, so good finish. As Ali finally gets moving. And the Coimbra Knights will finish on 97 off their 10 overs. 98 will be the victory target.
Well, they finally managed to connect with one off Gill and put him into the boundary on the leg side, but he was bowling very nicely there from around the wicket, putting it on just outside the leg, and obviously Richard John will think twice before leaving again. And they've got up to a good score there.
He just go the old pad up. Remember they used to pad up outside the leg side? Just do that for a couple of hours.
Do that.
Yeah, well, 97 for 7. Again, the Wanderers, you feel that should be achievable, but you just never know. I mean, they did hit 183 last game, but if they lose a couple of top order wickets, anything can happen. But got to say, the spinners took a while for them to get involved in the day here on night 19, didn't it? But once they did, they've been quite a talking point. 39 Tam Ninda lit it up, that opening partnership of 62. But then the wickets clattered, didn't they? They lost 6 for 13 over the next 14 balls. And, well, we'll talk about the bowling in a second. But, yeah, Jawad Ali, again, took a while to get going, finished with 12, wasn't calm with 12 at the top, but just single-digit scores. Okay, maybe a few too many extras again, if you look at that, with 21, including 3-leg buys. So you can't really blame for those, but 16 wides, a bit on the high side. As far as the Porto Wanderers, well, I mean, you can't really deflect too much attention away from Neil Charles, who has figures of 9 for 18 in his last 2 matches. Just have a look at that. And not too expensive either. You got a wicket for Rogerson. Umar Gill with a perfect leg spinner's dismissal rolled around the pads as well. So all set up for a great second half and a great finish to Group B.
Oh, I totally agree. But just looking at that bowling card brings a smile on my face when I see Neil Charles on there again with 4 next to his name, 4 wickets. And, yeah, well, the Coimbra Knights, they started really well, didn't they? I mean, 62 without loss, thanks to the openers who got on with the job. But Yeah, just
at
nothing in the middle
least
order.
they had that start. Otherwise, they're bowling at about 30. So I still think this is a winnable game for the Knights. And look, they'll get the right of reply. They'll be out defending 97 when we return. They want to finish with a win. But the Porto Wanderers, of course, they would like to take the points in what is essentially the final for both of these two teams. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Phil G. We'll take a quick break and back with the exciting conclusion of night 19 as the lights come on at Miranda de Corvo. We'll see you soon for more ECSN Portugal.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company. Time for the last innings of the night. And we're watching the Porto Wanderers chasing 98 for victory. 45 matches since the golden ball. We'll come back to that in a second because let's get on with the action. Amninda is going to go. Now, bonus point equation, I can tell you that in this one, obviously they're chasing in 7 overs, they'd get the bonus point. Obviously, if they get at least 68, they're guaranteed a point. 67 or less, Coimbra would take all 4. Take 2. Let's go. And Sam Ninda coming on. First one played away and gets through the fielder. It actually cost him 1 run. Chambers hustles hard, gets 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. As the lights come on and the sun goes down, it's time to welcome back Phil G.
Hello there, Vinny. Yes, the lights are on. They're going to start to take effect in the next, probably the next like 5 or 10 minutes. There's just a little patch of sunlight on the far side of the ground on the far left of your screen on the pull-out shot. And it's going to look lovely in a few minutes and the lights really take full effect.
This time Chambers gets across and pulls. Well, you know, I wasn't around the 60 when Beatlemania was taking hold, but Neil Charles Mania certainly has over the last couple of games. He's got the Knights shaking in their boots.
He really has.
We saw the Knight mascot very briefly and very small. It's a bit like a Where's Wally. If you go back to the start of this game, you might be able to spot him on the screen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look closely at the start.
Probably deserve more camera time considering the effort he put in. Oh, that's a proper shooter. Oh, and he points at the gate, but he might as well point straight at the pitch because that's what's caused this. How's that? Golden Duck. Tejpreet sent to open the batting, but welcome to Miranda de Corvo. That's a proper shooter. We've got to see this one from straight on again because this has not bounced at all. How do you like it? 3 for 1.
Well, yeah, I agree. I don't think the bowler needs to
he pointed the wrong way. If he's going to send him off, is he sending him home? Please tell me we've got one more replay of that because it does not bounce at all.
No. I don't think the bowler had a lot to do with that.
It's a proper shooter, isn't it?
Yeah, we haven't seen like a real proper shooter on the stumps to just do something like that. But I've seen a few over the last couple of weeks, and they are the kind of deliveries where the poor batsman staring back at the umpire and saying, "Really? Yeah, really? Yeah, really."
So Bashir didn't open. They give Tejpreet an opportunity, but effectively his opening because he's here after 3 balls.
He's here straight away. Yeah. Well, Bashir, he's not going to be unfamiliar with facing deliveries in the first over because, as you say, quite right there, Vinny, he's usually opening. Let's see how he goes now with 1 down in the run chase.
That's a really good shot, and that's going to be 4. Well, he's going pretty good. That's what I can tell you there. A powerful straight drive, and with only 2 outfielders out, that was always sailing to the boundary.
That's right. The bowler had a bit of a wry smile on his face. He's not pointing to the gate now. Instead, he's looking back to the man who's gone a long way behind this commentary hut to fetch the ball.
I suppose that's a pretty clever way to avoid getting in trouble for a send-off, to send someone the wrong way.
Because your argument is, I wasn't sending him off.
I was just having fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, good sling job here, once again from Amninda. He's right up in the batter's grill. Like it.
Umpire, I thought I saw a greyhawk just over there. That's what I was pointing to the batsman. I know he's an avid bird fan, a bird watcher. I wanted to say, it's the lovely greyhawk over there. Did you see that?
Interesting.
All good. So
right.
7 for 1.
Indeed. This one does bounce a bit. I mean, it makes it pretty interesting, makes it pretty tough for batting though as well. But I suppose sometimes the bowlers deserve a bit of love too. End of the first over. 7 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, and the bowler on his follow through there went right the way up to the striker. But it's all smiles. It's a good little bit of banter. I don't think there's nothing to write home about. There's just a few friendly smiles and chats, possibly just saying, "Didn't see that one, did you? Getting a bit dark in here, is it?" 7 for 1, as you say, Vinny. Yes, first over done.
Been cracking day weather-wise, hasn't it? We got up to around about 31, stayed there for a while. Still 27. I love this time of the day. The heat kind of just hangs in the air, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Feels like summer now. I think I've made a good call to come here for a week.
You've come at the right time, I'd say, yeah.
It's Abdullah Khan in over number 2. First one slides into the thigh pad of Chambers. We'll get through for what I think is a leg bite. No? Well, I don't know what Bucks just signalled there. It looked like he was calling for the wheelbarrow. I assume that was a run.
Yeah, I've not seen that signal before.
It was like he was
like a dog scratching at the ground.
Oh,
okay, that's a new. Okay, we're going to have to find out what that call means.
I think it meant he hit it. Anyway, this is definitely a hit, and it's going to just climb over the field. It'll go for 4. Bashir, live by the sword, die by the sword. Does have a couple of half centuries today. Missed out in the last game, but he's made a bright start here.
Yeah, the one-handed went up there for the catch.
It was like a doggy paddle.
It wasn't. Yeah, that's what
He's basically on doggy
It was like
paddle.
a doggy paddle, wasn't it?
Yeah, okay.
If anyone in the chat can help us with that, if you know someone, an umpire who's done that, you know what it means, please drop in the message in the chat.
Some umpires have been forced into making their own signals. I'll tell you why in a moment. All right, once was umpired by someone that had only one arm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did they signal a 6?
So 6, they just kind of, I think they often put the one hand up twice.
Hand up twice, yeah.
No ball, they would bend their arm. There's actually a signal for that in indoor cricket. So a wide would be straight out, and no ball would kind of be out.
Yeah, I remember that from the indoor cricket days.
Yep, they would use that. Like the old turn signals before there were electronics in cars.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Can't remember what else. But yeah, I've played against a couple of guys who've had one arm, actually. I think we actually had one in the one of the European cricket series as well in Gibraltar.
I'm guessing for
pretty amazing.
For dead ball, just one arm crossed. Maybe they, then
it's only half dead,
change
though,
your decision. There's still a bit of life in it.
Yeah.
Kick it may move.
That one's probably a no ball for height. It's going to be called.
Yeah.
And they're going to get through for a bye as well. So a free hit coming up, and probably a good single to take because Bashir will be in prime position to catch in.
He will. It's 14 for 1.
Watching people bat. So this bowling, if you have one arm, I think it's a lot easier than batting. Batting, often if you do have some ability to control the bat with your other arm, or they didn't have a full arm, for example. But it's quite remarkable some of the techniques I've seen actually. I've even seen some footage. So I've never played against this, but someone with no arms bowling spin in India, and he bowls with feet. Holds the ball between his feet, and then basically does like a just a full body twist. It's amazing.
So does he grip the ball with his toes?
Yeah.
And just
puts it between his feet, and then
so no running, no step. Just he's there and he just flicks
launches himself.
Wow.
Flips himself over.
Wow.
It's pretty amazing. Anyway. Full and crunched. 4 runs. Great shot by Bashir. It's going to go all the way up the hill. And after a promising start with the old Shooter McGavin, it's the Wanderers doing all the shooting here through the first 10 balls of this game.
Yeah, it was a cracking shot, that one. Really, really good. Bashir getting back into his groove again. And Khan, well, he's getting to get a bit of stick here. Still got a couple of balls to go in his over, but he's starting to come a bit unravelled.
Wow, it's a really good shot. Got back, got in great position. What's Carr? Crossbar challenge achieved. Hits the Great Wall of Coimbra. But if that had gone over the fence, I'm spotting a motor vehicle.
Yep.
And it might not have ended well. It might have had a skylight that was not planned.
I just after that shot was gone, I suddenly realised we've got perfect vision of a car park there through the gate. He's on the other side of the car park, but he's still he's in the hitting zone. He's right in the zone. So whoever owns that car, if you go back to it later and there's a white grizzly stuck in the windscreen, please hand it back to us.
Looked like it might have ended badly anyway. Now he megs himself for no good reason. Could have just taken a wide there. But Bashir lives in mysterious ways. That'll take us to the end of the second over, and it's 27 for 1.
Yeah, only person who knows what was going on there was probably Bashir. I'm sure he'd happy to let us know what he was thinking, if he was thinking of something. And that is the end of that over. And looks like it's going to be Amninder Singh is going to come on.
I'll go back to him. He thought he feels like the most likely to break this partnership.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to kind of shuffle your aces to the front of the deck, don't you, when you've got double digits on the board. I'll be hoping they can run through this order.
Well, they need a breakthrough. They need another breakthrough, definitely now. Let's have a look at
how quick are we looking this time? Very quick. To table, I do suggest you go to the website, EuropeanCricket.com, click on the series, ECSN Portugal. You can click on standings, and you can look at the table as long as you like. Just stare at it.
We promise you it will stay there, and you can look at it for exactly as Vinny says, as long as you like. Study that table and know why. Why these five teams?
I'm looking at it right now.
It's
imprinted in my brain. Yeah. Can't forget it.
Oh, it's coming towards us.
Yeah, that's a good shot, and it's going to end up going all the way. Maximo, I was about to go get it, but I knew that Falak will be there to pick it up. He's everywhere, isn't he?
No, that's Felix. He's out there.
Okay, that's good. I didn't see. I just saw a flash in front of me. It was a yellow vest.
Yeah, that's Bob.
Oh, Bob's just picked that one up. I mean, these guys move so quickly. I can't even get a good look at them.
Yeah. They're very fast. Oh, gets cute. Oh, no chance.
Just gets it over the top, doesn't he? And that'll end up running away for 4. That's Richard John there in the circle, but can't do anything about it.
Yeah, Bashir has picked out the smallest person on the field to try to put his hand up and grab that one, and that's why I whispered no chance, because Richard John, I think he's about 5'2" or 3. He's quite short.
In heels.
In heels. Yeah, he's about 80 pounds when he's wringing wet as well.
Wet. I love that.
Yep.
Great expressions.
It is.
I love ECSN. It's good to be back.
It's fantastic stuff.
Bashir, little quick step, tells you he wants to attack, and he gets the gap, and that's hit too hard. That's going for 4, making the most of the power play. Making hay as the sun's going down here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo. 4 more to the Porto Wanderers.
And the lights now are pretty much in full effect. The sun has disappeared below the hills to the west. I've pointed out the little pyramid on top of the hill, haven't I, in the past? That's a little spiritual place up there.
Very interesting.
You can just see it from our vantage point here as the sun has disappeared completely. And
we'll get around. It's going to be 4.
As well.
Yeah, well, he's on fire right now, Bashir. Could get 350s in the day. Not that I want to put the kibosh on him, but he's looking very, very confident at the moment.
Solid, right? Absolutely solid here.
He's got to be a swagger about him. He's got to be a swagger about his style, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's grinning at the bowler. And again, the bowler's just having a little chat, but I'm sure what he's saying is, okay.
Nice shot.
All right, good shot, mate. Good shot.
Yeah, or words to that effect.
Words to that effect, yes.
Yeah.
It's all handled very well. 52 from 43 to snatch the win here for the Porto Wanderers. And they're looking pretty solid right now with Bashir.
Last chance for him to point somewhere. Oh, that's probably a no. I'd like to see some side on. It just seemed that it rushed him, and he's playing a pull shot. And Buck seems reasonably happy with it. Maybe we can get it slow-mo from side on. We can have a look. How slow can we get this? Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, he looks little there. But anyway, let's have a look. Yeah, it's got to be a no ball. He is way too high. But not in the mood for that. So it won't be a no ball in the end. And at the end of 3, 47 for 1.
Maybe Bucks felt that he was crouching a little bit, maybe.
Well, Bucks is that height, so he should know.
Exactly, yeah. He should be the perfect judge of that one.
Whenever you see a pull shot to a full ball, it's normally a bit of a giveaway. It's too high.
Yeah, yep. Okay, so.
All right, how long are we going to see these for? Ready?
Okay, there's the tower block situation. 7, 20, and 20. That's amazing
Look
stuff.
at the first inning. So, no, you can't.
I would,
it's gone.
but it's gone.
And it's gone.
So, Richard John gets a chance to bowl now.
Oh, yeah. There's the old Max Walker about that. Comes in, just kind of goes the old tangled double arm whip.
There's a bit of tangles there, isn't there?
Whip. Be more correct.
Cool whip.
Whip.
So, do you like cool whip?
Whip. Good. Can't get anything past you, Phil.
No. If it's cartoons, I'm on it. Ooh.
But it is random question time. I'm going to just throw it open. A few people saying they wanted to see Charles opening the batting on current form. Can't really argue with that. He's a match winner.
Yeah, it's a fair call, isn't it?
Calling him MVP already.
Well, you've got to admit, was it 9 for 18 from
9
4
for 18
overs?
From 4 overs.
Oof.
Just give him the trophy and move on. All right, lift it up, placed away, but it's placed into the gap. It's going to be a bit of a plugger. They should come through. Well, they won't actually. They'll just get a long single. I think Chambers assumed that was going for 4, so they didn't run the first one too hard.
Yeah, you got an elevation there, but there was really nothing behind it. I don't really think he middled it properly. And the two fielders, well, it bisected them, but they got to it because it just plugged and slowed down. I don't think it would have rolled.
Pretty well bowled, full and straight, whipped away. Pretty well manipulated, sets a bit of a task. Great fielding, gets down to it. Now they will go for 2. Has to hustle, but throws bouncing in to the keeper. They will get 2. Brings up the 50 for the Porto Wanderers. It's Tripp's still having a laugh at the subtitle,
Yes.
saying it always says the Cornbread Knights.
Just saw that, yep. Yeah, we love the Cornbread Knights. They triers. And they've had a tough time of it as well in the second half of this tournament. And they're triers.
Wow, what a shot. To be honest, that's shot of the day because that's taken off on Chambers and he's hit this from about top of their helmet and just laced it over backward point for 6. Remarkable uppercut Maximo, 6 runs.
That is a quality bit of cricket right there from the skipper. That is a cracking shot. That probably would have to be the shot of the day.
It is, honestly, because that is the kind of ball you got to be seeing well to hit that. It's bounced way more than expected.
Yeah, I know. I think one of Zinker's sixes I called as my shot of the day, but I think that has to trump it.
That's the way he did. Now he's going to go over extra cover and get 6 more. Maximo! He is feeling himself at the moment. Chambers goes back to back. One off the back foot, one off the front.
Abdullah Khan wasn't too far away. From running and taking that catch, but it was going like an absolute exocet missile. That was flying very hard. Really, really something else there. And, hello to Trip Denny. He's getting our references as well. Yeah. Nicely done.
I mean, I brought it up first, but, if you want to give Phil the credit, that's absolutely fine. End of the 4th over, and the score is 62 for 1.
Oh, have a look at that run.
But having said that, they're pretty much exactly, I think they are actually exactly where they were. Let me go to the numbers.
Yeah, I think so too. 62 after 4.
Well, one-hander here, but how much has he got? He's got plenty. It's going to be 4. Bounces just inside. So Bashir moves on to 43. Yeah, the first innings, Coimbra Knights, they were 62 without loss after 4 overs. So they're actually behind. And then things took a bit of a turn.
Was that due to Charles being in charge, I think?
You said it.
Yep, there we go.
Scott Bayard the life out of this innings.
That's going to be something. That is a thing now. Look at this.
Yeah, just
hand off the bat.
I love that flying through the mountainside there.
It's a quality bit of
we're
vision.
going to have a look at it. I think it's bounced just inside. Was that one more time? That was a good replay. We could rock and roll that maybe. Yeah, it is 4. They're happy with that. Bashir to 43. 350s in a day would be pretty cool.
That'd be a good return on investment for Bashir if he can get another 7.
Need to see it collapse the proportions or in the first innings for this to be a game, but he pulls this away. Watch out, Cara clock. It goes across, just misses.
Oh, that was
if that was a slightly longer vehicle. I don't know. See, I'd love to see. It's a very small car, and it's a smart car. So if you're going to be smart, you only take a small car to the cricket. We've got to get a replay of this, because this is almost taking out the automobile.
That's incredible.
That's a great shot as well. Bashir moves to 49. That really took off, but he rode the bounce. And we'll just wait. It's almost like we need the sketch artists to show us what happened here in this ball. That'd be cool. All right.
Oh, wow.
Let's have a look at the ball. I guess we'll see it perhaps. Maybe in the highlights, or maybe never again. Here's the next ball. It's going to be guided away. That'll run away for 4 more. It's 50 to Bashir.
Oh, well done.
A hat-trick of 50s on night 19 for the talented Wanderers opener. I've loved the kind of mix of power and panache in his batting today. He brings up this half-century off 19 balls.
That's been a fantastic half-century too. I mean, Chambers was getting involved with a few boundaries early on, but then Bashir came in the first over, and we jokingly said, well, he's just opening, so let's see how he goes. That's how he's gone. A 19-ball half-century, well batted.
Comeback ball from Asif. And it's a beautiful shot, lifted up and into the grandstand. Maximo! And really, this game might not be too much longer for this world,
No, not long at all.
Well, what's happened here is Chambers has created some thunder, and Bashir has just snatched it out of his back pocket. He's stolen the thunder right now. And to be honest, that bonus point, the 4-pointers on here, they need 16 or 14 to do that. What a shot.
That was a incredible shot.
Early, remember, sometimes he was trying to play leg side and drag the...
Yeah.
Why? Why when you can play shots like that? Stand still, just play the line of the ball. And both these two have dealt with the extra bounce in the pitch really well. That's been the difference.
Absolutely. So how we go here now.
Oh, this is the one where he gets a bit lazy. A bit of fatigue in that shot, I think, from Bashir.
So.
But, what a stroke of luck to get the shooter, to get Bashir out there earlier. It's nothing against Tejpreet, who obviously gets an opportunity. But...
yeah, Bashir comes out.
Bashir, like Hansel in Zoolander, so hot right now. And he's going to go around the corner, and this is going to be out of the ground, I think. Maximo! Short boundary achieved. Ball retrieves have been busier than the fielders in the last couple of overs, as that one goes magical. 26 come off it, and Porto Wanderers look like they're sending us home while there's still some sunlight in the air. It's 88 for 1 after 5.
I don't want to preface anything here, but I'm looking around the table for a set of car keys. Have you seen a set of car keys?
I have not. You want to move it?
No.
No.
Because
You want to start the car.
You get it. Yep.
You might see that, but I might be driving here because it looks like the hospitality's just warming up in the tent.
Is
So
amazing, isn't it? It's really good. We love it here.
Clear about that.
Yep.
Anyway, responsibly. Kadir Ahmed going to get a bowl here. Just 10 to win now. Wanderers. Oh, what might have been if one of those results had gone the other way,
You're right, yes.
Lift it up and back and out of here. Maximo! Well, Chambers trying to get a little piece of that thunder back. He's actually batting better and better. Like I said, fighters, they deserve to be there. But it's just a shame it's not a Super 6.
Yeah,
I think
true.
because you'd love to see potentially our Wanderers got to continue. They've created a few headlines today. Big effort, 4 games on the spin as well. Anyway, just 4 to win now. And that could be it. It will be it. It's game, set, match. 4 carreras. Porto Wanderers just lose the 1 wicket to the shooter along the way, and they bring up the win. They get all 4 points in match 40. But Coimbra Knights were disappointing finish to a disappointing campaign for them. They seem to just not really have things running their way for any of this. It's Group B action, really. And in the end, they don't get a single point out of that one. It's been a great night, hasn't it? I mean, we didn't get too much of the artificial light because it finished about 4 overs early, 4, even almost 5 overs early there, Phil. But it's been really great to spend the day with you. Our first time doing a whole day together,
Absolutely.
I think.
This has been
we might have
awesome.
done a whole day together. I'm trying to think in Prague. It's been at least half a day together.
I think we did 2 matches together.
2 matches
back
together.
to back.
How about Bashir, though? He goes 63, miss out, 65 not out. Pretty good day. Chambers also played some great shots. Didn't have a lot of the strike, 29 off 10 including. Honestly, it was my shot of the day, the uppercut where it had dangerous bounce and he just kind of reacted, went with it. If you're looking for positive, just the 4 extras in there for the Knights, but didn't really have the answers. Amninda with the early wicket and no one else really able to break through. Well, I want to say to all of our wonderful fans out there, big thank you. We've had some bonus cricket, haven't we, from Portugal today? Every other night, it's just the 2 matches. Today, we went into the lunchtime and the afternoon. We had 4 matches. I want to encourage everyone there to like this video if you haven't already and subscribe to the channel. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and finally our website, europeancricket.com. Click on ECSN Portugal, click on standings and just stare at the standings as long as you like, but maybe not if you're Porto Wanderers supporter because I bet that they have just missed out. If I look at the standings there, I think they're going to finish on 19 points and Fighters on 20. So again, it's just one of those what might have been situations.
Yep.
But hey, that's cricket and eventually the cream rises to the top. Phil, great day with you. 4 matches and we've got 2 more tomorrow together as well.
We absolutely do. This has been an absolutely hilariously fun day of cricket and wonderful action too. And tomorrow coming up in Cyprus, the Cyprus Encore with Rico and Nish down there taking care of business. Group A action, day 2 of 14.
Super Sunday because there's 6 matches there. So that starts 5 a.m. GMT, 7 o'clock in Central Europe and 10:30 p.m. in India. That's 6 a.m. here. They'll be playing and they have 12 hours of cricket. We also have 2 matches tomorrow night as we will start the Super 5s, and this is how we'll start it. Werash back on the park, taking on LSG in match 1. That's the Lisbon Super Giants. And Fighters, well, they've earned the right to fight in the Super 5s, and they'll be here in match 2. So it's not doubleheader tomorrow night with the Super 5s. I mean, some are doubleheaders, some are kind of mixed up.
Yep.
Basically, Super 5 is pretty simple. You play the other teams once. So it's 4 matches in total. You play your opponents. Werash and Punjab CC Amadora, they start with a head start of 4 points because they finished on top. The teams that finished in second start with a 2-point head start. And Capitals as a wildcard have to start from scratch. Well, Phil, it's been great.
It's been awesome.
Loved being at the ground for the first time. Thanks to all the supporters. They've been great. They've got behind you. Hopefully you feel I've got behind you as well because I knew you'd do a great job.
Of course you have.
And let's make a big party tomorrow because it is Sunday. It's a Super Sunday on ECN. 8 matches in total. We had 9 here today. But we want to make sure you go out with a bang tomorrow night with the first night of the Super 5s.
And I can't wait for that for tomorrow. It's going to be amazing stuff here. Great to see. I'm really happy I'm going to get to see a couple of Super 5 matches and especially see Awarish back here as well. I've been super impressed with them. And they're probably my pick to take out the tournament. Need to give a shout out to a couple of people in the chat who got to start the car going. That was Christopher Ward was in there and Trip Denny and Rob Thompson all having talk about that. And everyone in the chat, loved your company today. And Vinny, I loved your company today. And you talk about being supportive. I need a shout out to you and the entire ECN crew here. You guys have been magic. And I've still got a couple more games left in me, and I'm looking forward to those, calling those with you here tomorrow for the Super 5 games 1 and 2.
Yeah, well, on behalf of everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, that was Nina, it was Carolina, it was 9 matches on ECN. That's 18 hours of cricket action, but it's time to say goodbye. On behalf of all of us at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, stay happy, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow night for more ECSN Portugal. For now, it's hasta mañana.